I think you will agree that it was worth the wait. Brother Malachi, will you come forward? I'm John Chassell from Baltimore and many generations back to our homeland, and I will be your moderator for the remainder of the conference in this room for the plenary sessions. I have been instructed by my two psychiatrist mentors to be both obsessive and compulsive about this time, but not to be stupid. So consequently, we delayed and we're off the schedule to give you this beautiful, inspiring opening ceremony. And I think you can understand why we wanted to start the conference out this way. We will be making adjustments so that we can finish today in a reasonable amount of time, allow everyone to get the food that they need, and to come to the elders session tonight on schedule. It's a difficult job, but the difficult takes a little longer, but it's not impossible. And since the spirits of our ancestors are here, it will be done. To formally open this following the ceremony, Brother Malachi Andrews will speak for himself and for Brother Richard King, who had to go to the airport to make sure that his sons got on the plane on time. Brother Andrews.
Hotel, brothers and sisters. The ancestors have spoke for me. The sounds of the brother, the permissions of the elders have spoken for me. I will only open the ceremony in respect of our president, Dr. Richard King, who had to leave in an emergency, and say a prayer for Dr. Ben Hakanen, who's not here but is here. And in behalf of all the Kimware Board, Science Consortium, we welcome you here to the 4th Annual World Melanin Conference. Your spirit has generated a new energy and a new power for us to move on to the next millennium. Thanks for being here and welcome. Hotel.
Hotel. Next, I have the very pleasant task of introducing our first plenary speaker for the conference. I knew of our speaker, Dr. Charles Finch, for years prior to meeting him, from reading his works and from observing and learning from him on the very special television program For the People. Suffice it to say, in terms of professional qualifications, that Dr. Finch is an MD and head of the Department of International Medicine at Morehouse Medical School. But what is more impressive to me is that he has immersed himself in the study of our ancient African history and people, to the extent that he went and was physically present at the side and at the feet of the Reverend Sheikh Anta Diop. And it was through Dr. Finch that I had the opportunity to meet perhaps Dr. Diop's outstanding disciple in the person of Theophile Benga. So I want to say publicly how grateful I am to Dr. Finch for what you brought me. He is therefore eminently qualified to give the first annual Sheikh Anta Diop lecture. And in the tradition of our ancient African healers, Dr. Finch has specialized in the history the ancient African history of medical science and the ancient African history of religions and philosophy, as did our ancient African ancestors who were priests first and then physicians. So without further ado, welcome to our podium and our microphones, Dr. Charles Finch.
Thank you. Is this on and can you hear me? Because we've got important things to talk about today and I do want to be heard.
Okay, the power's on and the mic's on.
Man, just get that. Okay, that's a little better, I think. First of all, I want to say all power and all praise are due to the drums. The drums can heal and the drums can harm. The drums can raise you up to heaven and they can cast you down into hell. The drums can make you divine or the drums can turn you into demons. So we know what the power and energy that has been generated from the drums can do. And again, I would say all power and praise are due to the drums. Now, in order to, we've got a lot to cover today. We've got a long journey to take. It is an odyssey, if you will, that is going to span about 65 million years. Now, some of you are aware of an article I wrote going on 5 years ago, which was entitled at that time, Race and Evolution in Prehistory. I was motivated to write that article after having, as was indicated, sat at the feet of check1 when he came to Atlanta, Georgia in the spring of 1985. It was then that Professor Jope was able to impress upon me in a way that I had never really fully appreciated before how important the study of what we call prehistory is in the overall context of what black and African people have contributed to human development and world history. That is to say, there was a war, if you will, a battle being waged, and a battle of words, a battle of ideas being waged that was still trying to compromise in ways that were subtle, in ways that were often hidden from view, simply because, as was true and is still true to a certain extent, that when the stereotypical notion that if you want to hide something from black people, you put it in print. The idea being, and I imagine that this is changing, I think it is changing, the fact that I can be here standing in front of you indicates to me that it is changing, that there are many ways of waging a war of oppression. It isn't just a matter of physical violence. As I think you are very well aware, it is a matter also of, shall we say, distortion of ideas, and perhaps that is the profoundest type of war that can be waged. You can always replace physical bodies, but to replace the collective mind of a people is an entirely different operation altogether. That doesn't call for replacement, that calls for resurrection. And that, of course, is a much more fundamental sort of operation. All that being said, it was Professor check1 who showed me how absolutely essential it was to at least become conversant with the language of paleoanthropology and population genetics, as a way of understanding exactly what the issues were and what was in the war that was being fought. Since that time, I have continued in that mission, if you will, or I have continued that mandate, and what strikes me as I go back from time to time and read that article in a way is how crude it was, how fundamental, how crude, how naive that article was. And I have often found that everyone has to be his or her own worst critic. And so there are actually parts of that article that embarrass me now, simply because of my lack of preparation, my ignorance, my sort of basic grounding at that time. But we all live and we all learn. So I have come a certain way since then, and it is this that I wish to discuss with you, is, if you will, in some way bring us up to date as to what is happening in this field and what it portends now and for the future. Because make no mistake, in spite of the overwhelming scientific and empirical evidence, there is still massive counterattacks that are being waged by various segments of the scientific community against the idea that humanity began in Africa. As preposterous as this might sound, there is a tremendous amount of scientific weight that is being waged or being brought to bear against this very issue. Okay, we will get to that in a minute. Now let's again begin our long journey on this odyssey that we are going to go into. And as I say, it begins about 65 million to 80 million years ago. At that time, all the continents were one. There were not the separate continents that we look at today and we take for granted today. All of the land mass of the earth was essentially one great big supercontinent. At that time lived a mammalian species called the prosimians. The dinosaurs had probably been extinct for about 20 million years. The mammalian order of the animal kingdom had appeared and emerged and come to dominate the earth, and a particular order of mammalians called the prosimians also had made their appearance. Now let me just say something parenthetically, and I always have to do this so that people understand exactly what I mean, where I'm coming from, because I don't always assume that everyone operates from the same premise that I do. This is not going to be a discussion of creationism. I'm not going to comment one way or the other about the scientific or intellectual validity of creationism, but this is not going to be a discussion about that. I root what I'm going to say very firmly in the idea of natural evolution. The only, from my point of view, scientifically defensible position to take. I am surprised, however, at how many people are actually recoil from the idea that human beings are related to animals, are related to the animal kingdom. And yet we know Africa then and now very clearly understood its relationship to what they call the lower orders of the animal kingdom. They clearly understood that they came out of the matrix of nature. They clearly show this in their iconography, in their mythology, in their symbols, where their highest deities were made to be represented in animal forms because those animal forms represented literally the powers of God, not the least of which was Thoth, whose many images, one of whose many images was in fact the cynocephalic ape, the symbol and the master of speech, mind, will, and intelligence. So once you look very closely at African thought, the African worldview, African lore, you see that it is intrinsic, if you will, to an African way of thinking to assume or presume that human beings came out of a natural matrix and that there is, in fact, a kinship, a deep and abiding kinship between humans and the rest of nature, all living things. So therefore, if you look at it in that context, it shouldn't be strange, therefore, that we emerge in an evolutionary process out of the primates, out of the primate order, of which the apes were, prior to humans, the highest evolutionary form. Okay, so having editorialized in that fashion, let us get back to the main, so that we understand exactly the basis upon which we are talking, and then therefore we don't need to get sidetracked off onto what I consider irrelevant kinds of discussions. 65 million years ago, the large land masses of the earth began to break up, and eventually forming what we call the continents of today. With 45 million years ago, there had appeared on both sides of what is now what we call the Atlantic Ocean and what is now South America and Africa, the monkey species, or the monkey order of primates. The monkey family, I should say, of the primate order. Now, we have a lot of different ways of looking at this. Were the monkeys actually descended from prosimians, who were in North America and that they evolved separately in South America and Africa, or did the South African monkeys actually in some way make the ocean voyage from Africa to South America? These are very critical issues which have not been resolved, but the reason why they are important because, again, we have to get a handle on, in looking at these questions, at just what happened where and in what sequence. And I might add, by the way, that the preponderant evidence, or the best evidence, suggests that the New World monkeys were in fact originated in Africa and got over there in some fashion that actually allowed them to transcend the Atlantic barrier. For one thing, North America and South America were not connected then. They didn't connect until about 4 million years ago. The distance between Africa and South America would have been much smaller than it is today. Not only that, but the seas would have been shallower. Still, there are problems with any interpretation. So we have two lines of thought. Either the New World monkeys derive from prosimians in North America, or they are representatives or late descendants or descendants of monkeys which originated in Africa, or what we call the Old World. This began about 45 million years ago. And the reason why we emphasize this is because this is the line that eventually leads to the apes, eventually leads to hominids, and of course to human beings today. And I think there is some value of understanding this process in its total time scale, in time and space, in order to get to understand that these things just don't happen in aliquots of tens of thousands of years or millions of years, but 20, 30, 40, 60 million years is what you need to begin to get a handle on what happened in this evolutionary process. Now, you have to understand also the world at this time, from about 45 million years when the monkeys first make their appearance to about 18 million years ago, the world was a much warmer and wetter place than it is today, which is to say that it was basically covered by large expanses of jungle, large expanses of forest that girdle essentially all the land masses of the globe, which is the reason why the primates, whether they be prosimians, and by the way, descendants of prosimians today would be animals like the lemurs and tarsiers in Madagascar. They are probably the latest or the only representation of the old prosimians that we have today. They in turn gave rise to the monkeys, evolutionary speaking, about 45 million years ago, became a very successful primate family. And the primate family is characterized by a number of characteristics. First of all, stereoscopic vision, because the two eyes are in front of the face instead of on the sides. Well-developed appendages, particularly what we call the hands and even the feet, and a long tail to allow them to live in an arboreal environment. That is, a tree or forested environment in the canopy of the upper canopy of the forest. This was absolutely, well, this is what they were adapted to. Because the world at that time was completely covered with forests, it made sense from an evolutionary point of view, and it made them very successful. It also meant that their masticatory patterns and their dietary patterns would have been necessity leaves, vegetables, fruits. That is what's up there. That's what they would have had to adapt to. And in fact, their dental morphology, their teeth, the way their teeth are shaped in terms of flat molars, very poorly developed canines, or I should say modified canines, are adapted. In fact, the shape of the jaw is adapted to basically a vegetarian eating environment and vegetarian eating patterns, which is to say, our own jaw shape, dental morphology is also an adaptation which we have retained from those evolutionary patterns 25, 30, 40 million years ago, is that basically we have the dentition of a vegetarian eaters. Even though we eat meat, that is not the way, that is not really what our dental morphology is best suited for at this time. Okay, the monkey family of primates also became very successful, proliferating rapidly all over the land masses of the world, which were girdled by these vast forests on both sides of what was the water barrier between Africa and the New World, or Western Hemisphere, and by 25 million years had given rise to the process of evolution of the ape family. This occurred in one place only, the Old World, Africa in particular. This meant that since this was eventually going to give rise to hominids, that the New World, or the Western Hemisphere, no longer figured in the process of human evolution. So we can just take it out of the picture for the rest of our discussion, because there were no apes then or now that were there naturally in the New World or in the Western Hemisphere, and so human evolution, such as it occurs, or hominid evolution, is confined entirely to what we call the Old World, Africa, Asia, and Europe. Now they make their first appearance about 25 million years BC, or BCE, or BP, I should say. BP meaning before present being 1950. 25 million years before the present era. Now, they too were very successful. They too were very well adapted to an arboreal, that is, tree environment or forested environment, the upper canopy of the worldwide forest in this hot, warm, muggy climate that girdled the entire globe. They were bigger than monkeys, probably stronger than the monkeys, maybe not quite so agile. Their facial and head morphology was different. They were certainly more intelligent. They probably had did have, in fact, greater brain capacity, so they did represent, if you will, an evolutionary advance from the monkeys. they too were very, very successful from 25 million years BP to 18 million years BP in this forested environment of the world. There were a dozen or more of them that evolved out of their monkey ancestors, and again, they were extremely successful living in the upper canopy of the forest. In fact, some people have called this, quote, the age of the ape, if you will, because they were numerous, they were ubiquitous, they were widely dispersed, and they were obviously very successful. Okay. But something happened beginning about 18 million years before the present. And this sort of is what I'm about to describe is the inherent drama of evolution. The only thing that doesn't change, particularly when you're looking at the life cycle of all living things on this planet, is change itself. Evolution is about change. And the environment, of course, is constantly changing. The environment is constantly undergoing modifications and change. And if a living species, be it plant or animal, is to survive these changes that are occurring in the environment, it too has to respond. It has to react to changes that occur in the environment. I call this the call and response pattern of evolution. Nature or the environment undergoes certain kinds of intrinsic changes, whether it be climatic changes, whether it be eruptions of land masses into mountains, whether it be earthquakes, whether it be any kind of change you can imagine. Nature calls, if you will, to living organisms through its own changes. The species, whether it be plant or animal, if it is to survive, let alone be perpetuated, has to, if you will, respond to these changes in the environment. Respond successfully, and this is what we call adaptation. Modify itself as a species in order to take advantage of or meet the new challenges imposed by nature herself. So, as I say, this is a call and response pattern of evolution. Those who do that successfully go on and have their gene pools perpetuated. Those who don't, as we know, basically die off. They become evolutionary dead ends. And this has happened hundreds, thousands, even millions of times in the history of biological evolution on this planet. Well, something happened around 18 million years ago, which is going to have tremendous implications or tremendous impact on particularly the ape branch of the primate order. The world began to dry out, literally. There was a drying effect which began to shrink the girdle of forest which covered the entire globe. This is a change in nature that I have described, which created a new challenge for the apes, these dozens of apes that were living in the forest canopy. What did it do? First of all, it constricted food supply because all of their food were coming from the forest canopy, fruits, leaves, vegetables. It also constricted their living space, as you can imagine. They would have been somewhat less adaptable than the monkeys to this particular situation because they were bigger. They had greater caloric requirements, if you will. So less mobile, less agile, bigger, greater caloric requirements meant that the shrinking of the forested areas was going to have a much greater impact on them than it would the monkeys. So, in particular, it's interesting now also look what happened in terms of geographic location. This drying of the earth and therefore the shrinking of the forest seemed to select or be specific in certain parts of the globe, particularly Africa. What we find in Southeast Asia mainly is that there wasn't nearly so much drying and that the dense jungle itself maintained itself there in Southeast Asia in particular. In Africa, however, this drying process, beginning about 18 million years ago, began to create environmental mosaics. What do I mean by that? It meant that patches of forest and woodland began to be interspersed with dry savanna or grassland. Now, this is absolutely crucial for human evolution, as we shall see. And this is absolutely crucial, and it will make all the difference in the world as far as human evolution is concerned. For the apes in Africa, it meant that a new kind of response was called for. And literally, those, not just in Africa, but all over the world, it meant that if any of them were going to survive, they would have to literally come down out of the trees. And this is, in fact, what happened, at least for some of them. They began, in terms of accumulated behavior over a period of millions of years, began to move down out of the trees onto the ground where, of course, they would have greater food sources and resources to exploit. They would have greater living spaces. And so, therefore, they would, in other words, compensate for the restricted living space and food sources in these shrinking forests by coming down to the ground and maximizing their range of food, procuring a range of food foraging, and also their living space. This was absolutely decisive, actually, because out of the dozen or more ape species that existed some 20 million years ago, only 4 have survived, 2 in Africa and 2 in Asia. The 2 in Africa are the chimpanzee and gorilla. In Asia is the gibbon and the orangutan. The gibbon and the orangutan. And what is interesting is that 3 out of these 4 ape species that have survived are ground dwellers to a greater or lesser degree. Even the orangutan in East Asia, who spends probably most of its time in the forest or in the trees, when it has to travel, comes down on the ground to do so. So it too is at least partially a ground dweller. What you find among the gorillas and the chimpanzees is that they are predominantly ground dwellers, although not exclusively. So that what we find out is that those apes who had at least partially adapted to a ground-dwelling environment are the ones that survived this change in environment beginning 18 million years ago. Now, therefore, as I say, that was crucial. However, every opportunity presents a new challenge. Every response presents a new threat, if you will. What happens, of course, when you move out of the rather safe haven of the trees and onto the ground is all of a sudden you are susceptible or you are vulnerable to predation in the way that you're not up in the trees. The trees are kind of a haven or kind of a sanctuary against predators for the most part. Now you're on the ground and you become, if you will, fair game, literally speaking, for predators, particularly the big cat. So how do these apes, as they move down out of the trees into the ground-dwelling environment, how do they deal with this new challenge? Every opportunity creates a challenge. Well, they have to develop or intensify their social relationships. They have to become very social, they have to become social organizations, social groupings, troops, if you will, organized troops, because in that way they can maximize their possibilities of fending off attacks from predators, particularly the big cats. And this is in fact what happens. So even though there are other animals or other animals in the animal kingdom who live in societies, what you find among these apes is that they had to develop a well-ordered, highly structured, well-organized communal living pattern as a way of protecting themselves against the threats from the predators in the environment, so that they could have individuals who are designated to look out while others are feeding, that they could close ranks against a predator in case of attack. And what we find now among gorillas and chimpanzees is that, relatively speaking, they are fairly impervious to predators at this point. Very little predation pressure on chimpanzees and or gorillas at this time. In fact, chimpanzees are so bold now, some of them actually confront and drive off leopards individually. So this was an absolute necessity. This increased social organization was dictated by the necessity to move to the ground in the first place in order to maximize their eating and living resources. So you can see that there is, if you will, a chain of causal links that sort of fuel, if you will, or sort of drive this evolutionary process. There's a feedback loop, if you will, that shape and construct and link all of the different types of events and sequences together in a kind of seamless continuum of evolution. So here we find groups of ape species who had more or less successfully made a transition to at least a partially ground-dwelling environment, sometime between 18 million and 8 million or 7 million BC, or before the present. They didn't abandon the trees or the forest altogether. They could retire to the forest during the heat of the day to protect against the sun, and at night they could still climb up into the trees, which many of them did to protect them against predators. So they are not completely, if you will, independent of the forest or the forested environment. However, there is a small group of apes, if you will, who began to be more adventuresome, who began to look beyond the narrow confines of the forests and woodlands out into the open savanna for, again, food sources and living space. They began to venture further and further into the savanna, into the open spaces of East Africa. Now, again, what this does, it gives them advantage because it maximizes or improves or increases their food resources and their living space. But again, the same challenges apply. They are more vulnerable out in the living open spaces, not just from predators. Now they are vulnerable to the equatorial sun itself. As you know, chimpanzees and gorillas have fur, or they have coats of fur that are dark brown or black. They can repair to the shade of trees in the heat of the day, so they are not, if you will, subjected to the potentially devastating effects of solar irradiation. But another problem arises among the subgroup who moves out of the savanna. Now they have a problem of heat dissipation. What does fur do to the body? Fur retains heat, does it not? Now they're out further, they're out into the savanna, they're out into the open land, they are being subjected to direct solar irradiation for hours and hours at a time. I'm talking about an accumulated pattern of behavior, accumulated pattern of experience. So how, from an evolutionary point of view, do they react or respond to this new challenge? They have an opportunity, but they have a challenge too. The challenge now is solar irradiation. Well, one of the things they have to do, of course, is they have to lose their bodily hair. They lose their bodily hair in order to maximize the loss of heat from the body. The other thing they do is proliferate sweat glands. The most efficient and effective way that the efficient and effective way you have of losing heat from the body is by evaporation of water. So you proliferate sweat glands on an increasingly hairless body, and the evaporation of sweat carries away heat. In fact, evaporation of sweat can carry away 10 times the amount of heat that's actually produced by the body. So you lose your bodily hair in order to promote this heat loss, and you proliferate sweat glands in order to promote the evaporation of heat, or the carrying away of heat by evaporation of sweat. So this is one of the things that happens. Of course, now this is a important, shall we say, adjustment or modification or adaptation to this new circumstance. But again, you have another problem. Prior to that time, your hair and your fur as an ape have been protecting you against solar irradiation and its devastating consequences. Now you're losing your hair, you're losing your bodily fur, and the underlying skin is potentially susceptible, is essentially potentially vulnerable to the ultraviolet rays of the sun. What do you do? Or not what do you do? What happens if you are going to survive in this new mode? Well, dark fur or dark hair, of course, is caused by melanin production. So the melanin production in the fur is now transferred to the skin. Has to happen. Can't happen any other way. Not if this new subgroup of primates is moving out into the savanna. Because what does melanin do from the point of view of dermal melanin? It protects against the carcinogenic rays of ultraviolet light. That is to say, albinos in Africa do not live very long. They seldom live much into their third decade because they develop gross, disfiguring, morbid skin cancers, which bring a otherwise distressing life to a very premature close. So if this new group who is moving out in the savanna and losing its hair and proliferating its sweat glands is going to survive, it has to develop melanin-producing capability in the skin, because melanin absorbs the ultraviolet light and disperses the free radicals, and therefore prevents skin cancer from developing. This absolutely had to happen. There is one of the things that is true about evolution is that there is a rigorous logic to it. It couldn't have been any other way. So that these first these first groups that have moved away from the ape into a new evolutionary stage, which we call the hominids, by definition would have been black skin. Now, there's also something called Glodger's Law, which we will come back a little bit later on. Glodger's Law says two things. Glodger's Law says, when you're talking about warm-blooded mammals, the closer you get to the Arctic Circle, the whiter their coat. The examples would be snowshoe rabbits, Arctic foxes, and polar bears. The closer you get to the equator, the darker your coat as warm-blooded mammals. And sure enough, you look at the chimpanzees, you look at the gorillas, and they have black or dark brown hairy coats. And so you can see that this also conforms to Glogger's law. Now, these new types of primates emerged about 4 million years BCE, or 4 million years before our era. They seem to have diverged from the chimpanzee about 7 million years ago. One of the things that molecular biology has taught us, comparative molecular biology, is that human beings and chimpanzees, from the point of view of genetics, are 98% alike. We are only different in 2% of our genes. Now, this 2% is enough to create fairly substantial differences in phenotype that mark the chimpanzee and the human, but if you go to the genetic level, we find that we are actually closer than we are different. We are 98% the same. In fact, chimpanzees and human beings are closer to each other than either is to the orangutan, for example. I might add, too, interestingly enough, is that the really intensely social primates, apes, you see mainly in Africa, chimpanzees and gorillas. The orangutan and the gibbon are solitary apes. Why? Because they are still in a forested jungle environment. The same kind of pressures that develop the sort of social context of chimpanzees and gorillas that ultimately lead to human evolution are just not present in East Asia. The other thing that is important to understand, the real dynamic between human evolution in terms of its environmental determinants is this interaction, this dynamic relationship between forest and savanna. The kind of interaction, the yin and the yang between the forest and the savanna, the moving in and out, further out and then back in, further out and back in. This kind of dynamic continuum between forest and savanna is what, again, helps drive human evolution. You do not have that mosaic creating that kind of tension anywhere else in the world. So you can begin to see why, from the point of view of nature and the point of view of natural logic, it couldn't have happened anywhere else. It had to have that kind of, shall we say, dynamic ecological tension that you see in East Africa in particular. So this is why it occurred in East Africa, as the fossil evidence shows us unequivocally. So the hominid meaning human-like or man-like, diverged from the chimpanzee about 7 million years ago. 6 to 7 million years ago, and had appeared as a distinct species, different from the ape, and, if you will, more evolutionarily advanced than the ape, somewhere between 4 and 5 million years ago. And so it is between 4 and 5 million years ago that the hominid first makes its appearance on the African landscape in East Africa. So here we have, up to now, covered about, 60 million years in the space of about 25 minutes. And we haven't even gotten warm yet. Now, the type specimen of the first hominid is called Australopithecus afarensis, found in southern Ethiopia in the Afar Triangle by Donald Johanson, who gave her, because it was a her, named Lucy. 3.5 million years old, but pretty good evidence that the Australopithecus afarensis had appeared at least from 4 million years BCE. So we are on safe ground in saying that the specific hominid or humanoid line of evolution first makes its appearance in Africa, in East Africa, 4 million years ago, perhaps as early as 5 million years ago. This hominid was upright walker, walking on 2 legs and 2 feet instead of knuckle walking like chimpanzees and gorillas do. She walked as well as we do today. She was pretty much bereft of her bodily hair, although she was still a little hairier than we might be today, but still bereft of her bodily hair. She had a cranial capacity of about 400 to 500 cubic centimeters, and by definition, she would have had to have been black or dark brown of skin. Couldn't have been any other way. As I said, as I like to say, without this relatively simple biological, biochemical adaptation, without the melanin content of the skin, human evolution would have been stillborn even before it began. So you could not even there would be no human beings today without this original melanin content in the first hominids 4 million years ago. That hominid, again, emerges in East Africa, or the eastern side of Africa, because there is evidence of Australopithecus afarensis down into Tanzania and even into South Africa, gives rise to a number of different lines of evolution. There are other members of her genus, shall we say, Australopithecus, that emerge, Australopithecus afarensis. There is Australopithecus robustus. Then there are Australopithecus boisei. All of these represent further evolutions along the Australopithecine line of descent. They eventually turn out to be a dead end and disappear altogether by 1 million BCE. However, there is another line of descent from the original Australopithecus afarensis. That is Homo habilis. Homo habilis emerges in Kenya and Tanzania, or thereabouts, somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million years ago. Again, small in stature, upright walking, black or dark brown of skin, with a cranial capacity that is probably about 700 to 750 cubic centimeters, representing a quantum increase or quantum improvement in the cranial capacity and therefore the intelligence of Australopithecus afarensis, and therefore obviously an evolutionary advance. They seem to share the same habitat in Africa, East Africa, until about 1 million to 1.5 million years BCE, when Homo erectus makes its appearance on the East African landscape. Homo erectus is very close to modern human beings. Homo erectus, again, a little bit taller, maybe as tall as 5.5 feet, dark or black of skin, upright, also tool users and fire makers. Australopithecus does not make tools. Homo makes tools. Homo habilis makes tools. That's the reason why we call him Homo habilis, handyman or man with ability, because he is a tool maker instead of just a tool user. Chimpanzees use sticks and rocks as tools, but they do not make tools. Tool maker is Homo. Homo habilis the first, his successor, Homo erectus, an even more skilled tool maker and probably the first fire builder. Not that inferior to modern human beings in intelligence, because his cranial capacity goes up to 1,200 cubic centimeters. 1,200 cubic centimeters is a lower limit of normal for modern human beings. What is also interesting is that until Homo erectus makes his appearance 1 to 1.5 million years ago, none of the hominids leave Africa. Now, some people have tried to say that this is entirely fortuitous. No, they have looked. They have looked in Asia and in Europe in the same geological strata that they have found Australopithecus in and Homo habilis in, and they absolutely have yielded animal fossils, plant fossils, but they have not yielded any hominids whatsoever. So up until Homo erectus, all of human evolution occurs in Africa and Africa alone. There are no human types outside Africa. There are human ancestors outside Africa. Homo erectus is the first migrant out of Africa. Appearing between 1 million and 1.5 million years ago, Homo erectus in small bands goes into Europe and goes into Asia. Java man and Peking man are examples of his type. He gives rise about 250, he disappears about 300 to 250,000 years ago, and then emerges Homo sapiens sapiens, that is modern human beings, again in East Africa. Also, Neanderthal, but Neanderthal is a side branch of evolution and ultimately becomes a dead end, has nothing to do with Homo sapiens sapiens evolution. So, Homo sapiens, modern human beings, all of us in this room, all 5.5 billion of us on this planet, appears first somewhere about 200,000 years ago in East Africa. So as C.A. Aremburg says, in Africa and Africa alone is where you can find in the fossil record an unbroken sequence of human evolution from the first type 4 million years ago all the way up to the advanced and latest type Homo sapiens sapiens. So this is the reason why, if you're talking about an anthropological Garden of Eden, it is Africa and it cannot be anywhere else. You would be surprised, in spite of the irrefutable fossil evidence, there are still large segments of the scientific community who are trying to dispute this, but more of that later. Now, Homo sapiens sapiens emerges in Africa, again, somewhat diminutive, head size or cranial capacity between 1,200 cubic centimeters and 2,000 cubic centimeters, average 1,500 cubic centimeters. Obviously a culture maker, fire builder, innovator, obviously dark brown or black of skin by definitions for the same reasons that we have mentioned already. There is fossil evidence of Homo sapiens sapiens 130,000 and 440,000 years old in 4 different places in East Africa. In Omo Kibish in Kenya, also in Klasis River's mouth in South Africa, and 2 other places, evidence of fossils of Homo sapiens sapiens, modern human beings in Africa, at least 130 to 140,000 years old. There are no fossils of that age of Homo sapiens sapiens anywhere else in the world. Now, Homo sapiens sapiens also, probably about 100,000 years ago, begins to also migrate out of Africa. We know that this occurred at least then because of the oldest non-African Homo sapiens sapiens fossil was found in Israel about 3 or 4 years ago and is dated at 92,000 years ago. So this would be the first leg on the step toward Homo sapiens dispersions throughout the world. Let us now come to some of the biomolecular evidence that bear on this question. The best of it comes from the work of a group of Berkeley molecular biologists led by Rebecca Cann and Alan Wilson with mitochondrial DNA. I'm sure most of you are aware of this, but let's talk about it anyway because this is very, very important in the context of our discussion. There are two types of DNA in the human cell. There's nuclear DNA, which is double-stranded, and mitochondrial DNA, which is single-stranded. The reason why nuclear DNA is double-stranded because it comes from both parents. It comes from mother and father. And then when you marry your spouse, your DNA together will give it double-strandedly to your children. Mitochondrial DNA is different. Mitochondrial DNA is in the power plant of the cell, which is the mitochondrion. It is single-stranded. Why? Because it comes from the mother and the mother alone. Why does this happen? Because at the point of fertilization, the mitochondrial DNA in the sperm disintegrates. And so all the mitochondrial DNA that you have now in your genome or in your mitochondria comes from the female and from the female alone. Well, this has some very interesting properties. It means that we can trace back through mitochondrial DNA studies through the female line because it's not double-stranded, so they do not recombine, they do not exchange genetic information, so it is relatively clean and relatively simple. Another thing that we have that is pretty well established, mitochondrial DNA, sum up, huh? That's a little ambitious. Let's just keep going, and then I think I'm gonna have to take 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes. I'm going to sort of take 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes, and then I can sum up. I know I've got only 3, but I'm gonna take 10 because we got to get all this in context. Now, so pardon me for my liberties, but we'll make it up to you. Mitochondrial DNA is single-stranded, so it does not exchange. Also, the mutation rate is 2 to 4% per million years. That's number one. Therefore, it is possible to detect the mutational prints in mitochondrial DNA. Therefore, if you can count the number of mutational prints, you can get a sense of how old the DNA is, right? The mitochondrial DNA. The longer the DNA has been around, the more mutations it would be subject to. So if you have more mutations, that is the oldest DNA. So what Cann did was take mitochondrial DNA from 125 different subjects from 5 different racial groups. Essentially what she did, she counted everybody's mutational record on their DNA and found out the most varied DNA came one from blacks and most varied from the people we call the Bushmen or the Khoisan people. She therefore said that she was able, because we know of the mutation rate of 2 to 4% per million years, to be able to pinpoint more or less when the first ancestor would have arisen to give us all of our mitochondrial DNA. So she was able to conclude that the first identifiable female ancestor of the entire human race, all 5.5 billion of us, was a woman of the Khoisan type who lived in East Africa some 200,000 years ago. Everybody in this planet, no matter what race, is descended from that woman. And she lived in Africa 200,000 years. As some of my Spelman students like to say, in the beginning was woman, and she was African. That just happens to be the truth. That just happens to be the truth. That happens to be the scientific truth. So that here we have the first identifiable female ancestor of all of the planet who was given the name Eve, lived in East Africa some 200,000 years ago, and this is consistent with the fossil record. So in this case, the biomolecular evidence and the fossil record interdigitate and confirm and support one another. Okay, now let's get into this business of the development and evolution of races. I don't have to spend much time on it. About 50,000, first of all, you have to understand a little bit about the glaciers, the Ice Age. The Ice Age began about 2 million years ago, and there were there was ice ages, there was kind of ebb and flow of the ice ages in stages over 2 million years. The last one...
Hold it right there. We're going to turn the tape on.
Okay.
So this will give the AV people a chance to turn your tapes over.
The last glaciation was the Worm Glacial. And even within the which began about, began about 80,000 years ago. Now, what happens in a glaciation is that vast sheets of ice, a mile thick, come down from the Arctic Circle, and they come down over Europe and North America, down about the level of the 51st parallel. In Africa and tropical areas, you find glaciers when the glacier ice age occurs only in the mountainous regions. Now, the last glaciation, if you will, had a let-up around 50,000 BC, which meant that Europe was temperate enough to allow habitation. Groups of people from Africa would have crossed over into Europe and inhabited most of the southern half or the southern three-quarters of Europe. And they would have been there about 40,000 years ago when there was a renewed onset of the Ice Age. Now, there were therefore 3 adaptive responses that were mandated by this. One is you could, of course, leave, which many of them probably did, or you could eat, or you could take in vitamin D. We haven't talked about vitamin D, but let's talk about it. The skin has several different functions as an organ. One of the things it does is produce vitamin D in the skin. It does that by interaction with ultraviolet light. Now, that's absolutely necessary, otherwise your bones are going to all break up, and it's just, shall we say, from a point of view at adaptation, a tremendous disadvantage. Well, in Africa, the melanin in the skin screens out most of the ultraviolet light, but there's so much sunlight, so much of the time, that enough penetrates the melanin barrier for the needs of the skin to produce vitamin D. Not a problem. Different now when you go up into Europe, you're an African or an Africoid type, Khoisan type, dark skin, black skin, and all of a sudden there is a renewed sudden onset of the Ice Age. All of a sudden it's cold, overcast, very little sun, relatively speaking. The sun does not come at the angle, the sun does not come at a direct, but at a oblique angle, and so weakens its effect. And so now the black skin that you have is actually a liability. So you have 3 adaptive choices from the point of view of producing vitamin D. Leave, eat exogenous vitamin D from the diet, but there's only one place in which you can get exogenous natural vitamin D. Ocean-going fish, northern ocean-going fish and fish oils. But we're talking about a part of Europe 1,000 to 1,500 miles inland in southwestern Russia. So the only other adaptive choice literally is to lose your skin pigment. What does white skin do? Well, in Africa, it kills you, literally, because you cannot literally stand the sun. However, the situation is completely reversed in Europe, because you've lost your skin, you've lost your melanin, and what that allows is a 3 to 5 greater penetration of the sun, and you can extract ultraviolet light much greater and much more readily to produce vitamin D. And in fact, we know that this is in fact what happens, is that white skin produces vitamin D at a 3 to 5 greater efficiency rate than black skin. And also, white skin is also more cold resistant. We found this out in World War II when blacks were 3 to 5 times more likely to get frostbite than whites among the soldiers. So this white skin now has 2 adaptive advantages in this Ice Age environment. It allows greater production of vitamin D, and it is greater protection against the cold, frigid environment. So this would have been the other adaptive choice, and this would have had to have happened. Now, what would be the mechanism by which this happens? It's one thing to propose this, it's another reason to give a plausible mechanism. You have to propose a mechanism that will allow the transmission of this characteristic of white skin to the daughter populations. The only thing that does that is a genetic mutation, and that is albinism. Albinism, the loss of the ability to make melanin, dermal melanin. Well, there are several types of albinism. The one that we want to concentrate on is albinoidism. It comes from something called tyrosinase positive albinism. It means that it is not a complete or total albinism. It is an incomplete albinism or albinoidism, which robs the skin of most of its color, but also gives ranges of hair color from blonde to brunette to red hair. Also, eye color can change from hazel to green to brown and the various eye shades you find among Europeans. It is an albinism that exhibits what we call, one, incomplete penetrance and variation of expression. So therefore, the skin retains a moderate or mild ability to tan. So it is not a total or absolute albinism, because we know that Europeans can in fact tan. So the only conclusion that you can come to as a result of all this is that those who survived the last glaciation beginning about 40,000 years ago must have been a group of albinoids who were cold adapted. Blacks are warm adapted, albinoids are cold adapted, and therefore gradually, or not so gradually, replaced their darker skinned brethren who were living in the same area. This process may have been completed between 15 and 20,000 years. I might add one other thing about warm adaptation and the so-called Negroid, quote-unquote, facies or facial morphology. Remember we talked about the necessity to lose heat. Well, where do you lose most of your heat from? Mostly from your head. 85% of the heat loss comes from the head, which is why we have kinky hair, particularly peppercorn hair. What does it do? It exposes more of the scalp to the environment. You can lose heat better that way. Why do we tend to have thick lips? It increases the surface area of the face, improves heat loss. Why do we have broad flaring nostrils? Tendency. Why? Because it allows greater movement of air, and you have to understand you don't lose just moisture from the skin, you also lose moisture from the lungs. So all of these are heat adaptations to a hot environment. Absolute opposite in Europe. You have adaptations to a cold environment, an icy environment. White skin being the first and certainly the most distinctive aspect of that, which improves vitamin D utilization and cold resistance. But narrowed nose, what does it do? It warms inspired air. Thin lips, narrowed features, reduces the surface area of the face. Hair that lays down on the back of your shoulders, it retains heat on your head. So in other words, all of these adaptations are due to basically adaptation in a cold, icy, frigid environment. This process was completed probably no later than 25,000 years BCE. We'll spend two minutes on the Mongoloid. The Mongoloid underwent a similar adaptation. The Mongoloid would have been a group of Khoisan people who would have migrated into the steppes of Siberia and undergone a similar lightening of skin, but there you have two other things that are going on as well. The steppes of Siberia are windswept all the time. So one of the things you notice about the Khoisan is that they have these epicanthal folds. So by this time they would have spread all over the world, including Southeast Asia. During a period of relative warming, would have moved up into Siberia. At the renewed onset of the glacier period, they would have had the same and similar, shall we say, environmental pressures on them. But in addition, the epicanthal folds would have been accentuated in order to protect the eyes against the winds and also the warm air of the face. The stockiness of body that is characteristic of Orientals or Asiatics, again, what does that do? It retains heat, as does the straight hair. And as check1 suggested, is that there probably also was gene interchange across the two sides of Eurasia. From the west, the Caucasoid, from the east, the Mongoloid would have modified one another by gene interchanges, although the Mongoloid continued to get gene infusions from the south all the way up to the historical period, as James Brunson has showed us. Okay, that brings us to 20,000 BC. And we have there, as I said, covered about 65 million years of human evolution in the space of about 55 minutes. But what this does, or what is important about this, is to, shall we say, give a long view of a perspective of what happened. That the humanity itself came out of the African soil by definition, and that all peoples, various races, are branches off of that trunk. This is not special pleading. It is not ideology. It is not my own particular preference as such. It just happens to be the way it happened as far as human evolution occurs. Period. End of statement. We don't need to say anything more. We don't need to get even. That is the reason why some of these things that are coming out today are really kind of pathetic, because the scientific, not only the molecular evidence, but also the skeletal evidence is very clear in this respect. So as far as what Check on the Job calls an operative scientific principle, we can come to no other conclusion. Everyone, as one person says, basically we are all Africans under the skin, simply because everything, all humanity, came ultimately out of Africa. And that is the only conclusion at which we can come to. Having said that, let us now go to the slides, which we will take about 10 minutes to go through, and then we will entertain questions and answers. What it looked like. What is interesting is that there is a segment of northeast North America which actually is of the same geological constitution as West Africa. So I like to tell people all you have to do is go to Macon, Georgia if you want to be on African soil. This just shows you some of the trees that have been developed to account for the branches out of Australopithecus afarensis. This is Johansson's tree, Donald Johansson, showing the various Australopithecines up at top. Let me see, I've got a... These are various Australopithecines, and then Homo habilis, Homo erectus, and Homo sapiens as another branch of the tree. These, of course, went into a dead end. There's another, because of another skull called the black skull, which shows an early robust type. They actually think now that there are 3 branches on the tree. That's Africanus, I think, and this is the robusts. The Africanus was different. The gracile, which we lightly built. The robusts were another branch, and then Homo was a 3rd branch. There's still arguments about that. This is Lucy, the skeleton of Lucy. Aside from her antiquity and her provenance means place of origin in southern Ethiopia, the reason why she's important is because of her age, 3.5 million years, and also that she's 40% complete. This is an artist's conception of what Lucy might have looked like. These are the footprints in the Lake Toli bed in Tanzania, which to me are some of the most remarkable things ever discovered. 3 3/4 million years. These footprints are 3 3/4 million years old in Tanzania. Actually, if you will, a snapshot of human movement that has been preserved for nearly 4 million years. To me, this is one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen. As you would imagine, coming from Africa, discovered by Mary Leakey. What this shows you is that these people from 4 million years, or nearly so, had to have been walking upright. You can't get knuckle walkers giving you this kind of impression in the soil. Again, this is just an artist's conception of these people moving across the Tanzania, what we now call the Tanzanian landscape, nearly 4 million years ago. These are members, or artist's conception of the members of the Australopithecus afarensis species. The same, in other words, these would be the same species as Lucy. Shows them kind of on the ground, foraging, but also not too far from the trees. This is the Tong baby from South Africa, discovered by Raymond Dart, which really was the first discovery that placed Africa at the forefront of paleontology. And this was discovered in 1925. Now these are artist representation of Australopithecus Australopithecus africanus, a later evolutionary side branch of afarensis. The reason why I like this particularly is it shows you the kind of environment they would have been living in. The trees, woodlands in the background, but largely out in the open in the savanna, digging for tubers, grubs, and eating off leaves and fruits. And this is how early human beings would have, our early human ancestors would have lived, and their habitat, what their habitat might have looked like. Just showing you the evolution of the various parts of the anatomy from, this is a, can't read that. This is a chimpanzee, man, you can see progressively upright, larger and higher skull, et cetera, change in the pelvic and lower leg morphology there as in an evolutionary sequence. Also, this is of the brain size. This is Australopithecus afarensis, 500 cubic centimeters. 1,000 is Homo erectus, and then modern human beings, 1,500 cubic centimeters. Just shows you a, shall we say, a kaleidoscope of heads, of skulls, again in Africa, showing you the evolution of the hominid skull all the way up to the human-like, to the modern human skull right here. And you see that the cranial morphology begins larger. This went out. Larger, and the forehead gets higher, and the brow ridges become more attenuated. These are actors who have been dressed up or made up to look like what Homo erectus would have looked like 1,000,000 years ago. That's the reason why I like this. It kind of gives you a sense of what Homo erectus, who is very close to us in every respect, might have looked like. Homo erectus doesn't disappear really until about 250,000 years ago. Most of you have seen this, I'm sure. It is interesting. I picked this up, and then I went back 3 days later to get another copy, and there were none left anywhere in the city. You know, I don't know if our ancestors wore Jerry curls or not. Nonetheless, this is how they are depicted here. This just shows you the genetic clues. You see the top, the nuclear DNA, which is double-stranded, the mitochondrial DNA, which is single-stranded, and the mitochondrial DNA has had the most impact on discussions of human evolution because, as I say, it's single-stranded and it doesn't recombine, and it's easy to look at its mutational prints. Our ancestors 200,000 years ago would have looked like this. Not all humanity's ancestors. These are people called the Bushmen, more properly called Khoisan or San people, now mainly confined to the Kalahari Desert and Namibia, or like this, people called, so-called pygmies, more properly called the Twa. These two are the modern representations. In other words, if you want to know what our ancestors might have looked like, these are the people you would have to look at today. This just shows you the three contending views of human evolution. We don't really have time to go into this. The monogenetic versus the polygenetic versus the multi-regional evolution. Perhaps we can discuss it more informally after this session. This just shows you the glaciation that occurred. What I suspect is that Caucasoid evolution occurred at the level of the 51st parallel. And what is interesting is that we know that the glacier came down to the 51st parallel, encompassing southern Russia, and then you look at, there are 3 Aurignacian sites of the so-called Hottentot Venuses that are right along the 51st parallel, and they're old, and they're 40,000 years old. To me, that is, again, indirect support of our contention. I'm sure those of you have seen this. It's quite clear from the hairstyle and the steatophagy on the buttocks, steatophagy meaning abnormal accumulation of fat on the buttocks, which is certainly an African, particularly a Southern African trait, that these are African women, black African women. And yet, as we know, these were found in Europe. These represent the first Europeans. The first European women would have looked like this, or at least their idea, obesity was idealized then, because it was a symbol of the maternal and fertility symbol. In other words, but these would be our first Europeans. And these, and you can see a so-called Khoisan or Hottentot woman in the middle for comparison. And these and their African counterparts would have looked like that in the Sahara. This comes from the Sahara. Okay, these are the so-called Bushmen or Khoisan. I like to show this because some of the characteristics that I was talking about, the peppercorn hair, the brownish yellow complexion, and the so-called slanted eyes, if you will, to use that term, are, shall we say, precursors of the Mongoloid type. Even though they're only found in Africa today, there was a time when they would have been distributed all over the tropical areas of the world. And again, these are some Khoisan women. I think this is the Kalahari Desert. And again, I like that because of the peppercorn hair, which shows you the heat part of the heat adaptation that I was talking to you about. Now, you would think that this is a Khoisan woman from South Africa, so-called Bushman woman, color, hair texture, steatophagy, everything. Actually, she's an Andaman Islander off the coast of Malaysia and India. She is an Asian. She represents, as does this woman, the first Asians. This is where they came from. Look at the map in the upper right-hand corner. The Andaman Islands are just off the coast of Thailand. They belong to India. And you can see an Andaman Island here today. These represent the first inhabitants of Asia. Okay, let me go quickly. Khmer. This is Solomon Islands, Southeast Asia, South Pacific. This, I think, is New Guinea. I also want to show you New Guineans and Australians. Some of them have blonde and red hair, showing you again some of the precursors to those types of hair colors in what became the European. This is from Fiji. Philippines, this is a quote, Negrito, unquote. This is Australia. Australia, again, look at that, very striking, the yellow hair. That's natural hair, that's natural blonde. They don't have to bleach themselves to get that. So even natural blonde hair is something that, appears among us first. This just shows you the route of migration. You find that the seas were shallower then, and it'd be easier to get from India and the Asian mainland to the South Pacific. And I think, this just shows you again a kind of a montage of African faces from around the world. And here, and I think I'm over my time, so let's leave some time for question and answers. Thank you very much for your attention. Can we have the lights, please?
Question about a book called Adam the Altair Green, Children of the Sun. It talks about cataclysm.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've never read it. I know what you're talking about.
It puts into context how dinosaurs could have just left this earth. The changing of our, raciation, and the differences of our cultures from the environment. I just wanted you to expound on that type of, something happened cosmologically.
Well, some people call it punctated evolution, that, things seem to be moving along slowly over tens of thousands of millions of years. The dinosaurs were here for, 100 million years. All of a sudden something, as you say, cataclysmic, whether it be a meteor or an earthquake or some kind of change in the Earth's magnetic sphere, will absolutely, completely alter the environment. Many will die and perish, but no species ever is, no life is not ever completely and absolutely destroyed. It just creates but what happens is when you get that kind of a cataclysm, you get very rapid development of new species. The reason why Caucasians evolved so quickly, relatively speaking, is because that environmental impact was so cataclysmic. This is what you find. You find marginal populations subject to a tremendous change of environment will develop into different types of variations or species very rapidly. And so some people call that punctated equilibrium. So that's, again, an operative scientific concept.
The other two quick comments were relating to, since we're all learning every day, you mentioned that the Neanderthal man kind of reached a dead end.
Yes.
There's been research showing that their genes are still around but not our genes.
Okay, let me ask me that question, because that's a long, complicated answer. Let me just say this about Neanderthal. It used to be Europeans used to belittle and ridicule Neanderthal. Now they're resurrecting him. Why? Because mainly he's in Europe, and they're trying to say that, well, now they're using him as a weapon against the African origin of humanity. Say, well, really, here's Neanderthal, and really he was one of us. And so really, this is evidence that human beings might really have begun in Europe after all. But Neanderthal, he dies out. His ridges are different from ours. His frontal lobes are different from ours. He's a different species altogether. It's just another sort of, shall we say, clutching at straws, anything to beat back this idea that all of us, everybody on this planet, go back far enough and they got a black ancestor.
Okay, thank you. I'll save the other comments for later on.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the messenger for the message. I have a lot of interest in how Africans from their development of civilizations have gotten to the point where we are now. Can you comment on the whole thing about xenophobic and xenophilic, and why is it that we were the first people on the earth, the first civilizations and everything, how do we get to the condition that we were now?
Ooh. complicated question. Some of it would be due, and I'm not going to answer all of it. I'm only going to deal with one part of it. Some of it would be due to what check1 refers to as a kind of natural regression that afflicts all peoples, all cultures, and all civilizations. Not all of it, but a good bit of it. However, only two people that I know of have tried to deal with this issue of essentially what happened in history. One of them, of course, is Chancellor Williams in Destruction of Black Civilization, and the other was check1 himself, looking at the motors of decadence, degeneration, and decline, such that Africa went into its dark age about 500 years ago. So some of it, Job talks about the sort of internal contradictions of any society that lay the seeds for its own destruction. What were those? Well, we could talk about that, but it requires a much more in-depth discussion that we really have time for here. But it's something, I'm not dismissing the question, because I think that it should be an entirely entirely concentrated field of research in and of itself. Only two people have really dealt with that, and that issue is long from being resolved or long from being dealt with. And I'd like to see more people who have that kind of scholarly bent go in and look at the causes of the decline and degeneration of Africa.
All praises be to the ancestors for its descendant that has brought us this message. My question simply is, at what place in human history, if at all, would you place the myth of Atlantis? Where on earth would you place it, if at all? And what did these people look like, if at all?
Again, let me not speak from the point of view of being authoritative. Let me just say what, Atlantis, some people say Atlantis is a myth. Some people say it represented a true happening. The truth always lies the combination. Conceivably, it was both. Some people say Atlantis really represented the explosion of the island of Santorin off the coast, off near Crete, around 1450 BC, and that cataclysm affected the Mediterranean world, and that gave rise to the myth of Atlantis. Others say that Atlantis actually existed off the Atlantic Ocean, and Frobenius claimed to have been able to find evidence of this sort of prehistoric super civilization in West Africa, as an example. I just think that the issue is out. I think the thing is, you could argue it all day long. I do not dismiss it out of hand, but I just don't feel like any of us has enough information aside from what has mainly the argument, or mainly the evidence comes from Plato's Timaeus, in which he discusses what Solon found among the ancient Egyptian priests. So again, there's been a lot of verbiage about it, but again, the hard evidence is lacking. It has persisted. Am I on? Oh, good. Thank you very much for this warm African welcome. It's a pleasure to be here in this sacred place, because there was a time when we walked daily in sacred places, that everything we did had a sacred significance because we lived according to ritual. Life was a ritual, because ritual is that which connects you with the divine. So that you walk ritualistically, that means you walk with the divine. That is home. That is where the real home is, you see. And what we find now is Africa, through her spiritual reality, is calling us home. In following up on this poem, I'd like to just read something to you and talk a little bit about black holes. And then we can kind of get into the heart of the matter. And there was even a novel written called The Heart of Darkness. And we are going to get into the heart of darkness, calling this chemware and dark matter. This is from a scientist describing dark matter. Dark matter is strange stuff. It is all around you, but you can't see it. It is whistling by your ears, but you can't hear it. It is arguably the most important material in the universe. But until recently, scientists had no idea that it existed. It will decide the fate of the universe, but we have no idea what it is. Now I'm going to read you from quotation from E.A. Wallace Budge, Gods of the Egyptians. The older company of gods have been described as personifications of aspects or phases or properties of primeval matter, and may thus be enumerated. Nu-nut, because they're always paired. In the ancient African conception, there is no male without female, no female without male, ever. You never have them separate. They always come together. There is no universe without that complementarity there. Nu-nut is the boundless primordial fluid mass. Hehu-hehut is limitlessness and infinity. Amen-ament is the hidden and the invisible, and Kekui-kekut is the primary darkness. This describes the state of existence prior to the onset of this universe. Also from E.A. Wallace Budge, Osiris. Hail Osiris, stand up, rise up, like Bob Marley said. Stand up, rise up. Thy mother Nut gives thee birth. Thy two sisters make thee to journey. In thy name, Chemware, the great black one. So we have the sense of blackness being at the very heart and the essence of the beginning of things, right at the very beginning of the African development of their worldview. You see, because the thing about what they found out about dark matter in the universe is that it makes up between 90 to 99% of the universe. So this is why in the ancient African conceptions they say light is born from darkness. Because darkness is the primeval reality. In fact, it exists really in our own sense of ourselves. Why? Because neuroscientists have determined that the brain, the mind, is 10% consciousness and 90% unconsciousness. 90% darkness, if you will like, 10% light. But that everything that we are, therefore, is embedded, buried, contained, enfolded in that womb-like 90% of unconsciousness. So you can begin to see the significance of the great black, of the great chemware. Now let's talk about black holes. Black holes is a condition, is a celestial condition that occurs when a huge, massive star, maybe 10 to 100 times the size of our own sun, at the end of its life, collapses down. And in collapsing down, it collapses down so far that it gets to a place of such massive, unimaginable density and weight that it creates so much gravity that nothing can escape from it, not even light. That is the reason why it is called black hole. But you see what happens when it gets to that place. You see black holes all over the universe. In fact, our galaxy, at the center of our galaxy and other galaxies are black holes, and in fact, it is the black hole that makes our galaxy spin. It is the black hole that makes other galaxies spin. You see, and this is what you see, by the way, in ancient Kemet and among the Dogon, is that they have this concept of things that spin and revolve and rotate. The Earth spins on its axis. The moon revolves around the Earth and spins on its axis. The Earth spins on its axis, revolves around the sun. The sun spins on its axis and revolves around the center of the galaxy. The galaxy spins on its axis and spins around the center of the cluster of galaxies to which it belongs. That cluster spins on its axis and revolves around a center around which the supercluster begins, so that everything spins, revolves, and rotates in a circular fashion. And you find this over and over again in Dogon thinking. You might say Dogon thinking even precedes these scientific ideas that we find becoming
the avant-garde of what we think of as modern physics. And often these forces that are controlling the spinning and the movement of the universe are black holes. And it is thought that if you move through a black hole, you can move into another universe. You see, because modern physics tells us that at the time of the creation of this universe, everything in time-space was concentrated in a single speck smaller than a proton. And then at the point of creation, everything exploded. And that is when creation began 15 billion years ago. But it exploded into more than one universe. Well, the Dogons say exactly the same thing. The Dogons say there are maybe 28 universes that came into being. And this is what modern science tells us. In fact, the Dogon have a word for it. They say these universes were superposed at the beginning of creation. So in this cycle of creation, there are multiple universes existing side by side, and the African philosophy tells us this, but you see, there have been other creations. And even after this universe is gone, because if it had a beginning, it must have an end, there will be other universes. The Dogons say this as well. So you can begin to see how what science is doing is finally catching up with African thought that is already tens of thousands of years old. So with that as a mere introduction to our subject, let us get into, as I say, the heart of darkness. Now we're going to do this, let's go ahead and turn on the slides. Let's dim only as many lights as we need to be able to see things. Let's try not to have total darkness if we can help it. We can get these lights up here. We are going to do what I call at first a geoethnic survey of ancient Kemet. Now, in some ways, this may not be necessary, but I like to do it anyway. So that when we talk about ancient Kemet, we have some visual sense of the people that we are referring to, because that's sometimes not that easy to dredge up. Why? Because we are constantly bombarded in the media with images of African civilization populated by people who do not look like African people. So we have to create our counter images, and it's something that we have to do time and time again. Okay, that's good. I like to try to avoid total darkness if we can, so why don't we just leave it at that, even though the image isn't as sharp as I'd like it to be, but I think it's enough for our purposes, because I would like us to, I like to be able to see the audience, and also because I have some things to share. Now, I like to show this because this is Northeast Africa, the Nile Valley, the land of Kemet and Cush, later called Egypt by the Greeks, which was not its original name. And as I like to tell audiences who are hearing this for the first time, Egypt is not now, nor has it ever been, in the Middle East. Egypt is not now, nor has it ever been in the Middle East. And indeed, what we call the Middle East, Syria, Palestine, etc., is really Africa's northeast extension. It is fundamentally a part of Africa. When you get right down to it, that is true not only geographically, as you can see, but geologically. Now, why make this point? Because the term Middle East seems to be a rather harmless term on the face of it, but it distorts our whole geopolitical reality. Because you use the term Middle East to describe parts of Africa in a way that literally severs a large part of African territory, culture, and history from Africa itself. So it seems to be a harmless term, but it's very insidious. Really, it's very destructive. And it has no basis in reality. There is no such thing as the Middle East. It's an artifact. Now, okay. Now, let's go to the next slide, please. Before we do that, that's even better. The point I like to make before we go on, though, is that when you think of Egypt and Nubia, Egypt and Sudan, or Kemet and Cush, you have to think of them more appropriately, I like to say, as one great cultural complex. Egypt came out of Ethiopia or Cush, and for the duration of the dynastic period of 4,000 years, they formed one great cultural complex. So less and less, I I refer not so much to Kemet and Kush or Egypt and Nubia, but to Nile Valley civilization, as a way of understanding that we're talking about a civilization, a cultural complex that encompasses what I call Northeast Africa and indeed the Nile Valley. Next slide, please. Good. We're just going to look very quickly at some faces from ancient Kemet. This is, as you know, the Sphinx, the most famous monument in the world. Even though his nose is blown off, is African. The African character of his features are so unmistakable and clear that they are obvious to all. Next slide, please. It is the oldest and most famous monument in the world. The other thing about the Sphinx that we can say is that there is evidence now that it may be 2 or 3 times older than what we think. This evidence comes from the body of the Sphinx, but also the ditch around it, which has been fissured by cracks, very deep and very numerous, that could only come from the erosive effect of water, particularly rainwater. Well, it hasn't rained on a consistent basis in the Nile Valley for 7,000 years. So that means at the time that the Sphinx was built, it was still raining. So what it has led some geologists to conclude is that the Sphinx may, instead of being merely 4,500 years old or thereabouts, or 5,000 years old even, is maybe 7,000 to 10,000 years old. So that this being the architectural monument and engineering marvel that it is, it means that the civilization who built it is that old as well. So Kemet, therefore, is very likely 2 or 3 times older than what the history books tell us. Next slide, please. Narmer Menes, the founder of the United Kingdom of the Two Lands, which were called Kemet, going back 6,000 years ago. Next slide, please, again. This is one of the, I think this is one of the Amenemhets of the Middle Kingdom, 4,000 years ago. Next slide, please. We'll do these relatively quickly. This is Djoser from the 3rd dynasty, the pharaoh under whom Imhotep worked. Next slide, please. This is again one of the Amenemhets. I think it's Amenemhet the 1st or 2nd, from the Middle Kingdom of 4,000 years ago. The family of Amenemhet was from Nubia because the annals of Kemet say so. They themselves acknowledge their Nubian origins. Next slide, please. So the entire Middle Kingdom pharaohs were really Nubians. This is Tutmosis III from the 18th dynasty, the so-called Napoleon of antiquity, and certainly the greatest conqueror in antiquity, Mother Nubian also. Next slide, please. This is also one of the Middle Kingdom pharaohs who was wearing one of the crowns of Amun in his true and natural coloring. Next slide, please. Let's do these quickly. Mentuhotep II from the Middle Kingdom, represented in his true and natural coloring. Next slide, please. Amos Nefertari, one of the founding ancestress of the 18th dynasty, in her true and natural coloring. Next slide, please. King Tut in his true and natural coloring. Next slide, please. This is Amun, and it's either Amun or it's a pharaoh who has the crown of Amun. But notice again the coloring, either both of Amun, who was the primary deity from the Middle Kingdom onward, or the pharaoh representing him. Next slide, please. This is from the tomb of Ramesses III, going back 3,200 years ago. This is a scene from that tomb showing you the 4 major ethnic groups with whom the ancient people of Kemet were in everyday contact. On the far right is a Yamu from Western Asia. Next to him is a Nehesi, or Nubian if you like, from the Sudan. Second from the left, third from the right is a Tehenu from the northern coast of Libya. And on the far left is a Rametu. Rametu was one of the ancient names of the people of Kemet for themselves. Notice that therefore the Egyptian, if you like, or the representative of Kemet and the representative of Nubia, the Sudan, are exactly the same, with the only difference is, excuse me, I know I'm kind of moving back and forth here, is that the Rametu has 3 tassels, the Nubian has but 2. So here in the tomb of Ramesses III, the people of ancient Kemet are in Technicolor, are telling you who they are, what they look like, who they are related to, and where they come from. Next slide, please. Osiris, the most outstanding and important deity, the deity of resurrection for 4,000 years, represented as the great, as we saw at the beginning, he was called Kemwer, the great black one. Next slide, please. Akhenaten. Akhenaten, remarkable for a number of reasons, not the least of which he is the first and only pharaoh to allow himself and his family to be represented in portraiture and sculpture the way he actually looked. And therefore you can see the African features unmistakably because he allowed himself to be painted the way or carved the way he really looked. Next slide, please. This is his daughter. He had 6 daughters. Note the longness of head and the prominence of jaw. Whenever you get that there's a scientific name for that longness of head. It's called dolichocephaly or dolichocephaly. When you see that and you see that and the jawline both together, you have a 99.9% certainty that that is an East African phenotype. Now, again, it's important to not to be afraid of certain kinds of words. Phenotype is another scientific term. It just means the sum total of your physical characteristics, your hair, your eyes, your height, your skin color, etc. This, therefore, is an East African phenotype, and the way we know this, beyond my just telling you so, comes in the next slide. This is a Watutsi woman from the royal family more than 100 years ago. Again, notice that tendency to longness of head, prominence of lower jaw. It is as if she and the bust of Akhenaten's daughter that we saw on the earlier slide, they are sisters, you might say, even though separated by 3,000 years of time and 3,000 miles of space. Next slide, please. Let's keep going. We've got a lot to cover. If you were going to go to Africa today to look at people closest to what the people of Kemet might have looked like before the time of Christ, you might go to East Africa and Tanzania and Kenya, where you see a rather striking-looking people known as the Maasai. This is a young woman from the Maasai people. Next slide, please. Or you would go to what is now Nubia, southern Egypt, and northern Sudan, where you see people looking like this. Next slide, please. Or you would go to the Afar Triangle of Ethiopia, where you'd see people belonging to the Danakil. Note the hairstyle, the coloration, the features. It is as if one of the portraits from ancient Kemet had come alive and taken flesh and blood in this rather striking-looking portrait of this Danakil warrior from the Afar Triangle of Ethiopia. These are the faces of ancient Kemet that still survive among us, and others that we could show you. Next slide, please. Okay, now let us get into the heart of the matter, the heart of the matter. What is this? This is actually a granite cubit measurement. The Egyptian word for the word of Kemet was meh. Why do I make a point of this? They had several standards of measurement, but this was their most important one. It was their chief cubit. It was the measurement they used in the building of all sacred buildings. They used to make it out of black granite, and they used to keep it in a place that never varied more than 1 or 2 degrees from 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Why? Because stone and wood and anything else will contract and expand according to changes in temperature. So you keep it at a constant temperature so that the length, which is minutely and precisely determined, maintains itself as a standard for the entire country. So the cubit actually became itself a symbol of that which was right, exact, and precise. It became the standard of the builder and the scientist. And it became the image and the symbol of precision and exactitude. Next slide, please. Now let's jump back in time and space a little bit. You look at this, and on the left you see what is actually one bone. Although you see 2 pictures there, it's 2 sides of a single bone. That bone was discovered by a man by the name of Deheinselin in what is now Zaire, northeastern Zaire, in the Great Lakes region of Africa. He noticed some very interesting features about this bone, the most important of which are these markings that you see. These grouped markings were determined to be numbers. Not only were they numbers, but they were numbers that revealed a familiarity with the decimal system, prime numbers, and even multiplication by duplication, a phenomenon you find later on in mathematics in the Rin mathematical papyrus. This is, as you say, might call it a early or proto-mathematics. Well, Heinzland at first said, well, this bone is about 8,500 years old. Well, that's fairly old, but there are other artifacts as old as that. But about, 7 years ago, they redated this bone. And what they found is that the bone wasn't 8,500 years old, it's 25,000 years old. Going back into the Paleolithic period, in the center of Africa, in the heart of Africa, in the heart of darkness, if you like, in the what I call the womb and the cradle land of race, the human race and culture. This is the example of proto-mathematics in place in Africa 25,000 years ago. Africa is not only the biological home of humanity and the cultural home of humanity, which it is where human culture begins, and of course it is where logically human civilization would have to begin. Next slide, please. Let us now fast forward in some sense about 20-odd thousand years later. This is the title page of the oldest formal textbook of mathematics. Goes back a mere 3,800 years ago in Northeast Africa in the Nile Valley. The Rind mathematical papyrus, the title page, in which it says, technique or method for finding all hidden, to uncover all hidden things and to plumb all secrets, which I think is a very interesting title for a mathematical textbook, if I must say so myself. Next slide, please. The Rind mathematical papyrus and the 3 other mathematical fragments that have survived from ancient Kemet show that they were completely familiar with the theory of numbers and arithmetic. This is problem number 24, which shows that they had the ability of finding the solution of an equation by means of an unknown. That, by definition, is algebra. Now, the reason why this is important is because your history of mathematicians say that algebra was invented 1,500 years later. And here is an algebra, and there are other algebraic problems that you can find in these ancient mathematical textbooks from Northeast Africa. Next slide, please. This is problem number 51, which gives you the formula for finding the area of a triangle, 1/2 base times height. So this is relatively basic geometry. Next slide, please. But problem number 56 is something else. Problem number 56, let me see if I can, actually, it might be better if I get my glasses on and actually read this a little bit. Yes. Problem number 56 in the Rind mathematical papyrus, that's the one you see up there, seeks to find the slope of a pyramid whose height is 250 cubits and whose base is 360 cubits. The answer is 5 1/25 palms for each cubit in height, representing the cotangent of the angle of the slope of the pyramid's face. Now, if you've got a cotangent, if you can find cotangents, you know the way you can find tangents is that you flip the cotangent over. It's the inverse of a tangent. The other thing too, just look at that. Imagine that pyramid is 3-dimensional because that's what it's supposed to be. Now, all you really have to do is inscribe a triangle inside that pyramid. A right triangle whose height is also the same as the height of the pyramid. Therefore, the face becomes the hypotenuse. And half of the pyramid's base becomes the base of that right triangle, and then the height of the pyramid becomes the height of the right triangle. When you have all that in place, and it's really just a matter of drawing it in, you then can find sine and cosine. So now, if they had the tangent and cotangent and the ability to find sine and cosine, by definition, they have trigonometry. Now, the reason why I make that point is because every historian of science tells you that trigonometry wasn't invented until Hipparchus did 1,500 years later. Now, you see, we're not just talking about rudimentary calculation, we are now moving into the realm of higher mathematics. The foundation of all mathematics. Next slide, please. It even gets more sophisticated yet. This is actually older than the Rind mathematical papyrus, going back to the Old Kingdom. What you saw at the top, see the top is a scale drawing of the curve whose particulars are indicated on the ancient diagram shown below. And that's an architect's diagram defining a curve by its coordinates. So now you've moved into the realm of coordinate geometry. Now this is now nearly 6,000 years old. So I always ask black students of every level, why are you afraid of mathematics when your ancestors invented it? Why would you want to give it up and give it away when it is a product of Africa? Next slide, please. For those of you who have been to Kemet, you have undoubtedly seen the Temple of Dendera. Behind the Temple of Dendera, which is dedicated to Hathor, or Hether, is a chapel dedicated to Isis. There is a place as you move into the central vestibule of the chapel dedicated to Isis, where you have to imagine that this is actually up above you. There is this square aperture down through which light beams or shines. You see, now you look at these, what these represent are really light waves or white light beams. But you see, they have waveforms. So here, they are demonstrating that the people of ancient Kemet understood that light moves in waves. That wasn't known in Europe until Newton and Christian Huygens in the 17th century. That's about 2,000 years later. Next slide. In fact, they are very ingenious in their use of light. Those of you who have been and seen the temples and the tombs will note that you can go into the deepest, darkest, most inaccessible recesses of the temples, and you will find these brilliantly colored, very precise scenes. And yet there's no soot or any evidence of combustion. So that means they didn't use candles. Now, unless you're going to say that they use electricity, and I don't even want to get into that just yet, let's take a simple answer and then speculate later about electricity. Is that what they apparently did, though, which was equally as effective as electricity, was they used a system of mirrors to bring light in from the surface all the way into the deepest, darkest recesses of the temple in such a way that they could literally light up the entire temple that way. Next slide, please. Now, this is what you all came to hear, believe it or not, so let's spend some time with it. We've already talked about that the Earth is not just a static ball in space. It's not only smooth, but it spins. It spins on its axis. But because of the gravitational pull of the sun and the moon, it doesn't spin in a straight up and down spinning motion. It floats because of the gravitational attraction. Now, those of you who have children and or grandchildren, and if you've ever bought a top for them, go home tonight and spin the top. If you don't spin the top completely straight up and down, you will find that while the top is spinning, it wobbles and describes a circle. Well, that is exactly what the Earth does, and that circle that top makes as it wobbles is called the precession. So that the Earth, the celestial North Pole, wobbles around the North Pole of the ecliptic, which is the vertical North Pole, in a period of 26,000 years. This is a period that was discovered in Africa minimally 50,000 years ago. Now, what did they do? Well, they did a couple of things. Over the years after they had discovered this phenomenon, they divided this circle into two different cycles or circles, one around the equator and one around the North Pole of the ecliptic. The one around the equator was divided into 12 arcs, and in each arc there was a constellation given to define the arc. And with 26,000 years, what you would do is that you would stand at the first day of spring, the spring equinox, and watch what constellation rose at dawn. And that would be the constellation that defined the age. But that if you watch for 2,160 years, slowly but surely that constellation would move out of that position and another constellation would move in its place. And if you stood there for 26,000 years, the original constellation would come back that you first started to observe. Well, you can do the same thing for the North Pole. But you see, in the North Pole, there are only 7 constellations, so it's 3,700 years. But both of them are what they call great years. Now, what we're in the constellation right now is that rises at the spring equinox is Pisces. But Pisces is moving, in 100 years, will move off of the horizon, and Aquarius will move in its place. Now, Aquarius now is called the water man, but Aquarius wasn't the water man to begin with. Aquarius was the great mistress of the waters, Hathor Nut. And later, we turned into the water man as Hapi. And you note that to show you that Hapi was originally female, Hapi, the god of the Nile, and that her Nile has a female breast. Well, what we're interested in actually, we're interested in that, yes. And we're also interested in what happens around the North Pole. Because you see, right now what's in place, the North Pole star is in the constellation of the Great Bear. Little Bears. But the little bear is a Greek term. According to, if you go back into this planisphere of Dendera and Kemet, it wasn't a little bear at all, it was a jackal. This is the reason why jackals, wolves, foxes, and dogs have such importance, right? Have had such importance over the last 3,000 years, symbolically. And we could go into that, but for lack of time, let's move on. But what is getting ready to happen, however, is that these two cycles are getting ready to coincide for the only twice in 26,000 years that they do that, at the beginning of the cycle and in the middle of the cycle. Where we're in the middle of a 26,000-year cycle, and in the next 100 years, the two cycles will coincide. We've already talked about Hathor Nut, the great mother of the waters. But, next slide, please. Okay, and this shows you what happens, okay? This just shows you what happens. This is the North Star, and slowly but surely, this is the North Star. The North Stars change every 3,700 years, and slowly but surely, the constellations change every 2,160 years. So this shows you the two phenomena of the great year, the two precessions, both defined by the same phenomenon. Next slide, please. And this is the zodiac of Dendera, which shows you the entire Egyptian heaven, northern heaven in particular, and the whole phenomenon of the precession. We don't have time to go into detail on that because we could do an entire lecture just on this. Next slide, please. But here, next slide, please. Next slide, please. But here is where it comes home in a very immediate way that we can all understand. This is the northern heaven. You see, here is the great little bear, and that's Polaris. That's the North Star now. But 100 years, it won't be the North Star, and therefore the little bear, or really the jackal, won't be the defining constellation of the polar age. Who is moving? Because it is this constellation that is moving into place in the North Pole position. Now, even though the drawing doesn't show you this, it is Cepheus, but when Cepheus moves into the North Pole position in about 100 years or less, and by the way, those effects are already being felt, because when you move from one age to the next, the effects are felt for at least 150 years to 200 years even before you get to that point. Now, but who is Cepheus? Cepheus is the Ethiopian king. You wonder why the Million Man March happened the way it happened? It was cosmically preordained. Cepheus, even though he doesn't look like an Ethiopian, that's what he is. He's the Ethiopian king in mythology. He is going to be the ruler of the next age. So it's the black Ethiopian king who will rule the next age. And now you can see why the Million Man March happened the way it did, why it drew that many men in one place, right around the lake that's designed after the lake at Karnak, next to the Ben stone. So you have to understand, Jesus himself said, there will be portents in the sun and moon and stars, and the celestial powers will be shaken. The celestial powers will be shaken, yes, because this celestial power will move and another celestial power will be in place, and that will be the celestial power of the black king. It's not because I want it to be that way, it is because what God and nature and the cosmos intended. So we are being pulled along by cosmic forces that we are only dimly aware of. And our history, therefore, is cosmically determined. Even the reassertion of the principle that has been evident for the last 15 years is cosmically determined because it is Hathor Nut who is going to define the next zodiac, the next zodiacal age in the same time, 100 years. So it's going to be the great mother of the waters walking hand in hand with the Ethiopian king that will determine world history for the next 2,000 years. Next slide, please. This is just one of the methods. We have no evidence that they had telescopes, but they had very effective methods, even without a lot of sophisticated apparatus, for making the most refined and precise measurements of heavenly bodies. And this is one of them, to give you the declination and azimuth of stars that are rising and setting over the horizon. Next slide, please. Now, look at this. Those of you who've been to Kemet will recognize it immediately as the Temple of Karnak. Karnak is so large, it was a city within a city. It was the holy city. It was a god. It was the original Vatican. It could hold and support 50,000 people. Because if you've ever been there, the place is just mammoth. It's huge. And if you take the regular tour, it doesn't give you all of it. But I want you see this. This is the central corridor, the central alignment of Karnak. You, as you are watching it, are standing at the west. Now, that central axis is actually oriented in such a way, it is oriented to the western hills, so precisely that on the first day of summer, June 21st, as the sun sets over the western hills, and just before it goes down the hills, it throws a thin shaft of light right down that corridor, and it doesn't do that anymore, but it did when it was built. And it flashed for 5 minutes on the Holy of Holies in the sanctuary. You got to understand, you see, these pylons and gates were narrow, they narrow, and there was the roof over Karnak, and so what they did is that they concentrated the beam of light in the exact same way cameras and telescopes do. So it wasn't just a temple, it was also an almanac and a calendar. Next slide, please. Now, the Great Pyramid. Yeah, yes. As you know, the Washington Monument is just a copy of the Ben stone, which is the sacred monument of the so-called obelisk, which was sacred to the sun. And we could spend a whole lecture doing nothing but that. Now, when Napoleon conquered Egypt in 1798, he brought an army of technicians and surveyors with him, and scientists. The first thing he asked them to do was to measure his new domain. Well, they found out that their job was very easy, because all they had to do was project an imaginary line through the middle of the pyramid due north, and where it crossed the Mediterranean coast, it bisected the delta into two equilateral triangles, which could therefore be measured by trigonometry. So if Napoleon could do that, then the priest-physician, or the priest-scientist who put that in place could do that. Let's continue. Next slide, please. The pyramid rises to a height of 481.5 feet. It is built of 2.7 million blocks of stone. The smallest stone is 2.5 tons, and the largest stone is somewhere between 70 and 100 tons. If you were to take the intact masonry of the Great Pyramid, by the way, can you hear me in the back? I don't want you to miss any of this. If you could take all of the intact masonry of the Great Pyramid and cut it up into 1-foot blocks, you could build a wall that would circle 2/3 of the globe. And you know they built it without even using the wheel? They used to float 1,000-ton blocks of granite from Aswan 500 miles down the river, and they can't even do that today. The pyramid was oriented precisely to the 4 cardinal points. The base of the pyramid, the side of each base of the pyramid was 755 feet, 6 inches, with an average error of 1/10,000th. The casing stones that covered the pyramid were so finely jointed that you could not and cannot insert a piece of your hair in between the joints, even today, where they are still in existence. The area of the base of the pyramid is 13 acres. But it's real interesting. If you look at the height of the pyramid, it is, if you measure it, it is the radius of a circle that you can create by turning the base of the square base of the pyramid into a circle. And therefore you can find the square base by the area of the perimeter of the square base by 2 pi r. So that means they had built the constant, the geometric constant of pi, into the pyramid. The descending passage was precisely aligned to the North Pole star that was in place 3,350 years BC, and it used to shine down to the grotto and into a pool of water. And of course, it's only in that place once every 26,000 years. The so-called ventilating shaft of the King's Chamber oriented exactly to Orion in the southern heavens, and the one from the Queen's Chamber is oriented exactly to Sirius, also in the southern heaven. There has never been anything like it in the world. None, nothing. Do you know the other thing about the Great Pyramid? Where the Great Pyramid sits, if you were to take all the there are 360 degrees of longitude around the Earth, right? The longitude of the Great Pyramid goes through more landmass than any other longitude in the world. The latitude of the Great Pyramid, going right through the Great Pyramid, goes through more latitudinal landmass than any other latitude in the world. So the Great Pyramid, from the point of view of land, is the center of the Earth. This is the reason why that not only in Egypt, but in Greece, Rome, Palestine, India, and China, build their cities in fixed intervals to the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid was the prime meridian. The prime meridian we got now going through Greenwich, England, is a complete artifact. It's not based on anything. The original prime meridian was the Great Pyramid. Next slide, please. In early spring, when the sun rises just high enough above the apex of the Great Pyramid, the whole shadow of the north face vanishes at the stroke of noon, and therefore they can tell the beginning of the first day of spring. Next slide, please. Let's read the legend. The truncated pyramid depicted by Proctor would have made an observation platform 142 feet high and 175 feet square. The cardinal points or compass roads could have been marked by the upright posts on the periphery of the platform. To locate the rising and setting of stars east and west, azimuth observers could occupy the center of the square from which they could command the entire compass. What happened was, before they finished the pyramid, they stopped construction. This is at the 50th course. The 50th course is exactly half the area of the base. And from there, they made all of these observations and measurements. Then they finished. They did that maybe for a year, and then they finished the pyramid. Next slide, please. It just so happened what we call the Grand Gallery, which points directly south on the 50th concourse. According to Proctor, a 19th century astronomer, when you look at this, what they call, there's a word for it, I'm forgetting it. You see this kind of shape here, where it's kind of beveled like that. He says, no architect by himself would ever make an opening with this kind of a shape. He says the only ones to whom that would be necessary would be astronomers. Because what they would do is that they would post trained sky watchers up and down this gallery, so at night they could take measurement after measurement of these stars moving across this meridian. That means they could determine a meridian in the sky, which is a longitude, and they could determine a meridian on the earth. They could also determine the speed of the star moving across this meridian, and therefore that would allow them to determine the speed of the rotation of the vault of heaven, which is another way of saying they could determine the speed of the rotation of Earth. Next slide, please. I'm going to, in the interest of time, let's go on because this is there's some. I want to get to something else. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the Piri-Reis map. The Piri-Reis map was compiled in 1513 by a Turkish admiral by the name of Piri-Reis. He had 20 maps at his disposal. One came from Columbus, and I'll tell you in a minute where the others came from. Now you look at this map, I hope you can see it. You see the western bulge of Africa, you see Spain, the Mediterranean, the eastern prominence of South America, the Caribbean, and Antarctica. You see these compass roses and these lines moving in diagonal directions from the compass roses, but you see all of these particular features of the map are in correct latitudinal and longitudinal relationship to one another. Map making of this exactitude wasn't even possible in Europe until 250 years later, because it wasn't until then that they could even determine longitude. This map was compiled from earlier maps that were even more accurate and even more sophisticated, and these maps, according to Piri-Reis himself, came from the time of Alexander, 300 years BC. But what does that mean? When we say time of Alexander, that's just a time. Where was the center of the map? And remember, this is called a Portolano map. The center of the map would be the place where, in a sense, the map was built. The original maps were situated. You look at these compass roses. These represent the left ring of a perfect circle. You can see that the map is torn off. If the map was complete, you would see the rest of Africa, Asia, India, etc. But it is possible through trigonometry to determine the center of the map, and therefore the place where the map makers themselves were situated, 300 BC and earlier. Next slide, please. Again, this just shows you diagrammatically the compass roses as a left rim of a circle through the Atlantic. Next slide, please. The center of the map was determined after 2 years of numerous calculations to be 23.5 degrees north and 30 degrees east. Now, where is that? Next slide, please. It's 100 miles west of Aswan in Upper Egypt. Now you got to understand something. To have made a map like this, not only would they have had to have precise knowledge of Africa, South America, Europe, they would have to have precise knowledge of the entire world. You got to understand something. The idea that nobody started sailing oceans until Columbus decided to do so, at least not the Atlantic Ocean, is a fiction. Again, it has nothing to do with historical reality, or across the Pacific, for that matter. How did the Hawaiians get to Hawaii? Our people from the Tongan Islands sailed in catamaran canoes, not once, but in waves, over 3,000 miles of open ocean, using only the stars and their knowledge of the movement of waves and how clouds form and wind patterns to guide them. There was an African kingdom called a city called Malindi on the East African coast that sent in 1415, 80 years before Columbus, a giraffe across the Indian Ocean and up the South China Sea to the Emperor of China. The Greeks, there are 6 surviving Greek references to a land across the Atlantic with valleys, rivers, and mountains. So you gotta understand, There was already a worldwide network of trade, diplomacy, commerce, overland and across all seas when the Spanish and Portuguese came and took it away. It involved everybody: African, Arab, Asian, and Amerindian. And it went back at least 2,000 years, 2,500 years before Columbus. You can see what has been done to history. History has been turned upside down on its head. Because, you see, if you deconstruct history, then when it's put back together, you can put it back in your own image. And every so often, less now than formerly, I will go in front of an audience, and a black person will stand up. Well, Dr. Finch, why is this important? It's all very well and nice, and it's all very well and good. It makes us feel good, but why study history? What does that have to do with our problems today? And I said, nobody but a black American would ever ask that question. The Chinese would never ask it. Europeans would never ask it. Mexicans, the only time I ever hear it asked is by a black American, because they know the function of history. Your problem today is a function or a product of history and your perception of it. That's what Check1 Job said. He talked about the collective amnesia of people of African descent, causing a depersonalization, an alienation, a loss of sense of self and belonging, which to me is an acceptable definition of mental illness. Next slide, please. This was found in Saqqara, dated to 300 BC, and at first was said to be a bird, until a NASA engineer said, next slide please, birds do not have reverse dihedral wings and vertical tails. He said this is a glider and an aerodynamically sound glider. Not an airplane, but it just shows you that in African science they had already started experimenting with aerodynamics 300 years before Jesus was born. So again, why are we afraid to be engineers? Next slide, please. Wasn't Justin Kemet. You say, oh, Dr. Finch, this is just a bunch of stones looking like they're getting ready to fall over. Well, funny thing about those stones in what is now northwestern Kenya, in Namaratunga, they look like they're getting ready to fall over, next slide, are oriented precisely to 7 major stars or star groupings. And the people then and now use the risings, particularly of this star, Triangulum, and all the rest of them, correlated with phases of the moon to create their own calendar. There is no other calendar like it anywhere in the world. In fact, all of your major calendars are African. Lunar calendar, stellar calendar, solar calendar, calendar based on the movements of Sirius. And this calendar is just, nobody knows, has found anything else like it anywhere else. Next slide, please. You say, okay, what are these men standing up next to? Well, what they're standing up next to is actually an iron smelter and steel maker, 10 feet high, made of termite mud and or anthill mud. Why? Because termite mud and anthill mud is impermeable to water. You see those blowholes here. Usually they're 8 to 10, excuse me. Next slide. And what they do is they blow in preheated air in such a way that at the combustion zone, they're able to achieve temperatures of 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Nobody was able to do that until 150 years ago, anywhere else in the world. It allowed, because they were able to achieve such high temperatures so efficiently, and this technology goes back to Tanzania and East Africa 2,500 years ago, When the iron separated from the ore, it didn't clump like it usually does, but it crystallized. And it allowed them to, the only difference between iron and steel is 1.5% carbon. It gives a steel a greater hardness of iron from anywhere from 10 to 30 times. And they were able to control the introduction of steel into the carbon into the iron, creating the steel that was so valuable that it became the best steel in the world, because India used to send its merchants to East Africa for this steel. And then they went it back to India, and that is where they created wood steel, and they used that to make the famous Damascus swords. So Damascus swords were made from this East African steel. There were 4 other places in Africa, in Ethiopia, Ghana, and Nigeria, where this technique was used that we know of, and maybe there were more, but we know about those 4. In Ghana, they had actually smelted steel using this technique, and a metallurgist came and brought a diamond drill with him, could not even scratch the steel, because diamond can cut anything. It couldn't even scratch the steel. And this is a totally African innovation. Next slide, please. Well now, let us get to the Dogon. These are people living along the Bandiagara cliffs in what is now southeastern Mali. They live in what I might describe as a post-Neolithic stage of existence, because they live in the most harsh, unforgiving part of Mali. Nobody else could live there. And yet they have found ways of cultivating sufficient crops to support a population of 250,000 people, whereas it really should be supporting maybe no more than 20,000 people. And they've been there for 700 years. Next slide, please. These are the Dogon informants that gave the information which we are about to consider. Next slide, please. One of them is a woman. This one is actually a female priestess. Next slide, please. Like ancient Kemet, a good bit of the Dogon star and calendar system centers around Sirius. Sirius is the brightest star in the heavens. This is a great time at this time of year to see it, because it's really most brilliant in the winter sky. All you do is you look at the southern heavens right about now, look for Orion, and look for the 3 belts of Orion and follow it right down, and there Sirius is. Outside the solar system, the brightest of the heavenly bodies. And the source of the calendar, ancient calendar of Kemet, and the Dogon. The Dogon have 4 calendars also. One of them is based on Sirius. But what is more interesting from the point of view of Dogon is that they have a system around this body right there. These are artifacts. These are not, but this is actually a star. That star is called, by modern scientists, Sirius B. The Dogon call it Potolo, the seed star or the star of deep beginnings. Well, what about Potolo called Sirius B? The Dogon have apparently known about it for 700 years. It was not discovered in the West until 1862. The reason why it was so difficult to see is because it is a white dwarf star. The Dogon called a white. What is a white dwarf? A star, when our sun, or a star the size of the sun, comes to the end of its life and exhausts its fuel, it will first expand into a red giant, and the sun will gobble up the entire solar system as far as Mars, but then it'll become so big that it will have to collapse down, and it will collapse down in a mighty explosion to a white dwarf. So the sun will become the size of maybe the moon. So all that mass is concentrated in a small body. The weight of a single teaspoon of a white dwarf like Sirius B is about 100 tons, because it is so small, dense, and heavy. The Dogon describe all of this. They describe Sirius B as being a white seed, is what they call it. It's very small, very dense, and very heavy. The Dogon say that it is composed of a metal not found on Earth they call Sagala, and it has been determined through spectrographic analysis that is exactly what it is composed of, a degenerate metal. They even describe, you see, when a red giant explodes to contract down a white dwarf, that is a nova explosion. It lights up the sky. The Dogon described that. The connections between white dwarfs and supernovas weren't even known until 1914. The Dogon even described matter being made up of incredibly small spinning particles, i.e. atoms. They describe all of the constellations of being composed of countless of stars spinning in space as galaxies. They describe the 4 moons of Jupiter, and these people, to all intents and purposes, don't have even a system of writing that we know about, at least not one that anyone has ever discovered. They have, therefore, a knowledge of the cosmos and of the heavens and astronomy that rivals modern knowledge. Next slide, please. This is the trajectory of the star Sagittaria around Sirius, 50 years, which they also describe. Next slide, please. This is a Dogon tribal diagram. This is a modern astronomical diagram. Next slide, please. These are some of the other constellations described by the Dogon. Next slide, please. This is Jupiter and its 4 major moons described by the Dogon. Next slide, please. This is a Dogon representation of a supernova explosion that creates white dwarfs. Next slide, please. Okay. We're going to wrap this up in about 5 minutes or so, but I'm going to read from some material that I have, and I want you to keep your eye on this. Now just bear with me. I got to read something to you, and it'll become significant in about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm reading from something called the Pale Fox. This is a description. This is a Dogon verbal description that I'm reading. It is said, the Nomo Anagono is the first living thing created by Amma, the creator. The word for catfish, anagono, means rain and also sinuate. Ana also means man, whose seed on the mythical plane is associated with the fertilizing rain and fresh water. The term Ana foretells that the living being will become man. It is said, the Nomo Anagono, which is the archetypal man or human being, if you want, you might say, that Amma created inside the Po. The Po is the seed. Amma, who created the Po, has made the image of Nomo Anagono inside. This is the image of the archetypal man inside this creative Po, or this creative seed. Now listen to this. The gestation of the Nomo Anagono took place slowly inside Amma's womb. Of the 66 Yala are the marks of infinite potentiality. Of the 66 Yala of the central spiral, Amma kept 22. Those of the Po, he bestowed the remaining 44 upon the Nomo Anagono. Now these final 8 Yala prefigure here the 4 body souls and 4 sex souls of the being in formation. The creation of the Nomo catfish prefigures the creation of man, who also begins with fire, for semen is the fire in the womb. The penetration of the 4 fundamental elements took place during the development of the principal organs of the Nomo Anagono inside the egg. To emphasize their respective roles, one compares the Yala of Amma's egg with those of the egg of the Nomo Anagono by saying the Yala of Amma's egg is like an egg with its yolk and its germ. Its germ. Keep that in mind. The Yala of the Nomo Anagono caused the elongation, enlargement, and growth of the world. In fact, the form being will be complete and alive. Let's go back over this. Of the 66 Yala of the central spiral, Amma kept 22, those of the Po, and bestowed the remaining 44 on the Nomo Anagono. Let us go now to a medical dictionary. Autosome. Any ordinary paired chromosome, an autosome is any ordinary paired chromosome as distinguished from a sex chromosome. In man, there are 44 total autosomes. Let's repeat something else. These final 8 yala prefigure here the 4 body souls and 4 sex souls of the being in formation. Remember, we know these yala are chromosomes because he says germ, and that's what chromosomes are. The creation, we said the 4 body souls and 4 sex souls, the essentials of genetics. Although there are 4 sperm produced from the original cell, the sperm are only of 2 kinds in terms of chromosomal content. The 2 positions possible through the random alignment of 2 pairs of chromosomes will produce 4 different kinds of sperm or germ cells. The Dogon just call them sex cells. Now, we've talked about chromosomes and therefore genetics. We've talked about 4 kinds of sperm cells and germ cells. We've talked about embryology, the development inside the womb, growth, development, enlargement. I want you to look at this very carefully. Look at that, look at that. Now go to the next slide. Mitosis and meiosis. Go back to your high school biology. Yeah, go back again, yes. Do it again, yeah, go back. It won't go back. Sorry. It's all right, it's all right. We're getting close to the end. Obviously, we are dealing with a realm and quality of thought that achieves very sophisticated empirical scientific information by means that most of us don't understand. Now, I'm coming close to the end. I want to finish this off with a discussion called the work of the spider. Now the spider is he who holds the threads of the fox, have been delegated by the Creator to watch the deeds of the fox and to report them to the Creator. Instead, the spider entered the acacia in order to weave the words of Ogo the fox. Placed at the center of the acacia, the spider wove its threads in a conical spiral for the placement of the warp and by moving vertically for the coming and going of the passing wolf. Through the fabric, it sifted the germs that had been hurled into the universe by the spinning. The sound of its work, of the same nature of the word, grabbed them as they passed by and with them fastened itself at the crossing of the threads. Now, I'm going to read to you from The Unification of Physics by Stephen Hawking, A Brief History of Time. Basic objects are not particles, but things that have a length, like an infinitely thin piece of string. A string's history in space-time is a 2-dimensional surface called the world sheet. Particles like the proton and the neutron could be regarded as waves on a string. The strong forces between the particles would correspond to pieces of a string that went between each other bits of string, as in a spider's web. Finally, Dogon. The formation of a carousel gave the image of the curve of the universe. Einstein made the revolutionary suggestion that gravity is a consequence of the fact that space-time is curved. We can have the lights on now. What I have tried to do in a relatively short period of time is to introduce you to the possibilities of African science, which is cosmic. It's not merely cosmic, but it encompasses all planes. I work extensively with traditional healers in West Africa, and particularly in Senegal, 2 different groups of them. And in fact, we are bringing a traditional healing ceremony from Senegal to South Carolina in August, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. One of them is a Vodou adept, who is also a physician. Vodou is from Benin, what used to be Dahomey, and of course is the source of voodoo. He talks about, he says, there are two kinds of medicines that are based on two different conceptions of man. If you look at the traditional conception of man in Africa, there is the biophysical, there is the emotional, there is the mental psychic, there is the spiritual, and then there's the cosmic, and then there's the God, the God consciousness. And he says all of those make up the human being. And in the process of healing, which is a restoration of the balance of forces, you have to take all of them into account. He says modern medicine, and therefore modern science, only takes the first and smallest and least significant portion into account, the biophysical. Now, it shows you in the African framework, everything is connected. The smallest act reverberates literally through the entire cosmos. Why? Because you see, modern physics has come to a brick wall. Modern physics recognizes four dimensions: length, width, height, and time. But they are finding that there is another dimension of the universe which they don't want to deal with because it encompasses the other four dimensions, and that dimension is mind or consciousness. Why? Because even modern quantum mechanics tells you the very act of perceiving something changes it. That means there is no such thing as absolute objectivity. There is a vital nexus between the perceiver and the thing perceived that connects them together. So that in terms of physics, the limit is the speed of light. But if you go to the fifth dimension, what we call mind or consciousness, one of the realms in which African adepts work, it encompasses mind and consciousness. It encompasses time, space, and therefore it is possible, one, to transcend the speed of light. It is possible to be in two places at once, and it is possible, literally, to go to the ends of the universe. This is African science. A science in which there was no conflict between the empirical and the mystic, material and spiritual, because they're all part of a continuum. And so there are adepts in Africa who literally can move between worlds. Therefore, in some sense, the term science might even be a misnomer. You might say it is an African thought that encompasses all thought. As a consequence of my work with one group of traditional healers, I was adopted into her family. Her name is Aji Fatou Sek, of the Lebu people of Senegal. She is an Ndip Kat. Ndip is the pre-Islamic Lebu Wolof spiritual tradition that may be somewhere between 10 and 50,000 years old. Nobody knows. And she is its greatest practitioner living today, and probably Senegal's most powerful spiritual personality. She is now 93. Because I have been adopted as her son, she has charged me with a great responsibility. She has one last will and testament. Before she goes home, because there is evidence or there is indications that she will be called home soon by virtue of her age, and you know where I mean by home, she has charged me with this responsibility of organizing an 8-day healing ceremony here in the United States to establish the African spiritual presence and healing presence here. So it's going to happen August 11th through 19th, Penn Center, St. Helena Island, South Carolina. The first time, we know about African-derived religions in the Western Hemisphere. We know about Santeria, Candomblé, voodoo. But this will be the first time in the history on this hemisphere, where an authentic African spiritual healing ceremony will be bodily lifted out of Africa and brought with 20 priestesses, 5 drummers, 2 ritualists, and 2 interpreters, put here for the purpose to establish the connection between African ancestors and their lost children in America, because that's the way they are conceived, for the purpose of the healing necessary to meet the challenges of the new age. I'm finished. I realized it was getting late, so I didn't know whether questions would be in order, but I'm more than happy to take a few questions. Yes, sir. Okay. One, how much of an explanation should I give, because it can get involved. The most important cosmic spiritual presence in this system is Kumbalamba. She is female, and her element is the ocean. So this has to be done near the ocean. St. Helena Island is Gullah country. Penn Center is owned and operated, controlled by the Gullah people. So it was almost the only place to go. Yes, sir. Whose? No, I've heard the title, but no, I haven't read it myself. You talking about the Dogon? Yes, uh-huh. Yes, sir.
A couple of questions. One is, you are the brilliant man that you are. You have been trained in medicine and science, and you are, in a sense, involved in this stuff that has been taboo by the very people who trained you in medicine, etc. It is evident that your love is in the very thing they tabooed you against. Would you say something to us about how they destroy things for us, like the Vodun, Candomblé, Santeria, and now the new African healing that you're talking about?
Okay, let me, that in itself is a long and intense discussion, but let me just throw a fact at you that may, in sum it up. There has been work by a demographic historian, Louise Myers-Jope. She's a demographic historian on Africa in particular. She has determined that at 1500 AD, 8 years after Columbus blundered on America, but 1500 AD, the population of the continent of Africa was at a bare minimum 600 million people. By 1900 AD, 400 years later, that population was 100 million. It was a Holocaust of unimaginable proportions. The only other people who suffered a Holocaust comparable to that was Native Americans. Within 50 years after Cortez had conquered the Aztecs, 50 million Aztecs had dwindled down to 500,000. They had killed, basically 50 million Indians had died in 50 years. You know, the Spaniards had a real interesting technique of pacifying and conquering Indians. They used to train these huge Mastiff dogs in Cuba to attack Indians when they were going to war against them. Whenever there was a campaign against Indians, and they took these Mastiff dogs with them, they also took Indian captives with them. Do you know what those Indian captives were for? To feed the dogs. I think those figures speak for themselves. What can I say? There was just never anything ever like that remotely compares to the last 500 years. I've been spending more and more time getting involved with Native Americans and their rituals because I've been invited to them. And what they tell me is that, first of all, I have never yet met an Indian, they call them Indian or Native American, who has ever expressed the slightest doubt that there were Africans who came to America prior to Columbus. That creates no problem. In fact, you know why? Because their own traditions tell them so. That's number one. They also said that their elders and wise persons, what they call the medicine people, told them on the eve of Columbus's discovery of America and Cortez's conquest of Aztec, that they were in for a bad 500 years. But at the end of that 500 years, it was going to switch back around. Really what they had to do was survive it. And that 500 years is up. Arrogance, no question about it. Black people, African people, one thing that we have to develop the ability to do is look at what was in ourselves. Check1 Job talks about the internal contradictions in African society that laid it open to conquest. We haven't been willing to look at that because in some sense it means taking a certain amount of responsibility for what we let happen to Africa. Do you know that there were African adepts who actually sold their knowledge to the Tubab? Tubab is the Senegal name for European or white person. Sold it. Some of it was that. There was kind of a venality. There was unquestionably a certain kind of arrogance and taking that knowledge and using it for nefarious ends. That knowledge and that power. Because when you have been in Africa and you have been around the people that I've been around and you have been in touch with this unimaginable spiritual power, you ask yourself the same question. And these are the kinds of answers you come up with, is that at some point, we brought it on ourselves. We opened ourselves up for it. Oh, I mean, it's like what we all do. It's like what we all do. Sometimes what you find, and this is one thing it took me a while to learn, just because you have evolved, it doesn't necessarily that when you get to that stage of evolution that you have undergone the necessary moral transformation as well. Your arrogance just sort of expands with the power and knowledge that you get. And you might say you got farther to fall. You got, so that, and you get to the place where you feel invulnerable. You get to the place where you feel like that nothing can happen to you, that you can get away with it. It's still happening. So it isn't all, we have this idea that just because we can see more, hear more acutely, that we can perform more, we have more control over these things, that it necessarily makes us better individuals, it makes us more balanced individuals. That isn't always the case. In fact, what happens is that whole thing about power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. You got to be very careful about the corrupting influences of power. Because, at any given time, there are many different futures. There are many different futures. Now, there are some of us who have ability to see better what future is coming, what future is coming as opposed to, but there are many different futures, but there is a principle. It's called it's a trickster principle. It's Eshu and Legba. That just when you think that you have control over time and space, they do something. There is something that turns it around on you. Just when you think you have it at your grasp, and you got to take that into consideration. It is the reason why in Vodou and Candomblé they always pay homage to Eshu and Legba first, because if you don't, then your best efforts are going to go astray. So my whole point is that also you become blind too. You become, you know, and also it's also not always easy. You know, and I experience this myself. I mean, I always tell my friends, I'm good at giving advice. I love giving advice. Now I say, what I need to be better at is taking some of my own advice. What am I trying to say is simply this, is that people who can see for other people have a very difficult time seeing for themselves. Yes, sir, in the back. Yeah. Sir, I may need you to stand up because I'm not catching everything you're saying. The Sigui, yeah, that's a little confusing to me because I thought that the Sigui festival was imminent this decade, but I'm told no, that the last one was actually in the 70s. So I'm kind of confused as to the timing on that, to tell you the truth. Now, they do have other kinds of festivals, but the Sigui festival is the one that happens every 60 years. And I myself am a little confused because I'm told that the most recent one has already happened, and the next one won't happen until well into the next century. Maybe one more question before we bring it to a close. Yes, sir. What about them? The Dogon is a name. Are you asking me what is the Dogon? No, Dogon is a name of a people who live in Mali. They're the people that we talked about for about the last 15 minutes. They're the ones who had all this knowledge about Sirius B. They're the ones that had all this knowledge about the universe, the cosmos, about embryology. That's the name of a people who live in Mali. And that's who we were talking about for the last 15 minutes of the presentation. Again, thank you very much.
I want to
Yes, I'm Charles Finch. I hail from the Atlanta metropolitan area in Georgia, specifically from Decatur, Georgia. I have written a book entitled Echoes of the Old Darkland, Themes from the African Eden, first published in 1991. In that book, I attempt to do several things, but one of the things I attempt to do is to examine carefully and closely the symbols, the mythology, and religious thinking of Africa from deep antiquity, indeed from prehistory, and see how those myths, those symbols, that religious thinking literally made its way up the Nile or down to the Nile, and through the prism of Nile Valley cultures, eventually ramified into Judeo-Christian religious tradition. But in order to establish that, or in order to get an insight into that, it is necessary and important to establish what you might consider the geo-ethnic background of the lands where the drama of the Bible takes place. Now, where you begin is a little arbitrary, but we can begin about 10,000 years ago or 10 to 12,000 years ago in the lands called the Middle East or the Near East or Western Asia. Now, that is actually a misnomer, because what we call the Middle East, what we call the Near East, what we call Western Asia, really represents Africa's northeast extension. Geologically and geographically, that is exactly what it is. And therefore, when you consider that all humanity begins in Africa as a consequence of a 4 million year gestational period in East Africa, finally culminating in the appearance of Homo sapiens sapiens, that is, modern human beings, in Africa about 300,000 years ago, and that when Homo sapiens sapiens, that is, modern human beings, began to leave Africa, they had one main corridor. Well, they had other corridors, but the main one was through their northeast extension, through the Isthmus of Suez, into what we now call the Near East. So therefore, the first non-African human beings that you find are indeed in that arena, in what we now think of as Syria and Israel. Because African human beings go back as far as 300,000 years ago. Non-African human beings, when you first find them, you find them about 95,000 years ago. And again, where is that? That is in the lands we call the Near East or the Middle East, the lands later on to become the Bible. And indeed, the rest of the world is populated out of Africa, and so that people of African descent represent the aboriginal populations of every inhabitable continent on the globe. Well, we can fast forward, about 80,000 years to about 10,000 or 12,000 BC. Because this African population wave still dominates, you might say, that region of the globe, which includes Africa continentally speaking, but also what I am calling its northeast extension, the so-called land of the Middle East. Because we have, from what we might consider anthropological evidence, a people that lived back at that time, between 10 and 12,000 years ago, that are today called the Natufians. Now, when you look at the skeletal characteristics of these people we call the Natufians, they have a combination of their skull, which gives them a long-headed look, combined with a prominence of the lower jaw. There are scientific names for that. We call it dolichocephaly for long-headedness, subnasal prognathism for prominence of the lower jaw. When you see those two characteristics together, you have about 99.9% assurance that you're dealing with an African type, particularly an East African type. What does that mean? That means the 10 to 12,000 years ago, the lands that later became the lands of the Bible, by definition, were inhabited by a completely African population. That was the state of things until about 6,000 years ago, when populations that began to emigrate into the region from the further north, Indo-European populations, began to intermix with these indigenous African or Africoid populations, creating what today is referred to a kind of mulatto, quote unquote, subpopulation, so that by the dawn of history, about 6,000 years ago, when you look at the lands called Canaan, now called Syria, Palestine, the Middle East, you are looking at a population that was fundamentally, quote, mulatto, with pockets of unmixed African or black types there. Now, this is important because when we start considering the Bible, it means that literally the complexion, you might say, of the actors and actresses in the Bible later on changes for us very dramatically. And that, of course, changes our whole perception of the Bible, or the Old Testament in particular, which derives from the Hebrew Torah. Now, for the genealogy of Noah, we find that this is consistent. Now, Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Japheth, and Shem. These represent, Ham, Japheth, and Shem represent the founding ancestors of the 3 major ethnic groups that the Bible recognizes. Ham, which derives, by the way, from the African language of Kemet, Ham, or Ham, means black or blackness, which is the reason why Ham in the Old Testament represents the ancestor of all black and African peoples. Who are his children? Who are his sons? Well, there is Mizra or Mizraim, which is Egypt or Kemet. There is Cush, which is Ethiopia. There is Phut, which some say is Phoenicia. And there is Canaan. And in Canaan, as I say, represents that extension of Northeast Africa. So here we have in the genealogy of the Old Testament itself, Canaan representing a completely African type. So again, what this does is change our conception, you might say, of the what I call our geo-ethnic conception of the lands of the Bible. Now we can again jump forward to about 2,000 years later, really about 4,000 years later, to 2,000 years later to the time of Abraham, about 2000 BC. And by the way, before I even get to that, we find that the archaeological evidence substantiate what we have just said. Jericho, around the city of Jericho, excavations have revealed skulls, which again give us a long-headed type with a prominence of the lower jaw and prominent cheekbones, clearly showing its Africoid elements. When we look at the lands called Sumer, Sumer being the founding civilization of what is thought of as Mesopotamia, and we look at the peoples of Sumer, we find again a clear Africoid look, a clear Africoid features about the way they look. Now, what is interesting about Sumer, or the Sumerians, call themselves the Blackheads, not black-haired, Blackheads. And their capital city of Sumer was Kish. Now, Kish in the language of ancient Kemet or Egypt was Kesh. Now, Kesh and Kish are what in the Bible became Cush, and that is a name for Ethiopia. This is consistent with the conclusions of several scholars of antiquity from the 19th century who said that the Sumerians were a branch of the Cushitic or Ethiopian race. And again, this is verified by the Sumerian language itself and also by archaeological and anthropological remains. We can go forward on our next slide and we can see other examples of what we can call Africoid types. For example, we can find in certain captives from Assyria. Now this is relatively late, 600 BC. These captives have clear Africoid features, particularly in their hairstyle. What is interesting is that these captives are Jewish captives of the Assyrians 600 BC. Now we will come to that a little bit later to explain the full significance of that. Additional slides show us, if we can have the next slide, that again, there are the gods and deities, particularly the goddesses of this region, show again Africoid characteristics or an Africoid phenotype. The term phenotype means sum total of physical characteristics. So when we use the word phenotype, we mean what they look like. And again, Astarte, one of the primary and most important goddesses of the so-called Middle East, related to Isis, no doubt, again shows what you might describe as an Africoid phenotype. Additional slides that we have, and we can go on to the next slide, going further east into the lands today called Persia. We find walls, we find that in 1894, a French excavator by the name Julefoy excavated what he called the Acropolis of Susa. Susa was the capital city of Elam, and it has a history going back to about 3000 BC or 5,000 years ago. And we find figurines looking like this with a obvious sphinx-like appearance which derives from the Nile Valley, and above there is a kind of a winged figure which clearly owes its form to Nile Valley prototypes, or the prototypes of Nile Valley civilization. And the coloration and the complexion of the figures there definitely show the dark complexion of Africa. And if we can have the next slide, these are figures of soldiers who are called the 10,000 Immortals. They also come from Susa. They also are clearly black. They are the palace guard of the king of Elam from Susa. So that Susa was the capital of Elam, which was a black culture and civilization, which is the first civilization, by the way, of Persia. What we are doing is trying to show that what we call, the people that we call the Semites, when we go back to the dawn of history, the Semites don't look like many Semites do today. They don't look like Israelis or Syrians. They, as I say, are a mulatto people back then, when they are not completely and totally Africoid as we see here. That whole area of what we think of as the Middle East, or as Africa's Northeast extension, as I like to refer to it, as I say, had a different ethnic complexion than what we customarily think of. Now, having said that, we can go to the figure of Abraham. Abraham having left the Ur of the Chaldees. The Chaldeans, by the time they appear in history, are heavily Semiticized, that is, heavily mixed with Indo-European and African. So the complexion of Abraham is going to be distinctly darker than the way he is normally represented. The other thing that we can say about Abraham is that he begins a series of migrations that take him and his family to Kemet or Egypt. What is interesting is that a whole series of experience there really changed everything about him. Not the least of which, he takes on an Egyptian wife, Hagar, and indeed, Hagar becomes the mother of his oldest son, who we know as Ishmael in history. Now, Hagar, of course, by this, particularly since this is Middle Kingdom times, 2,000 years before the time of Christ, this is clearly a deeply, purely, as pure can be, black African civilization. So Hagar is a black woman. Now, that means that Ishmael is at least 50% black and African. If we assume that Abraham himself has a strong African admixture, then the percentage of African genes, you might say, is even higher yet. But at the minimum, it's 50%. What is also interesting is that Ishmael himself marries a woman from his mother's people, marries a black Egyptian woman, and Ishmael is the founding ancestor of Arab peoples. So when we think about Arab peoples, their ancestors are minimally 75% black. And they come down from, and they derive their ancestry from the figure of Abraham. Now, Abraham has another son, his younger son, which is Isaac. And Isaac goes on to become the father of Jacob. Now, there's a lot that we could say about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that we are going, that we don't have time to develop further. But the thing we can say about Jacob concerns what happens to him as a consequence of the adventures or misadventures of his son Joseph. And this is where we might say we really get to the heart of the matter. Because after the story of Joseph and after Joseph's intervention, what do we find? We find 70 starving, illiterate shepherds from what is now Canaan migrating into the largest dominant civilization in the world at the time in Northeast Africa. So, if they are Canaanites or some way mixed with Canaanites, again, there's already going to be an African element in their ethnicity already, but then they come into Northeast Africa and settle down for the next 430 years. Now, what happens to any people who come into a dominant culture, nation, or civilization? Within one generation, they have lost the language, whatever they brought in. Within that same generation, they have changed their culture. They have lost whatever distinctive culture they brought with them, and they become acculturated to the nation that they have migrated to. Well, what also tends to happen, and we see it here in the United States of America as we do elsewhere, is that they also lose their ethnicity. And it was particularly prominent with Abraham and his kin and his immediate descendants to take wives and spouses from among the people where they settled. Now, therefore, what does this lead us to? It leads us to the 430 years that the descendants of Jacob spent in Kemet, meaning literally the black land. They would have had to have taken their spouses from among the people whom they settled. So whatever their ethnicity may have been when they came in, when they left out, 430 years later, they had to have been black people. They would have had to have been linguistically, culturally, and ethnically Egyptians. That is, linguistically, ethnically, and culturally, people who belong to the world of black Africa. Now, this is maybe an ingenious argument, but it actually has some documentary evidence to support it. There are no fewer than 6 references in the classical literature from authorities as diverse as Tacitus, Celsus, Diodorus, and Strabo, and Plutarch, who insist that the group that left Kemet, and therefore Africa, with Moses, were a group of Ethiopians and Egyptians, who, in a sense, rebelled against established authority and established religion, and were led out by a renegade priest that they named Osarsiph, or means son of Osiris. So the classical authorities themselves recognize that the original people who became the Hebrews of history, when they started their historical migrations that led them into the land later called Israel, they did so as black and African people out of Kemet or out of Egypt. Which brings us to the figure of Moses himself. What we know about Moses, aside from what we find in the Exodus story, comes from an essay by Josephus, who wrote Against Apion. In this essay, which was actually an apology and a defense of Jewish history, he nonetheless gives us one of the only surviving accounts of the Egyptian version of the story of Exodus. And what do the Egyptians say? The Egyptians say that Moses was originally an Egyptian priest named Osarsiph, or son of Osiris, who rebelled against the established religion of Ra and went in among a group of outcasts, 80,000 strong, and led them out of Egypt. And then taught them everything they knew, gave them a new religion.
Monotheism.
What is called monotheism, but even that is kind of a misnomer, because when you go right back to the very beginnings of the religious history of the Nile Valley, the idea of God as the one is always there. In fact, the creator is referred to as Wa, or the one. But then they had a multiplicity of other beings who carry out the will of the one. And so this is where this confusion between monotheism and polytheism comes out. Now, Akhenaten, living at the end of the 14th century, is the first and only of the pharaohs of the Nile Valley who insists that not only is God one, but there is no other being that should be represented except him. So this is not only monotheism, but monolatry. 100 years later, we have the whole drama that leads to the Exodus, and it was none other than Sigmund Freud himself who suggested that Osarsiph, who later changed his name to Moses, was you might say, a clandestine follower of the teachings of Akhenaten. So that the first creator of the what we call the monotheistic religions, in fact, you might say, therefore, the spiritual father of the three major monotheistic religions of the Western world, was indeed Akhenaten, Pharaoh of Egypt. So that again, we can begin to see a very powerful African imprint on Jewish history, or Hebrew history, and of course, Hebrew scripture. Now, it's important to make this distinction, that while all Jews were Hebrews, not all Hebrews were Jews. Because the people we call Jews descend from the two tribes of Judah and Benjamin. But there were 12 tribes of Israel. 10 of them form the northern kingdom that was dispersed in about 770 BC by the attack of Syria. They were Hebrews, yes, but they were not Jews. And in fact, when they came back, or they filtered back into the region about 100 to 200 years later, they became the Samaritans. So that's the reason why Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph, let alone Moses, are not Jews. They're not even Hebrews. By definition, the only way you can be a Hebrew, let alone a Jew, is to have received the law. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not receive the law. That was only done under Moses. And it is Moses who introduced the name of the deity that they would henceforth follow. His name was to be Yahweh. By the way, there is ample evidence within the Bible itself that our monotheistic patriarchs before the time of Moses weren't always that monotheistic at all. Because in Genesis, what do we find? We find in the original accounts of Genesis, the Creator saying, "Let us make man in our own image." And we find later on that the sons of the gods come down and marry with the daughters of men. And we even find Jacob marrying Rachel and taking the gods of Rachel's house with him. So again, there is, shall we say, a polytheistic element in the Old Testament prior to Moses. And Moses, again, was an Egyptian priest, completely learned in all of the lore and wisdom of ancient Kemet, and therefore would have carried all 210 books of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or Coming Forth by Day, in his head when he went outwards, when he left and led these outcasts with him, because that's what the Egyptians thought of them as, outcasts. So again, as we say, our whole perception of the Bible and the relationship of the Nile Valley and Egypt and Africa to the Bible changes dramatically. Let us now consider the figure of Yahweh. We have a slide which shows you Osiris, particularly Osiris in his lunar aspect. Now, there were several gods whose image and symbol was the moon in ancient Kemet. They were all really aspects of a single deity. But the name of the moon god, or the god whose image was the moon in Kemet, was named Yah. Yahweh, 25 times in the Old Testament, is referred to simply as Yah. And in fact, it's exactly the same word. When you add way to it, way, W-E-H or W-A-H, in the language of ancient Kemet means to increase. It means to increase. So it is, Yahweh means Yah the increaser. Now this was a title of Osiris. So what apparently happened, now remember, Moses, as Osiris, was the son of Osiris. He even changed his name to Moses, which was not a Hebrew name then or now. It was Musa in ancient Egyptian and Hebrew. Musa, Mu means water and Sa means to draw out of the water. Well, if you know anything about the Osirian drama, the one who is drawn out of the water in the Osirian drama is actually Horus. And Horus is the son of Osiris. So it all connects up. And Yahweh is actually, his prototype is actually Osiris. So those who worship Yahweh basically are worshiping a form of Osiris. And that is consistent because Moses, in his initial manifestation, was the son of Osiris. We can go on and on in this vein, but all that to say is that the impact of Africa generally, Kemet in particular, on the emerging Hebrew nation, religion, and culture was decisive and overwhelming. In fact, at the beginning, it is just a manifestation of the culture and religion and philosophy of the Nile Valley, of Africa, if you like. So therefore, it is not surprising that you find these Nile Valley and African elements in the Old Testament and in the Bible. It would be surprising if you did not. So we can, that in a sense can summarize, at least in an introductory fashion, what I might describe as the African and therefore Nilotic or Nile Valley impact and influence and source of Hebrew and Jewish tradition, culture, and religion. Now, let us now proceed to a consideration of Christianity. And in order to understand Christianity, we have to, as it were, mine the riches of the Osirian drama, in which there are four principal divine actors, you might say. And it is necessary to know a little bit about each one of them in order to grasp the significance of Osiris in the Osirian drama in the origin evolution of Christianity. Here we have on slides at least several different images of Osiris. There is one image of him there with the flail and the cross, with his arms crossed. There are some other, let us look at the next image of Osiris. And in fact, in this image, it is a reflection of his title, Kemwer, the Great Black One. And you see the flail. The flail is an image of his, is a symbol of his position as a representative of the growing grain, because the flail was used to thresh grain. So it was, you might say, an agricultural or agrarian image, if you like. And again, his complexion marks him as the Great Black One. Now let us look at the next slide. Now this is important, because Osiris had many manifestations and many attributes, symbolically and mythically. On the one hand, he was said to be the ancestral cosmic ruler of ancient Kemet, and his rule lasted 28 years. This is a reflection of Osiris's connection to the moon and all of the mythology connected with the moon that we referred to earlier, because the moon is said to have 28 mansions, because the moon goes through a cycle of 28 days. He was also, as you see in this slide, he was a god connected to the grain. The grain grew up out of the body of Osiris. So in a sense, Osiris was resurrected through the growth of the grain. Now let us move back a little bit and talk a little bit about what happened to Osiris to give him these attributes. Osiris was king of Egypt, mythically and cosmically speaking, and he ruled with his sister Isis. But he went and gave civilization to the rest of the world, and while he was gone, Isis ruled in his stead. But when he came back, his jealous brother Set wanted to do away with him and take over his kingdom. He made a coffin for him and induced him to lay down the coffin, at which point he nailed the coffin shut and threw it in the Nile, and it then floated down the Nile to a swamp, which was called Byblos, and then a tree grew up around the coffin of Osiris. Isis, as a consequence of this disaster, begins her weeping and grieving, but then looks for the body of Osiris. She goes searching for the body of Osiris, and there's some children who tell her where to find it. So she finds the body of Osiris in this tree that has grown around it, and then she gets the coffin, gets his body, but before she can do anything about it, Set finds the coffin again, and this time takes out the body and cuts it up into 14 pieces and distributes and throws it all over the landscape. Isis manages, after this new disaster, to collect all 14 pieces of Osiris back together again, put them, reconstitute them, revive them with her mystic powers, and conceive after death, and the fruits of this conception will be Horus. Now,
The Immaculate Conception.
The Immaculate Conception. This growth of grain is one image of Osiris in the process of resurrection. So he dies in order for the grain to grow. And at harvest, the grain is cut down, representing the death of Osiris, and then it regrows or is reborn in the spring. But what happens with grain? You make it into bread. And so when you eat the grain or the bread, you're eating the body of Osiris, the mystic body of Osiris. So Osiris is the bread of life. He is the mystic and sacred bread of life. When you eat the bread, you're eating the body of Osiris. Now, he is also, can I have the next slide, please? He is also said, according to the story associated with him, to be associated with grape and the growing of the grape. Because he is the deity or the neter or the principle that is supposed to have presided over the cultivation of grapes and the making of wine. So therefore, the blood of the grape is the blood of Osiris. The transubstantiated blood of the grape, which is wine, is therefore the blood of Osiris. So you can begin to see that that there's a Eucharistic aspect to this, and that his body is the bread, and the bread is his body, and the wine is his blood. And so we see that these symbolic, these ritualistic aspects of Osiris are early and old, and they eventually come down to us in Christianity. Can I have the next slide, please?
They're 5,000 years old.
Yes, at least that. Now, on this slide, who we see standing next to Osiris is his sister wife, Isis, his consort, and, by the way, his resurrector. She also has many different aspects. She is also the female personification of the grain. She has a connection to the moon, and perhaps her connection to the moon is older than Osiris. She is also considered the queen of heaven because she is identified with the star Sirius. But above all, she is the virgin mother of Horus. And she is also related to Hathor, Het-Her, because Het-Her means the mansion or house of Horus. And sometimes Hathor, Het-Her, is called Mary, M-E-R-I, which means beloved. So even the name Mary comes from the antecedents of the Nile Valley. Can I have the next slide showing us Isis? This is Isis in her personification as the Madonna, or the original Madonna of the Nile Valley, the virgin mother of Horus. Next slide, please. This is Horus himself, the falcon god. The reason why he has a falcon head is that he is the golden falcon identified with the sun, S-U-N. He is both S-O-N of Osiris and Isis, and he is the morning sun, S-U-N. The golden falcon, because of his color, its ability to soar high up in the sky, and because of his keen eyesight, was an image of the sun, S-U-N, who had conquered the dragon of darkness. So, and he has a warrior aspect because, you see, he is going to avenge the murder of Osiris by his contest with Set. And he eventually conquers Set and overcomes him and takes his rightful place as the heir of Osiris. So Horus is the justified son of Isis and Osiris.
And the Redeemer.
The Redeemer, yes. Next slide, please. Now, what we see there, and this is important, Horus, in his capacity as the sonship, as the son, S-O-N, is Osiris resurrected. When Cyrus is resurrected, when Osiris is revived, he is revived as his son, S-O-N, Horus. So they are, in a sense, the same. They are, you might say, two persons in the same figure. Next slide, please. Now, with Isis, Osiris, and Horus, you have the prototype of the Holy Family. This is the original Holy Family. Now, we already said that Isis was also identified with Hathor, Het-Her. In the Gospels, there is at least one scene in when the Holy Spirit comes down on the head of the Gospels, in the form of a dove. Well, one of the manifestations of Hathor was as the dove. So in that sense, the Holy Spirit really is the Holy Mother. And so we have, if you will, a naturalistic Holy Family that goes back into ancient times in Kemet. Next slide, please. This is Set. Set is the great adversary. He is the source of all disorder, all destruction, and death. He kills Osiris, although Osiris is resurrected, and he wars against his son Horus, although eventually he is conquered. But he is very interesting because, you see, Set is a prototype. When you add A-N to his name, it means the second, or the redoubling, or the duplication. So Satan is the second Set. Set's color is red, which has an evil connotation. Sometimes he is represented as a goat and therefore has cloven hooves. So when you talk about red color, cloven hooves, you can see that even our iconography that we associate with the anthropomorphic devil, Satan, actually also comes from Set, and therefore comes from the Nile Valley. And he is the fourth actor, as it were, in this Osirian drama. He's absolutely necessary. You can't have the drama without him because he is the principle of disorganization, of destruction that precedes recreation. Death and life are twin in this sense, and death begets life. What we see here on this slide here is a panel from the Temple of Luxor going back 1700 BC. It is describing the birth of a pharaoh. Now, the pharaoh is the earthly personification of Horus, so it is a divine birth. The mother, she is called Mut-Emwa, mother of the one. And you see in the left-hand panel, she is pregnant, and Thoth is coming to her to announce the birth of this son who has been conceived by Amun. Thoth is the messenger god, so he is a messenger announcing the birth of this divine son of Ammon. On the second panel, you see her in the process of giving birth. She has Isis or Hathor in front of her, and she has Keneph in back of her. Keneph represents the divine breath, so he represents the Holy Spirit giving life to the mother of the god, so she is conceived by the power of the Holy Spirit. On the next panel, on the upper right-hand corner, is the actual divine birth. And down below, and I think, there you, and on the bottom panel, there are three divine personages that come and bringing gifts to the child and adoring the child. So here, 1700 BC, that is 1,700 years before the time of Jesus, on a panel in the Temple of Luxor, you have the Annunciation, Immaculate Conception, birth and adoration of the child. So here is the ancient Nile Valley representation of the nativity scene. Can I have the next slide, please? Now let us spend some time talking about this phenomenon here. This represents what we call the precession of the equinoxes. The earth spins on its axis like a top, but it does not spin in a vertical spin because of the gravitational pull of the sun and moon. Therefore, the axis is tilted 23.5 degrees from vertical. So while it's spinning, that tilt makes it wobble, and it wobbles around the vertical North Pole. So there are two North Poles. There's the celestial North Pole, which is tilted, and then there's the vertical North Pole called the North Pole of the ecliptic. And the celestial or tilted North Pole takes 26,000 years to revolve around the North Pole of the ecliptic or the vertical North Pole. Now this phenomenon of 26,000 years of the precessional cycle, that's what it's called, this phenomenon was discovered perhaps as far back as 40 to 50,000 years ago. What they did at a time unknown in history is actually divide that arc into 12. They created two cycles. One around the equator, really in between the tropics, which was the conventional zodiac of 12 arcs, each arc 2,160 years long, and also one around the North Pole. But let's focus on the one around the equator. Each 12 arcs, 12 arcs into 26,000 years gives you 2,160 years. In each one of these arcs, they identified a constellation, gave it a name, a symbol, and a history. Now, if you stand at the first day of spring and at sunrise and watch whatever constellation is on the eastern horizon at just before sunrise, that will be the constellation that dominates that 2,160 year arc. But if you can stand there for 2,160 years, you will find that constellation will slowly move so that it doesn't rise anymore and another constellation comes to take its place. If you stand there 26,000 years, that same constellation that you originally observed will be back in its place. 12 different constellations will do that before you come back to your original ones. So each one, that takes 2,160 years for each constellation. That constitutes an age, and each constellation and its name, its symbol, and its history, and its spirit dominates the age. Now, we see this in the Temple of Dendera. The Temple of Dendera has a circular zodiac, and this is a representation of that zodiac in the Temple of Dendera. Zodiac comes from the Greek word zoion, which means animal, because most of the constellations are giving animal names and types. Now, why is this significant? Well, let us go back merely to about 42 to 4300 BC. At 42 to 4300 BC, the constellation that dominated the eastern horizon at spring, and can I have the next slide, please? Can I have the next slide, please? Was the bull, or Taurus. And by the way, that is also the ascension of Osiris. That's when Osiris becomes most prominent in Egyptian history, because Osiris is identified with the bull. So bull symbolism dominates that age for 2,160 years. Taurus the bull. And you see it all over the world. Now, next slide, please. About 2200 BC, that is 2,160 years later, Taurus slips below the horizon at springtime, and the next constellation is that of Aries the Ram. Aries the Ram dominates the age for the next 2,160 years. This is the time when Hebrewism or Judaism comes to the fore. And this is the reason why the Old Testament is dominated by lamb and ram symbolism. Abel sacrifices a lamb. Isaac is saved by the sacrifice of a lamb. It is the blood of the lamb that saves the children of Israel. Joshua uses ram's horns to bring down the walls of Jericho. So we see that lamb and ram symbolism dominate this age. And indeed, the whole episode of Mount Sinai shows the conflict between the ages, because the Taurus age, or the bull age, has disappeared, and the ram age has come to the fore. But Aaron is a priest of the, no, I want you to go back, excuse me. Aaron is actually a priest of the age of the bull, which is the reason why he creates the golden calf. Because remember, the children of Israel wanted, they wanted security. They wanted to, they were beginning to get very nervous about being out there on their own. And so he creates this golden lamb for them. In fact, Aaron's name is Aaron. Means means bull, and Ren means calf, bull calf. Aaron is a personification of the bull calf, or is a priest of the bull calf. And see, what Moses did, therefore, when he destroyed the golden calf at Sinai, was he was saying, in effect, he was saying, that age is past. It is now a new age. And who saved the children of Israel? The blood of the lamb or the ram. To about 68 BC, there is another change. Next slide, please. This time it's the age of the fishes, the two fishes. This is the age of Pisces. And the savior of the age of Pisces is therefore, you might say, represented by the two fishes, or by the fish. But he is also called the Good Shepherd. Why? Because the symbolism from the previous age of Aries of the ram holds over. And he's also referred to as lamb. But the dominant symbols are the fish, because fish symbolism dominates the New Testament or Christianity. Now, this is because this is the age of Pisces. Jesus himself confirms this. How does he confirm this? The Pharisees says, prove to us, in effect what they say is, prove to us that you're the Messiah. He says, this is a wicked generation. It demands of me a sign. And the only sign I will give it is the sign of Jonah. Jonah is a fish man. So here we have Jesus telling everybody that he is the Messiah of the fish age. And the fish is the dominant symbol and the dominant spirit of his age. In fact, Jesus says that his ministry is celestial, because he says the sun, the celestial powers, he says there will be changes in the sun, moon, and the stars, and the celestial powers will be shaken. And that's a reference to that. And here on this next slide, we see from, again, the ancient book of the coming forth by day, the four fishers of Horus. Just like Jesus said, come to the four apostles, I will make you fishers of men. So you can begin to see how this iconography, this symbolism, is taken almost bodily from the ancient Nile Valley sources and brought forward into Christianity. Now, let's look at this in a different way. It is simply this. The birthday of Jesus is December 25th. It is also the birthday of Horus, or it was, and the birthday of every last sun, S-U-N, deity of antiquity. Why? Horus is identified with the rising sun, or the newborn sun.
Winter solstice.
Winter solstice. The winter solstice starts on December 22nd. That is the time when the sun is lowest on the horizon. And so therefore the sun is at its lowest ebb. It stays in that air, it's the shortest day of the year. It stays at its lowest ebb for 3 consecutive days. Then, right after midnight, on December 25th, it begins its rise on the ecliptic. Now, what do we mean by that? Well, if you stand and watch the sun at noon, on the shortest day of the year, it'll be very close to the horizon. If you watch it for the next 6 months, by June 22nd, it'll be right overhead. So the sun itself has climbed the horizon or climbed the ecliptic on a path. Well, therefore, the sun on December 25th has begun its ecliptic ascent. Metaphorically, we can say the sun has been born. Back about 2,000 years ago, as this was happening on December 25th, Virgo, the constellation Virgo, was on the eastern horizon. So the sun, at that time, was born on December 25th of a virgin. On the western horizon was Taurus. And Taurus has within it the constellation of Auriga, or it has the star group Auriga, which is the stables. So he was born in a manger in a stable of a virgin. So this is celestial. So his birth is also a celestial event. Now, what happens is that at noon, for 3 months, the sun rises on the horizon. After 3 months, it gets to the place where it is now ready to cross the celestial equator. The celestial equator is the earthly equator projected into space. Well, it gets to that around March 21st, and then it sits on the celestial equator for apparently 3 days. So in a sense, the sun is being crucified on the celestial equator on March 21st at the beginning of spring, and then after that, as it continues on its path, days start to become longer, so the sun can be said to be reborn or born a second time.
Spring equinox.
This happens at the spring equinox. It is also the time when the sun does what? It passes over the celestial equator. So the Passover and the crucifixion of the sun are the two things that happen right at the spring equinox. Our own Easter is a sun and moon festival.
It's true.
It happens the first Sunday after the first full moon after Easter because of this. Now, some of the Eastern symbols therefore become intelligible. When the Easter chick is none other than the Bennu bird, because one of the images of Osiris and Horus is the Bennu bird, the bird of resurrection, and it comes up out of the egg of the sun. So the golden egg, let me backtrack. Children are the ones who participate in the Easter egg hunt. Why? Because what I said earlier in this discussion is that when Isis was looking for the body of Osiris, it was children who showed her where to find it. So it is children who participate in the Easter egg hunt. And the golden egg is the son of Easter, the reborn son, S-U-N, of Easter, or the Bennu bird, who, when it comes out of the egg, comes out as a chick. Sometimes it's a hawk, but also it comes out as a chick. Or the silver egg, which is the moon, because the moon also determines Easter. Now, this moon symbolism is very important because this resurrection symbolism is also related to Osiris, because Osiris's main attribute is that he is the one who has been reborn or resurrected and becomes a hope of rebirth and resurrection for all humankind. There are other images of Osiris. One is the rabbit or the hare. Why? Because the rabbit or hare jumps up, leaps up, and it's a symbol of Osiris rising. And in fact, the word un or when means good, and it is shown hieroglyphically by a rabbit. And Osiris is called un or when-efer, the good being, and it is represented by a rabbit or a hare. So what does this mean? It means that the Easter bunny is none other than Osiris.
Right.
So all these symbols, the Easter chick, the Easter bunny, the Easter egg hunt, even hot cross buns, represent this crucifixion that occurs at the equinox,
Spring.
as the second birth. Now, let's look at some other aspects of Christianity. We can look at the figure of Lazarus. There's two different Lazaruses, but I'm interested in the Lazarus who's raised from the dead. Because you can break his name down. Well, let's talk about the story of Lazarus. He apparently dies. He has two sisters, Martha and Mary. They come to Jesus and ask him to come minister to their brother Osiris. And he says, I am the light, I am the resurrection, I am the life. He comes to the door of Lazarus and says, Lazarus, rise and come forth. And Lazarus arises apparently from the dead. Well, let's again go back to ancient Nile Valley sources. Osiris, the dead Osiris, has two sisters, Nephthys and Isis. In this case, however, the one who tells him to rise and come forth, next slide please, let's see the next slide. And here we see Isis on the right and Nephthys on the left, mourning their dead brother Osiris, weeping and wailing over their dead brother Osiris in the fashion of Martha and Mary. Then, next slide please, Osiris, next slide. It is Horus, in this instance, who tells Osiris to rise and come forth. Now, if you break down the name of Lazarus, it is El, and then the middle part of the name, Azar, and then Us. Now, in the ancient Egyptian language, Osiris was Asar, or Woser. So, Lazarus means the Osiris. So again, we find that this whole process of resurrection that is created in this story in the Gospel of Lazarus actually is is taken bodily again from the resurrectional drama of the so-called Book of the Coming Forth by Day. Can I have the next slide, please?
The name, by the way, is Hieratic Egyptian.
I'm sorry?
H-I-E-R, Hieratic Egyptian.
Hieratic, yes. What I'm going to do, let's pass on. Let's pass on the next slide because now, I want to make another point here. The term Christ comes from the Greek Christos. The term Christos in Greek originally comes from Alexandria, and it was first used about 290 BC. Clearly, therefore, it comes from some other source in Greek, because you don't see it in Greek until you see it in Alexandria, that is in Africa, 290 BC. Well, what does Christos mean in afterwards Christ? It means the anointed or to anoint. Let us look at Osiris. Osiris is represented in mummified form. In his mummified form, he is set up on his feet as a symbol of resurrection. But how do you mummify anybody in ancient Egypt? You anoint them with oils and rosins and spices. There is also another name for Osiris in his mummified and therefore resurrected form. It is Keres or Kerest, which in Greek became Christos. Now, when Jesus is taken down from the cross, Joseph of Arimathea takes him to his house, washes his body, anoints him in rosin and oils, and then wraps him up in linen bandages. In other words, he mummifies him. This is in the Gospel according to Luke. So therefore, the Christ is the anointed, resurrected one, whose prototype is already Osiris. Jesus becomes the Christ by virtue of his crucifixion on the cross, because the cross represents the unity of human and divine. It is what brings human and divine together is in the figure of the cross. And in the process of mummifying and anointing him, of turning him into the Kerast Christos Christ, he then becomes man and God, just as Osiris is. Next slide, please. Now, in the 1st century BC, Christianity becomes formalized and organized mostly, almost entirely in Egypt. Even though Jesus was, yes, a Jew, he spent a good period of his life in Africa, in Northeast Africa. He was, according to historical sources, associated with a Pythagorean Jewish sect called the Essenes. And when we say Pythagorean, that in effect means the Egyptian temples, because Pythagoras was trained for 22 years in the Egyptian temples. In fact, historically, he is called, by the historical testimony of the Talmud and the Mishnah, he is called Yeshu ben Pandera, or Jesus ben Pandera. Jesus, son of the panther. Pandera means panther. Now, in the Egyptian temples, the priests were always distinguished by panther skins. So, in a sense, his very name is connecting him with the ancient Egyptian temples. That is Joshua ben Pandera.
1 minute.
But in the first 300 to 500 years after AD, he is never represented in his human form, only as the lamb, the crucified lamb. When he is finally shown as a human being, this is the first image that we have of him, Jesus as a human being in the iconography.
Seconds. Dr. Charles Finch, man.
Yes, I saw all the other luminaries that you had before, and they are dressed for this situation. I'm not. I'm dressed real casual. I just went out on a errand, and I haven't dressed appropriately there, Clemson.
Well, look, you look all right to me.
Okay, well, you're the only one I have to please. You and your audience.
Let me give a little bit of your background. Dr. Finch was head of Morehouse College of Medicine, if I remember correctly.
No. The Department of International Health at the Morehouse School of Medicine.
Okay, and you are a medical doctor, though.
Yes, I am.
And have been a medical doctor for
since 1976.
1976.
That makes me old. That makes me older than most of your audience, I'm sure.
It's all right. Dr. Finch has taken hundreds of us to Egypt. Well, I went mostly with Dr. Ben, but Dr. Finch has also traveled up and down the Nile so many times. And he has also spent time in Ghana and in many countries in Africa. He did a piece for us on the Dogon, which I hope that we'll get a chance to deal with at a later date. Today, we want to look at Cephas. Now, Cephas is the Ethiopian star. And I've always interpreted that as the rise of the black man, because this is the time of Cephas, when Cephas was set. I was telling people back in 1995, when we had the Million Man March, at the end of the news report on the Million Man March, Tom Brokaw said, as he summarized his statements. He said, "Oh, by the way, a new star was seen in the heavens tonight. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Million Man March." And when I heard that, I jumped on the phone and called Dr. Charles Finch down at Morehouse College. Right, I call you.
No, School of Medicine. School of
Yeah,
Medicine.
School of Medicine. And you said, yes, that's Kiefer. So tell us about this, Kiefer.
Okay. You can't just limit it to one star, because Cepheus is, in a sense, I call him the cosmic Ethiopian king. His wife is Cassiopeia, and his daughter is Andromeda. And he is famous in Greek mythology because Perseus came through his kingdom. This is Greek mythology now. Killed a dragon or a monster that was ravaging his kingdom, and as a result was able to marry Andromeda. Now, Cepheus, as I say, was Ethiopian through and through, as was his wife and his daughter. So, if Perseus is one of the ancestors of the Greeks, so is Andromeda, the African queen, Ethiopian queen, if you will, or Ethiopian princess, but we can call her the queen. All right. Now, the other thing I want to say about Ethiopia, and then we'll kind of come back to Cepheus. Ethiopia wasn't just Abyssinia, which we think of as now, on the northeastern slope of Africa. Ethiopia in ancient times encompassed not only what we think of as the northern Sudan, but also what we think of as Arabia and Palestine. And that's just Ethiopia. That's Western Ethiopia. Then there is an Eastern Ethiopia. Eastern Ethiopia is what is now called India. And you see, we look at Indians, the Hindu, and we don't see the black origins of India. You have to go down south. And I haven't been to India, but I have seen pictures of those Tamils or Dravidians. They are the blackest people on the planet.
Wow.
Blacker than Africans. I couldn't believe it. But you never see them. I mean, you never see them written about, talked about, photographed. You always think of India as being the northern Indians. You don't think of India, and let me see, how many Tamil are there? Like 200 million. India itself has a total of maybe 1 billion. 200 million of them are black as night. I don't know how else to describe it. They live in the southern third of the Indian subcontinent. And they're the first ones there. They were shall we call them the Aboriginal Indians or Hindus. Now, so Ethiopia in some sense stretched all the way to the east. All right. Now, we think of Cepheus as being the king, the king, and him and his family. We ought to think of okay, let me slow down. My mouth is getting ahead of me. We almost ought to think of them as a family, Cepheus and Cassiopeia and Andromeda. But remember, Cepheus was venerated, and the whole family was venerated as far north as Palestine, even farther north than that. All right. And the Greeks in particular had a tremendous, veneration, admiration for Cepheus, and they discussed him in their so-called mythology, in their so-called history. So, like I said, he was a very, I don't know how to put it. Yeah, he was a very powerful king. And he had that whole family had a tremendous influence on the ancient Greeks, because you got to understand about the ancient Greeks. Now, you're historians and writers of mythology, and said, I'm not going to tell you this, but the Greeks themselves revered to the point of worship both the Egyptians and the Ethiopians, and said so. They didn't have those kind of issues that we have now about that sort of thing, do they?
No.
Can you imagine there's maybe fewer than a half a dozen white scholars, maybe 3 or 4, who would even admit what I just told you. Gerald Massey being one, but he lived 150 years ago. Okay, and as far as he concerned, when he was talking about the Egyptians, the Egyptians, he was talking about black people, not mixed people, black people. Racial mixture didn't start in Egypt until about 600 BC. Now you got to understand one thing about ancient Egypt. The dynastic period begins 4,200 BC. That's not when Egypt started, by the way. This has been found out in recent years. Egypt goes all the way back about 10 to 12,000 years. But the unification of the upper and lower Egypt, that happened 6,000 years ago. All right? And so anyway, Keith is, as I say, the cosmic Ethiopian king. Now, you got to understand one thing that we have lost. The ancients, they, how would you put it? They had a tremendous reverence for the heavens and the heavenly movements and the heavenly bodies. They made their calendars, they ordered their lives, and they paid tremendous deference to the heavenly bodies and the gods that are represented by those heavenly bodies. So, and they all came from Ethiopia. We don't know how reverential the Greeks were to the Egyptians, of course, but as much the Ethiopians. Some maybe even more a little bit. All right, because people don't really know. We talk about Ethiopia and we think we know what we're talking about. Like I said, it's the country on the Horn of Africa, and we don't know just how powerful and influential Ethiopia was in antiquity. Ethiopia is a word that in Greek means sunburnt, the land of the sunburnt people. Oh gosh, they had another name. Now they later became known as Abyssinia, but Kush. How could I forget? Kush. Kush is actually mentioned in the Bible, and Kush was in southern Egypt, south of Egypt. Okay, the parts of Kush actually extended into what we today think as the southern border of Egypt, and there were at least 3 invasions. I guess they were invasions from Kush into Egypt. Why? To settle things down in Egypt, to order it during periods of upheaval and trouble and discord. And so in each case, when Egypt was, as it were, saved and set to right, that came from the south. This is the reason why the Egyptians, shall we say, revered the south. The south was his name for the Egyptian name for south was the first same as Kenti, by the way, Khenti. It was also this exact same as their name for first, up, chief, beginnings. So the south was for them the beginnings, the origins, and yes, the heavens, or I should say, the heavenly people. And because they sent known in historical times, they were known to have sent 4 expeditions down to what is now Tanzania. That's where they just followed the river southward to its origins or sources in what is today Tanzania. And during the time of Ramesses the second or third, I think, they brought back an emissary from those lands. And the Pharaoh, when he found out this was happening, he sent a fast boat and says, I want you to protect that emissary with your lives. Don't let anything happen to him. Don't let him fall into the river. You say, well, so what? That emissary was a so-called pygmy. The Egyptians didn't call them pygmies. Deng. They called them a deng, D-E-N-G. Why? Well, among others, there's a lot of reasons. One, first of all, the Egyptians knew where they came from. They didn't have any issues about that. They didn't have any
there was no ambiguity in their minds about that. They knew they came from the source of the Nile. They knew they came from way down south, and so the Egyptians would say up south and down north.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that was their sacred land. What is today now Tanzania? We don't, of course, nowadays, you don't see any histories, and haven't for 500-600 years, referring to the countries at the source of the Nile: Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda. You don't see any reference to them as ancient Egypt's sacred lands. And like I said, the so-called pygmy, Deng. And you know why? Because the god Ptah, maybe if not one of the oldest, maybe two oldest male deities in Egypt. Not deities, the oldest deities in Egypt were female, goddesses. But the oldest male deities in Egypt were Ptah and Set. And Ptah was always represented as a so-called pygmy, a Deng, a dwarf. And so when they got a chance to bring this emissary from the land of the Deng, i.e. the land, I have to use the word pygmies because people won't know what I'm talking about otherwise. It's not the proper term for these people, but we are kind of constrained by people's knowledge of what these people's names were. So we just have to keep using it. But the ancient Egyptians basically revered these people. Now, what Egyptian historian is going to tell you that? I told you there is a letter sent from Ramesses. I forget, it was either Ramesses II or Ramesses III. I forget which, because they had sent at least 4 expeditions. That's a 4,000-mile trip, by the way.
Wow.
That was no trivial matter. That was a 4,000-mile trip.
Wow.
And they somehow they kept in touch with them. I don't know how they did that, but when they found out they were bringing a Deng / pygmy back, the Pharaoh said, "Look," sent them a fast boat and says, "You better make sure that representative of the Deng gets here safe and unharmed. He better not fall into the river."
Dr. Finch.
Yes.
While we are on Ethiopia, Herodotus wrote that, at least he said, that Ethiopia was so just and fair that the gods had how did they put that? He said that Ethiopia was so just and fair that the gods came to visit them.
Yes, that's right. In other words, Herodotus was the first Greek really to write anything, shall we say, definitive about the ancient Egyptians. And when you read his histories and you read the Egyptian part, you could tell that he was in awe of the Egyptians, basically. All right. Now, and he recorded their traditions, their histories, and yes, there was a time, according to the ancient Egyptians and Ethiopians, when the gods, as we call them today, the ancient Egyptians called them netters, used to walk among human beings. Yep.
Okay.
There came a time when they had fallen into a period of extended corruption where the gods left them. But there was we don't even know how far back it was. There was a time when the gods walked among human beings. Were the ones that we today call Osiris and Isis and Set and Horus and Ra and Thoth and Jehudi and Mut and Nut and Hathor, on and on and on. They weren't just gods up there in the air, up in heaven. They walked on earth. They went to heaven because human beings, lost, control of themselves. They let control. They got themselves. What's the word? They fell into corruption. So the gods couldn't stay with. The gods had two choices: either wipe out the human race or leave. They chose to leave.
What? Let me ask you this, because if we look at the principles that the ancient Africans laid out, everything is really has an opposite. You can't have hot without cold. You can't have up without down, and you can't have evil without justice or without right. And according to the calendars, both the 365-year calendar, which is broken up into seasons, and the 26,000-year calendar, which was in the temple of Dendera, it's about seasons. It's about a lot more than seasons, but everything has a season. And so even Rome or evil has a season. And you see that displayed in the story of Osiris and his brother Seth, who was the evil one who killed him and cut him into 14 pieces. And
let me interrupt.
Yes.
To say this, Seth did not start out evil.
Okay.
Quite
All
the
right,
contrary.
I got it.
He was not. He didn't start out in that way in the Egyptian mind. Now, some things happened where Osiris, who was his brother, rose to the pinnacle of Egyptian worship and veneration, and that's when Set became the enemy.
Okay.
But keep talking though. You know.
Yeah.
Set he didn't start out being the enemy though.
So so when he did, and I'm saying everything has its own season, and I was saying that evil has a season too. I mean, you know, if you look at the Bible, which takes much of its sacred writings, they are fragments of ancient Egyptian understanding and writings and what they left us. And it also talks about there's a season to plant and there's a season to pluck up that which was planted. There's a season to be joyful, there's a season to be sad, but it talks about seasons. And so I wanted to connect that in terms of seasons with Kephas, because if you can explain to us that zodiac and that 26,000 years, it's also broke up into what we might call seasons. And so
but there are two zodiacs, both of them of the same length of time, both of them caused by the same rotation of the Earth's axis around vertical north. One of the Cepheus is in the zodiac around the North Pole.
Okay.
Our zodiac, which we know conventionally, is what rotates around the equator.
Okay.
So at any given time, there are two supreme or symbolic powers that are operating or working in the cosmos and impact human beings. Like for now, let me see, who's now? One, right now, oh sugar. Trying to think who's in the, I'm blocking. Because right now, Cepheus, okay, let me slow down. We're right now in the age of Pisces. And have been for about 2,150 years. Because these ages all last about 2,160 years. We will move out of the age of Pisces. Let's see, where are we? And we will move out of the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius in 2039. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius. You remember that song?
Yes, absolutely.
From the musical Hair. That's what that's referring to. But as I say, there's always two zodiacs, and there's one up in the North Pole. 10 years later, Cepheus, okay. Cepheus is one of the seven constellations that revolve around the North Pole. Right. His wife and daughter aren't circumpolar. They're there, but they don't revolve. They revolve with him, but he's the one that actually revolves around the North Pole. And this is why we say his age is coming in 2060. No, is that right? What did I say? 2039, maybe 2050.
2050.
And that is the age of the cosmic Ethiopian king that will last for 3,700 years.
Wow. Now, two things. One, they refer to the Temple Dendera, where the zodiac was found that the French took out and took to France. They refer that to say that it is a Greek temple, that the Greeks built that. But I was asking you, who built that temple, and wasn't it built on a temple before? So it's much older.
Absolutely. And the Temple of Dendera was dedicated to Hathor, or head hair.
Okay.
Means a mansion of Horus, and usually if you go to Egypt, as you know, I've been a dozen times. Anthony Karakamoon Browder, that's what I call him, has been 50 times. You always make a stop at Dendera because you pay honor and homage to Hathor, head hair, who is the mansion of Horus. And I was saying something. Remind me, what was I saying, Clemson?
Well, I had asked you who built those temples.
Oh, yeah.
The Greeks didn't build them.
The Greeks, what the Greeks did, first of all, and they used, call it Egyptian architects and workers, they just superimposed certain temples on ancient foundations and using the ancient, what is it when you have, when you got something that you follow when you build.
The
blueprint.
architectural.
A blueprint. I guess I would call it a blueprint.
Yeah.
So yes, all of the temples that are ascribed to the Greeks are Egyptian temples that have been revived by the Greeks. Why? Because Dendera was by the time of the Greek rule of Egypt was already somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
So the Temple of Dendera, they're just revitalizing it and rebuilding it.
And it wasn't the Greeks that rebuilt it; it was the Egyptian engineers and architects.
Yes, under the direction, because the Greeks ruled. They ruled by that time. The last 300 years of Egyptian history was ruled under Greek domination. But, and this is Cleopatra is the most famous of the Greek pharaohs, if you want to call them. Her father was Ptolemaic or Greek. Her mother was Egyptian. And Cleopatra always considered herself an Egyptian pharaoh. Always. She didn't think of herself as being a Greek ruler. She considered herself to be in the same line of the pharaohs. And through her mother, she had some claim to that. But she wasn't, how we go and watch Elizabeth Taylor in the movie Cleopatra, and we get the idea that this was a Greek queen. No. There's so many, shall we say, what is the word? I mean, the way in which history has been distorted and, lied about. You see, so Cleopatra herself, even though her father was Ptolemaic and Greek, and though she inherited the rulership of Egypt through her father, because by that time the Macedonian Greeks were the ruler of Egypt. This is just before the Romans took over, because the Romans took over after Cleopatra. But her father was Macedonian Greek, but her mother was Egyptian, and Cleopatra always thought of herself as an Egyptian first. And she thought of herself as a continuation of the ancient line of pharaohs.
Mhm. Well, let me get back to Cephas.
Cepheus.
Now, how does that affect us? And why should, as African Americans, we know this history? And why was it so important for Tom Brokaw to point out that the star Cephas had been seen in the heavens?
Let's take the last part of what you're saying first, because white people know. They know what the deal is. They're not going to let you know that they know, but they know. Okay? That's number one. Now, not only Cepheus, but the great mother of the waters, who we call, the great mother of the water. Slow down. We call her Aquarius, but Aquarius was originally female. And the age of Aquarius comes in, what did I say, 2039, something like that?
Yes.
But it's actually the age of the great mother of the waters, starting then for 2,160 years. The various kinds of the great mother of the waters are Mami Wata, Yemanya Oshun, all of the West African goddesses of the water are Aquarius, or Aquarius is them. Hathor, going back that far, Isis even. So when you talk about the coming of the great mother of the waters, which is that's what Aquarius. Go and look Aquarius up. They say you'll see pictures of him pouring water out, and that's why he's called the water man. He wasn't originally the water man. He was originally the great mother of the waters. It was Europeans who switched that all around. So the age of Aquarius, let me just finish this, is the coming of the age of the great mother of the waters. And her period, her time will last for 2,160 years.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, if you know anything about Yemanya, Oshun, who else was I saying? Who's the Akan? I forget who the name of the Akan goddess. Oh yeah, in Senegal, she was Mami Wata, and then Kumbalamba in Senegal, and we could go on, and we find the same great mother of the waters, different names in West Africa, because you got to realize all your major West African groups, without exception, can trace their origins, remote origins, back to the Nile Valley.
Now,
without exception.
I find that critically important because the Egyptians did not leave Africa and go into Europe. They left Africa and went south. They went to the west. Places like Ghana has a lot of Egyptian names and so forth. But had they left Egypt, if they were Europeans, they would have left Egypt and went back to Europe.
They were.
But Europe stayed.
To think that the Egyptians had anything to do with Europe it just makes me laugh. It's laughable.
Say it again.
It's laughable. It just makes me laugh.
To think
it's just like I said. What can I say? It's just laughable. There was nothing European. Now, the first Africans to go into Europe on a large scale were the Moors under Tariq, with the invasion of the Moorish invasion of Spain. You know, the Moors, the word Moor comes from the Latin word moros. You know what that word means? Black.
Ah, yes, Blackamoor.
Yeah, that's right, black and more. So these were black people who conquered Spain and gave Spain her civilization, the Moorish civilization.
Yes,
Sure did. And you
and
can
they
see remnants of the Moors in Spain today.
correct. So now, if the Moors were the first Africans, they didn't have to be the first Africans into Europe, but they impacted
Yeah.
Europe with helping to set up their university system,
Yes,
their
absolutely.
learning systems. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, I mean, you've just said it. Um, they set up well, they set up they created an entire civilization, the Moorish civilization. Set up universities, as you said. They had a tremendous reverence for learning. They created libraries and universities and schools, and they were really very, what do you want to say, at a very high level of civilization. And you know what the Europeans did? They came down to Spain to learn anything. They came down to the Moors in order to be taught. They had to. There was nothing like that going on in Europe. And they would take what they got. They found that they learned from the Moors, and they would take it back up to France and Germany, even into England. And of course, and like I said, don't expect this information to come from anybody, any white scholar. They're not going to tell you this.
Right. And they're not going to talk about the period of Kephas, the rise of the Ethiopian king, because they see the rise of the Ethiopian king as the rise of the black man and the overthrow of European dominance in the world. Can you speak to that? You know, that's what all this is about right now, even under Trump.
Yeah, this, that is, shall we say, that's just opening up talking about a can of worms. That's what that's doing. But you see, there's one thing, I started systematically studying in 1972. And you realize, after all that, studying and reading and traveling to Africa, traveled to Africa, I think 75 times, 12 times to Egypt. As I say, Browder has been there 52 times. There is a, what do you want to call it? There is a shift that is in play. It may be hard to see, hard to ascertain. Black people look around them and say, well, nothing has changed. We're still in the same situation we've been since 1619. Yes and no. Change like that is often subterranean, subtle, unable to perceive. And maybe the change, the alteration is not so much in material circumstances, it's in mental and psycho-mental, spiritual circumstances. To prepare for another time, another age. Because another age, in fact, 2 ages are almost upon us. And that means there's going to be vast changes, and there's nothing anybody can do about it.
That is correct.
And here my only issue, if you want to call it that, I says, okay, black people, are you / we, are you going to be ready for this new dispensation, this new age? Because it's, in a sense, it's our opportunity. And I'm not saying we go out and start conquering and shooting people up and getting an army and overrunning everything. No, that's already been done. For the last 4,000 years, there have been conquerors and military personnel who have gone here and there and all over the world to create empires. Been there, done that. And you ask yourself, is the world better for it? Well, people might say, well, look, we've got more material goods than we've ever had before. So what? So what? There's a lot of there's too many things that are being destroyed in the process of creating this material paradise. And I don't know, I kind of got off of what I was trying to say. My point is that you say, what does that mean for black people? Black people need to make that decision because, yes, it's going to be, there's something, let's say, instead of calling it an opportunity, let's say there's going to be an opening, an opening. And like I said, it's not mean that you're supposed to gather an army and ride through that opening and conquer here and conquer there and get your revenge on the white man and all that. No, it's not going to be like that. No, but there is going to be an opening, and you have to know how to, take advantage of the opening as it comes. And that's not going to be, and just in America. And let's just talk about America. We could talk about the whole world, but let's just talk about America, black people in America. 55 million black people in America. That doesn't mean that all that what I'm saying is going to have any known impact on all 55 million black people. They will either ignore it or deny it or be unaware that it's happening. You're only talking about you're talking about a really small number of black people who can, shall we say, receive these elements that are coming to us already, and start thinking about what to do about it. So you're not talking about, 90. I don't know. I speculate. So how many black people can actually be affected by these vast changes? Seriously. And I've in my own mind, I've said as few as 5% or as many as 25%. And so I go back and forth with that without having any real sense of what the truth of that is. But I speculate about it every day. And yes, will there be violence? Yep. How can there not be? Now the question is, what is the outcome of that violence? Even if we're not perpetrating the violence ourselves, you got to be ready for some. I don't know what else to say. You got to be ready. It ain't going to be pretty. And the thing is, you say, can we even survive it?
Wow. Yes.
The question is, I think, let's put it this way. I think the spiritual powers of Africa are watching over us and are trying to guide us, trying to show us the way to go so that we can be ready for this upheaval. And question is, how many of us are going to listen and take heed and act accordingly? If only just to protect our own. They will protect us,
Yes, that is our ancestral spirits.
But it's not just enough that they will protect us. We've got to be in a position to be protected, if you understand what I mean.
Yes.
And accept what it means for us. And
now,
I'm not convinced that most black people are going to know or are going to accept that. I think there will be a critical mass. That's do you know who Elise Galati is?
No,
she's a psych. What? See, I don't even know if she's still with us. She was a psychiatrist at Howard University.
Mhm.
Absolutely first-class, brilliant woman. I would listen to her in awe. Elise Galati. Some people who were at Howard University Medical School know exactly what I'm talking about. And she
Mhm.
is the one who I adopted this idea of a critical mass of
Mhm.
black people to do anything. That
Yes.
comes from the physics and even chemistry, that you have to have a physical mass of certain kinds of elements in order for certain kind of, you know, chemical and physical processes to take place.
Mhm.
She was the first one I ever heard use that. I had heard the term, but she's the first one I ever heard use the term in that way, and I have never forgotten it.
Well, Dr. Finch, one of the reasons I used to love talking to you so much was that you, in looking at the ancient African cosmology, or the way that they perceive the world, they perceive the world themselves as one with the universe. You know, much like we look at spring and the sap, which are the trees which had, because of winter, were in a state of deadness. All the leaves had gone, everything. There was no flowering of the bushes and the plants and everything. It just looks dead. But that was because the sun, or the rays of the sun, was hitting the earth at a certain angle, and the sap, which has the life of the tree, would leave the limbs and the branches and go down into the roots. So the tree looked dead, but the tree was really quite alive. And when the cycle, or when spring came, uh, that sap, because the sun would draw that life back up into the branches and to the leaves, and it would get, the branches would get limber again and grow leaves and flowers and everything within the cycle. Now, man has no control over that. And this period of time in which the energy of Cephas is coming into the earth, the same thing I perceive is happening to us as a people, if we are conscious and we are living as the ancestors had said that we should live, ma'at. And so I think that we're one with nature, and that critical mass, if we could perceive who we are and what we are in terms of nature, we can have an impact even on nature, since we are nature. And if we live that Ma'atian lifestyle, we will be guided and strengthened and used to help save the planet and save humanity. So that critical mass is the way I interpret what you are saying that we need to reach. And if it's 5 to 25% of us, we can impact and change the world if we only know who we are. And I would like if you would talk on that a minute.
I don't know. You said a lot right there, Clemson. I mean, uh, the thing is, however many people of African descent that you can, shall we say, impact with these kind of ideas, you know, this sensibility, this sense of being impacted by the, you know, our ancestral spirits, the cosmic spirits, the universal spirits, the spirits of life. Um, what what you're trying to eventually get to, however many, whatever percentage of us can do that, you're trying to get to a sense of organic unity.
Ah, yes.
You know, now we've been talking about that since the '60s. I came of age in the '60s. the age of not only civil rights, but Black Power, militants, Malcolm, uh, the Panthers, Stokely, H-Rap, Martin Luther King before them. It was a very intense time, and it was a time of an awakening. Now, the question is, and we thought that the revolution not only was not going to be televised, but it was going to happen immediately. No, that's the other thing I want to say. You got to be willing. We got to be willing to wait, not wait indefinitely, but wait until the right time, the optimum time. It'll come, but you got to be ready to wait for it.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't get impatient. I don't expect to see anything that I'm talking about to happen in my lifetime. I've long ago accepted that. So the only thing that I feel like I and others can do, including you, Clemson, is plant seeds. Different ways of planting seeds. But you got to plant seeds and allow them to be cultivated, because it's a cultivation of the seeds are a cultivation of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
But the consciousness has to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the discipline. You got to have the discipline.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, I mean, really, that discipline is critical.
Mm-hmm.
And so we seem to lack that. I mean, not all of us, but it's not as, it needs to be ingrained into anything we attempt to do collectively.
Ah, yes.
And let me just say, so you can't listen to what I'm saying or what you're saying, or look around and say, well, oh, okay, so this is going to happen in the next things that you're talking about, next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. You got to be ready. You got to be ready to put the time in. That is to wait. You got to know how to wait. Wait proactively.
Mm-hmm.
You got to know how to wait proactively.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, as part of the waiting, be ready for your time when your time comes.
Mm-hmm.
We're not ready. We're not ready now. Come on, let's be real about it. I mean, I'm not, we're just not, and we should recognize that and realize that. It doesn't mean we're just supposed to give up or just throw our hands up and say, "Oh well, this is never going to happen because black people ain't ready." No. That's a ridiculous attitude to take.
Mm-hmm.
You wait until you make yourself ready and wait to the time, because the time will come, whether we want it to or not, whether anybody wants it to or not. Time waits for no one, as the song used to say. And that's the other thing I want to come back to. There are other forces at work that impact us on a daily basis that are spiritual, cosmic, universal, divine. We may not be able to feel them or touch them or define them, but they're at work all right.
Mm-hmm. 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 Now, we've been joined by Mama Linus Moshe. Do you have a question that you would like to ask? I think her mic is muted.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. First and foremost, I give thanks to the cosmic universe for ordaining the mastermind Charles S. Finch to this platform. Considering ever since I met you, Baba Brown, the things that I've been revealing to you, you
Yes.
already know he's confirming. And this time You know, when you're telling people to learn how to wait, it's more like, to me, what the ancestors and the cosmic mother is revealing to me. We are not to wait like being stagnant. We are supposed to be waiting like if you're in a process of waiting on a person, waiting on an event. That means you're constantly moving in preparation based on the things that are being revealed to you from the spiritual realm as well as being confirmed in the natural realm. Some of us have been sent and mandated, like yourself, based on the information that you're sharing with the audience, has been given this information to educate others, like planting the seed, as you say, and then others will water. But what the hearer must understand to understand is that they have the ability to be beneficial and fruitful from that tree that's going to bear fruit based on their own desire to seek out and confirm and to know themselves based on the gift that was put in them to they can contribute, because we all are sent here with a special gift to contribute to our reparations, restoration, and redemption, not from a government perspective of the current system, but what is the renewing and taking back our throne preparation. So, with everything that you were saying, my question now is, what do you perceive as what needs to be done in the process of waiting in movement in preparation? What our people should focus on in preparation for the coming of our return to our thrones? With that, I'm complete.
I take that question is directed at me.
Yes.
You can see in the background behind me are my shelves full of books. There's no substitute for reading and studying, learning, and I do mean that through books. That's the thing about the ancients. They used to have a tremendous reverence for learning. And even till relatively recently in Africa, that was always true. So there's no substitute for studying and reading for the rest of your life. That's basically what I've had to do. That expands you not just in terms of what we're discussing here. It expands you into a wider realm of experience and understanding. That's number one. The other thing is and what I've already mentioned, cultivate what I would can only call, for lack of a better term, a mental discipline. And you say, well, what is that mental discipline? That mental discipline is to not fall into certain traps that are out there. Okay? There are a lot of things, for example, that are going to try to pull you in. A lot of things are going to try to appeal, to your sensations, to your desires, to your wants. And you've just got to have the discipline to be able to separate what they call the wheat from the chaff, the reality from the unreality. So there is a discipline that is absolutely required, personal discipline, by the way, and not just mental, but also of your body. You got to one has to take care of one's body, exercise, eat properly, sleep, get a requisite amount of sleep. So take care of your body as well as your mind. So, and that's part of the getting ready. And also listen to people who have something to teach you, and you'll know who they are. You're going to hear, there are a lot of people you can be listening to. There's a lot of people out there going to be talking to you, but you need to be able to have the discernment to be able to listen to the people whose ideas and words can do you the most good. you know. And some of those have come and gone. Everybody from Marcus Garvey, like I said, Marcus, Malcolm, and Martin, and others since then.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so there's, one would like to think one has a step-by-step process that okay, I take the step and then I go to that step and then the next step and the next step. Yes, I can see the, shall we say, the attraction of that. I want that myself, but we're not there. We can't have all of that right now. But still, there has to be a discipline, individual discipline, and then as part of a collective discipline. And I'm not talking about collective discipline of all 55 million black people in America. Even those that what did I call it? That critical mass. That critical mass needs to organize and unify around a collective discipline. Now, I don't know if I was very coherent saying all those things, but those are the reactions I get from the question that was asked. That's what sort of comes up, and also I think we're coming to our end of our time, Clemson. So I don't know.
Well, I do have one more question. In reference to studying and reading books, in my research and in what the Spirit guides me to understand is when you walk as you learn and you learn as you walk, there's an interaction that must be made with nature.
Oh boy,
So if a
yes.
person was to read a book, they still have to be able to get up and actually walk and practice or live according to what it is that they're reading. And in such a time as this, where we have to look to the land for everything that it is we're going to need in the process of this cosmic rites of passage, it's very important that the people utilize their waiting period to actually get back in communication with the spirits of nature. Do you not
Yes.
agree?
Yes. That's all I can say to that. I wish I had said it. Absolutely.
All
Absolutely.
right, I'm complete. Thank you.
Dr. Finch, I want to thank you for joining us today. We had a lot of questions and comments that I didn't get to, but I want to ask you if you'll come back with us another time and talk about the Dogon, because I think understanding what the Dogon brings to us from its African source and understanding is either an extension of the Egyptians or the same people. I don't know. But
Okay, let me just say this, because boy, you have just opened up an area of mine. You got to understand that the Dogon left the Nile Valley. Let me think now, about 300 to 400 AD, and then about 600 to 700 AD, with the invasion of Islam into what is Mali. That's where they were. They were in Western Mali. They sent, and they didn't want to change their way of thinking, their way of living, their way of believing. They did not want to relinquish that. So they actually sent 4 representatives eastward to find a place for them to move to. And they did, at the Bandiagara Cliffs. Why the Bandiagara Cliffs? In Mali, eastern Mali, because it was so inhospitable that nobody would want to go there. Well, would want to go there to look for them. Nobody wanted to go all the way out there looking for them there. And so they were left alone, and still are left alone. That's why they have maintained the integrity of their culture and way of life. I have actually been to Dogon country once. That's a whole, as you say, that's a whole other subject. But they were determined to maintain the integrity of their entire system, spiritual, mental, cultural, anything else you want to put in there. And so they are fascinating people, absolutely fascinating. And yes, they can trace their origins all the way back to the Nile Valley.
Thank you. Does that mean you're going to come back and talk to us about
Well, I mean, Clemson, what do you think? I could turn you down once you ask?
I love it. All right, we'll set up the date, and I'm going to ask everybody if they would go and hit the button, the like button, and if they would, what's that called? Subscribe to Tapvideo, TransAtlantic Productions, and we will keep you informed, because I can't wait for Dr. Finch to come back and talk about the Dogon. Again, I want to thank everybody for being with us. I want to thank Dr. Charles Finch and wish you all well. Good day.
He has actually been around priests in Africa and seen them turn water into wine. Wow, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if we can all just get back to our original self and be able to manifest those powers, then just so many of the things that are happening to us now would completely disappear overnight. Dr. Charles Finch is the Director of International Health at Morehouse School of Medicine. He graduated from Yale and Thomas Jefferson Medical College. He has published in excess of a dozen articles on African antiquities, comparative religion, anthropology, and ancient sciences, resulting in a number of books, including Echoes of the Dark Land, Themes from the African Eden, and his new book, which was recently published, which he has with him tonight, Africa, the Birth of Science and Technology. Well, that's not exactly the title. Jordana got my book, so I can't even read the title exactly. But we do know that it has everything to do with the origin and the genesis of African science emerging from the shadows. Let us rise and give a united African movement welcome to our keynote speaker here this evening, Dr. Charles Finch. Dr. Charles Finch. One more time for Dr. Charles Finch. All right.
There's so many different ways to greet you. Just want to say I'm peaceful at being back in this house with the United African Movement. So much has been happening to me of late that in some ways I hardly know where to begin. It's almost as if my life no longer has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Or if it does, it doesn't happen in that order. Maybe that has to do with the fact that in the African framework, things don't move like that. They move in cycles, in circles. Minister Clemson Brown said a little bit about what happened to me in the West African country of Benin in January. Benin being the home of the Fon Popo people and the source of the spiritual system known as voodoo in Haiti, which is very interesting because you know about the colonial boundaries. People literally could be living in a compound and the colonial boundaries would go right through the compound. So you could be Yoruba, but you would either be Yoruba in Benin or Yoruba in Nigeria. And from what I know of the Orisha, and what I've learned about the Vodou, I don't know what the difference is, except language. The system, the powers, the metaphysics, all of it is not merely similar, but identical. But it does make sense. It is branches from a trunk whose roots that we can trace to Kemet, but way beyond Kemet. Some say we can trace them to the stars themselves, which is the reason why my book has the title, The Star of Deep Beginnings. Where does that title come from? The Star of Deep Beginnings is one of the Dogon names for Sirius B. They also call it Potolo, the seed star. They also call it the mother star of the universe because they know correctly that Potolo, the seed star, or Sirius B, a white dwarf, is about the oldest star in the universe. And this is what astrophysics tells us. Of course, they know so much more than that. But the Star of Deep Beginnings, you might say, became my metaphor, my image of what African science is. Now, you got to understand, when we talk about African science, we're only talking about evidence that we can draw from mere fragments. The only African country that has been excavated in any depth and detail at all is ancient Kemet, today called Egypt. 95% of the known archaeological sites throughout the rest of Africa have never been touched. There are 1 dozen cities in the Sudan, some of them as far as 60 miles away, that supported from the Nile, that supported populations of between 60 and 100,000 people by piping water in from the Nile. There is a city in Kenya, it's in my book, called Gedi, G-E-D-I, known to have been of 20 square miles of extent. Only 1 square mile has been excavated, and they have actually found that these people used to recycle their water through limestone filters. There are paved roads buried under or hidden under the forest canopy of the Congo. We don't know Africa. We just think we know Africa. Africa is a state of mind. Africa is a spiritual reality. Africa has depths maybe that we will never be able to get to the bottom of. We're talking about 300,000 years of continuous human habitation. They think that there may be 3 civilizations that precede Kemet now. That Kemet may just be the last of the great African civilizations. So we're going to talk a little bit about African science tonight, the Star of Deep Beginnings. Of course, up until very recently, really up until the publication of Ivan Van Sertima's anthology, Blacks in Science, the words African science were thought to be a contradiction in terms. That such science as Africa has came into Africa from outside of it, given to it by others. When you start looking even at the fragments that have come down to us, you begin to find, as in so many other domains, science was one of Africa's many gifts to the world. It does stand to reason. Humanity began there. Human culture began there. Africa is the longest continuously inhabited continent in the world, so therefore you might say the experience necessary to elaborate human culture to ever greater levels of sophistication would have happened in Africa first, which it did, and that there would be evidence of such, and there is, including what we call science and technology. But what Africans mean by science and technology and what we mean by science and technology is not necessarily the same thing. The high African adept, and don't tell me it can't happen, I saw it, can literally change water into wine in front of your very eyes. I saw them materialize dogs, cats, and fishes out of thin air practically. But it did something more for me. I don't have a word for what I began to experience there and have experienced every day since there. And so the only word I can come up with it, and I'm beginning to understand the futility of words to describe and explain the deepest possible states of existence. So the only word I can come up with is power. But not power in the coercive sense of trying to force people or situations to conform what you want. Power being that thing that you cannot define, touch, feel, measure, see, and yet makes everything that exists happen. You can't taste it, you can't see it, you can't hear it, but it's there. You can only describe it in terms of its effects. And until you have become a prisoner of power, a witness to power, you haven't really lived. 49 years old. I had my 50th birthday on February 25th. Almost 50 years old before I could even become a witness to power. We don't know what you have no idea what we gave up. You think you just gave up a land, a race, a civilization. Those are only the outward manifestations of what you lost. Because when you become a prisoner of power, that's all I can describe it as, then you know what it is, finally, maybe at some little level, to live. Now, when we start talking like that, we start talking about real African science. Some people call it spirit. I don't care what name you give to it. I don't know what is the best name. I can only tell you what I can refer to it as. And where is this power? It's nowhere. You would never have to move, go anywhere, and you could still tap into that power. Because it only comes through whom? It comes through you. And there's only one way to deal with. There's only one way to act when you encounter power. You have to act with impeccability. That means you take responsibility for everything that you do and everything that happens to you without complaint or self-pity. When you can do that, maybe you will begin to witness power. Can you really say that you live your life without complaint or self-pity? Can you say that you do that? Really? I couldn't. I still can't. I'm still working on it. I'm 50 years old, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to live, but every day for the rest of my life, and I may not get there. And yet it doesn't matter, because it's the journey that's important. You strive and you struggle, you give everything you have to victory. But if defeat is what you meet, you do not complain. Because even that is a lesson. It is the journey that counts. There's really only one thing that you're here for. That is to learn. And it is the process of learning that counts. And so therefore, the only thing that matters is not so much what you say, it is what you do. It is your actions that count. It's the only thing I can measure you by. That's the only thing I can be measured by. Not what I'm sitting up here talking to you, unless it is tied intimately and completely and totally to my actions. And so your smallest act has to be impeccable. Your smallest act, your smallest everyday act. It is the only way that you can confront power. I can't go back. I can't go back to whatever I was. Can't. Once you've touched something like that, you can never go back. Let's look a little bit at African science. I don't know where to start. There's so much stuff we can talk about, so many places to go, that it almost doesn't matter where I start. But let's just kind of start with the tried and the true and the empirical, and do this rather quickly. this is a cubit measure from ancient Kemet. Excuse me? I'm in the way. Is that what you're saying? Like that? Is that better? Okay. This is the cubit measure from ancient Kemet. The reason why I show you it is because it is the chief cubit, and the ancient people, the ancient scientists of Kemet, ancient technicians of Kemet understood one thing. They understood that stone, wood, metal will either contract or expand depending on changes in temperature. So they put that granite cubit measure in a room that didn't vary more than 1 degree any time during the year. Why? Because as a people, they were absolutely obsessed with precision and exactitude. Do you understand what I'm saying? Absolutely obsessed with precision to the exactitude, to the micromilliliter degree. This cubit measure, therefore, became the symbol of precision and exactitude, not only in the empirical or technical domain, but in the moral and spiritual domain, so that the god or the Neter Ta used to stand on a cubit measure, which symbolized rightness and correctness on the spiritual and moral planes, as well as on the empirical, technical, and scientific planes. Because everything in African science, in ancient African science, had an empirical and technical aspect, a symbolic aspect, a theoretical aspect, and yes, a spiritual aspect, all seamlessly woven together in one framework. Let us kind of go back a little bit. Those of you who have read Ivan Van Sertima's Blacks in Science, this will be familiar to you. This is the so-called Ishango bone, seen from two different perspectives. One bone seen from two different perspectives. You see the markings. Those markings represent numbers on this bone. When the archaeologist who first found it, by the name of de Heinzlen, he found it in the country of Zaire along one of the Great Lakes, at that time known as Lake Albert. He recognized immediately, as I said, that this is a number system, that these markings are grouped into a number system that showed a knowledge of multiplication by doubling, prime numbers, and a decimal system. He originally dated it at 8,500 years. That's old, but there are other artifacts as old. Except for one thing. 7 years ago, these artifacts were redated by a team named John Yellen and Allison Brooks at George Washington University with much more sensitive instrumentation. And they found out that the Ishango bone is not 8,500 years old. It is 25,000 years old. So now you have African proto-mathematics in the Great Lakes 25,000 years ago. The title page of the Rin Mathematical Papyrus. Just a minute, I want to get something. Sorry about that. The translation of that title page of the Rin Mathematical Papyrus is very interesting. The entrance into the knowledge of all existing things and all obscure secrets, which I find a very interesting title for a mathematical textbook. Entrance into the knowledge of all existing things and all obscure secrets. Now we're going to go into that in a minute, because you see, there is a so-called, quote, Pythagorean idea that all things are number. But where did Pythagoras study for 22 years? He studied in the temple of Waset. And once you again examine it more deeply, you know that that concept of what people call number mysticism came to Pythagoras directly out of the temple. And the idea that all things are number. So, once you begin to understand, and this is in the book, the chapter Number and Nature in African World Systems. Once you begin to understand how they conceived of number, you can understand, therefore, why they would introduce a mathematical papyrus by saying the entrance into the knowledge of all existing things and all obscure secrets. Problem number 24, the Rin mathematical papyrus, shows you a method for finding the solution to this problem by means of an unknown. By definition, that gives you algebra. Now, the Rin mathematical papyrus, what I'm showing you now, is about 4,000 years old. To be precise, 3,800 years old. So here's algebra in the Northeast African civilizations, Nile Valley civilization, in problem number 24. How to solve a problem by means of an unknown. Problem number 51 shows you the method for finding the area of a triangle, 1/2 base times height. Also in the Rin mathematical papyrus, 3,834 years ago. This is problem number 53, shows you how to find the area of 3 contiguous triangles. This one is problem number 56. They also showed you how to find the area of a square, length times width. Problem number 56 shows you how to obtain the angle of the slope of the pyramid's face. When you have the angle of the slope of the pyramid's face, you have its cotangent. When you have its cotangent, by definition, you have its tangent. Because you turn the cotangent, it can be either a decimal or a fraction. Take the fraction. You reverse it. You have its tangent. Tangent, cotangents. Interesting. Why? Because the next thing, they used to make hundreds and hundreds of models of pyramids, because they built 94 pyramids. And they used to make scale models of them again and again and again. So what did they do? They could have done, and did, draw a straight line through the center, through the apex of the pyramid, which would be the height of the pyramid. The height of that pyramid would also be the height of 2 right triangles. It would cut it into 2. You see that? It cuts it into 2 right triangles. The height of the pyramid would be the height of the right triangle. The base of the pyramid, half of the base of the pyramid would be half the base of the right triangle on each side, and the hypotenuse, the face of the pyramid would be the hypotenuse of the right triangle. You have all of that. You have everything you need to find sine, cosine. Sine, cosine, tangent, cotangent. You now have trigonometry. You have mathematics, you have geometry, algebra, trigonometry. In Northeast Africa, 3,834 years ago. Now, doesn't stop there. You see this? This is actually older than the Rin mathematical papyrus. This goes back to the Old Kingdom, First Dynasty, or wait a minute, Third Dynasty, Old Kingdom, 5,300-400 years ago, showing you that they knew how to find the area underneath a curve. If there are any mathematicians in the room, they will tell you. Once you have mastered the ability to find an area on the curve, you are right on the threshold of integral calculus. That's your first step. The first step that you have to get to before you can get to integral calculus. So we're talking about mathematics. It's not just rudimentary numbering systems. This is advanced, highly developed mathematics. We only have 4 mathematical textbooks that have survived, a few mathematical fragments, but already we know they had algebra, geometry, trigonometry, and we're right on the verge of calculus. I don't ever ask anybody to believe me. Just believe the evidence of your eyes. Don't ever believe me, please. Don't ever believe my words. You listen to my words and verify them for yourself. Those of you who read Echoes of the Dark Land know what this is all about. The Earth is tilted 23.5 degrees from vertical. Because it's tilted 23.5 degrees vertical from the gravitational pull of the sun and the moon, while it spins on its axis, it wobbles. And this wobble describes a circle, so that the tilted North Pole describes a circle around the vertical North Pole, the North Pole of eclipse, that takes it 26,000 years to complete, the so-called Great Year Precession of the Equinoxes. That was apparently discovered somewhere between 40 and 50,000 years ago in Africa. And they tied their history to that cosmic calendar. I refer to those of you who have seen Echoes of the Old Dark Land to chapter 4 of that book to get a fuller discussion of that. Those of you who have been to Kemet have seen Karnak, of course. Karnak sits on the, I always get this mixed up, east bank of the Nile, facing west. Facing west in such a way that the central corridor, when it was first built, 1700 BC, is directly aligned to the western hills such that on June 21st, which is the first day of summer, the summer solstice, when the sun set behind the western hills, just as it was setting, it would send a flash of light directly down this corridor, and it would shine on a metal apparatus in the sanctuary for about 2 to 5 minutes, and that would tell them that this was the first day of summer. So that this you got to understand the size of Karnak. Karnak is practically a city. And so its central corridor and axis is oriented with such precision that it's functioned not only as an architectural masterpiece and as a temple, but as a calendar and as an almanac. This is a star clock from ancient Kemet. I show it to show you one thing. Your 24-hour day was invented in Kemet. The 24-hour day you use now came out of Kemet. One difference. Our hours are fixed. Their hours were variable. They varied according to the season. They even invented leap year for Julius Caesar. This, for those of you who've been to Kemet and have been to the Temple of Dendera, dedicated to Hathor or Hathor. Behind the Temple of Dendera is a temple dedicated to Isis, or Aset. This is actually up above. It is an aperture, a square aperture in the ceiling over again, the sanctuary in the Temple of Isis, such that the sun at a certain point in its movement across the heavens shines down through this aperture and again shines down into the sanctuary. And you see what this represents, these diagrams represent is actually sunbeams. But what they are waves. So here we are in ancient Kemet showing you that those people knew that light moves in waves, which it does. Napoleon conquered Egypt in 1798. First thing he wanted done was to have his new empire measured. He set his technicians and surveyors to the task, and they found out they really had kind of an easy task, because all they had to do was project a imaginary line perpendicularly due north through the Great Pyramid, and where it bisected the Mediterranean coast, it divided the delta into 2 equilateral triangles, which could then be measured by trigonometry. The pyramid was built of 2.8 million blocks of stone, which if you could dismantle the intact pyramid and build a wall, you could build a wall 4 feet high, 2/3 the way around the earth. The faces of the pyramid were oriented precisely to the 4 cardinal points, north, south, east, and west. And the descending passage was oriented precisely to the pole star, the North Pole Star that was in that position 3,334 BC. Only occupies that position once every 26,000 years, and when it was in that position, the descending passage, the alignment of the descending passage was so precise and it was so straight that the pole star, at its culmination, its highest height in the heavens, would shine down that descending passage and reflect itself in a grotto at the bottom. Before they completed the Great Pyramid, they stopped. They didn't finish it all in one building. They stopped at the 50th concourse, interestingly enough, because this area is exactly 1/2 the area of the base. This is actually the Grand Gallery. This is the opening to the Grand Gallery, and proceeded to take all kinds of measurements, probably for a year. Now, you look at the Grand Gallery. This is what it would look like before the pyramid was completed, at this time that I'm talking about. Oriented precisely to the southern heavens, they placed trained sky watchers in this gallery. Night after night, they took measurements and measured the speed of the stars moving across this aperture, the southern stars, Sirius, Orion, etc., which would allow them to establish the meridian in the heavens. And if you can establish a heavenly meridian or longitude, you can establish earthly longitude. Also, you take enough measurements, you take measurements after measurement after measurement after measurement. If you don't have a computer, your errors will eventually cancel out. That's how you get your precision. You take hundreds of measurements. That's what they did. And they measured the movement, the speed of the movement of this star across that aperture. And then by calculation, they could measure the movement of the vault of heaven, the speed at which it rotated. But the movement of the vault in heaven is the movement of what? Earth itself. So they had the means of measuring the speed of the rotation of Earth. In early spring, when the sun rises just high enough above the apex of the Great Pyramid, the whole shadow on the north face vanishes at the stroke of noon and allows them to determine the first day of spring. Let's read this caption. To observe the exact moment the sun fills the well without shadow as it reaches its farthest point north at the summer solstice, the observation would have to be made under the northern rim of the sun, 15 minutes further north in the line of the tropic. When the tropic is at 23 degrees 51 minutes, the ancient Egyptians observed the Cyan at 24 degrees 6 minutes. Today the tropic is at 23 degrees 27 minutes. By establishing the moment of the solstice at the tropic, the ancient astronomers were able to correctly compute the circumference of the Earth by the use of deep wells and obelisks. So the ancient scientists and astronomers knew the speed of the Earth's rotation, the fact that it was round, and its dimensions. They had measured it. Now, what is the practical consequences of all of that advanced scientific and technical knowledge? This is the Piri-Reis map, compiled from 20 source maps by a Turkish admiral in 1513. He says that 19 of his maps came from Alexandria, 330 BC. One map only came from Columbus. The map shows Africa, Spain, the Straits of Gibraltar, the eastern promontory of South Africa, Antarctica, and the Caribbean, all in correct longitudinal and latitudinal relationship with one another. Not possible in Europe or anywhere else in the world until the 1750s with the invention of the chronometer. European sailors and navigators, Arab sailors and navigators, Chinese sailors and navigators could all find latitude. It's easy to find latitude, but longitude is not something that you can find easily without instrumentation, except we already know that in ancient Egypt they had done what? They had found a way of determining longitude in the Great Pyramid. You look at these, first of all, you can see that the map is torn in half. The original map was complete. It showed all of Africa, Indian Ocean, India, parts of Asia. You see these compass roses in the Atlantic Ocean. They form the left rim of a perfect circle, and you can see these lines radiating from these compass roses toward the center of the map, which you can't see. It is, however, possible, because they form the left rim of a perfect circle, whose center is off the map, but which is, it is possible to determine through trigonometry and through the redrafting of grids on this map again and again over 3 years. Where is the center of this map? The center of this map, because it's a certain map, it shows you where the map itself was made, or the source maps of this map was made. 23.5 degrees north, 30 degrees east. Where is that? It is 100 miles west of Aswan in Upper Egypt. It is the point in Egypt, or Kemet, where the Tropic of Cancer bisects the longitude of the city of Alexandria. Why? Because Alexander did what? He became Pharaoh of Egypt and took over all the, him and his successors took over all the sciences of Egypt, and they made Alexandria the new center of the earth. Or at least made the longitude of Alexandria the new center of the earth. But the map makers were Egyptian. And this map represents a map that was less accurate than the source maps which created it. So the ancient Egyptians had maps more precise
any maps available to the world until we started having satellites up in the air, up in the heavens. So what does that mean? It means that peoples, nations, were traveling across the earth on land and on sea for thousands of years before Columbus stumbled on America. Not only were they traveling by land and by sea around the earth, they were measuring the earth and mapping it. Something must tell you something. History has the history they were taught has very little to do with the actual reality. What they used to say in Dragnet, the actual similarity to these events to anybody living or dead is by coincidence only. That's the way history as it is taught to you is. It only bears a resemblance to what actually happened. You've seen this in Blacks in Science, found in Saqqara, 300 years, dated to 300 years before Christ in Egypt, Kemet, thought to be a bird until a NASA engineer said a bird does not have reverse dihedral wings or a vertical tail. This is a glider and an aerodynamically sound glider. No, the ancient Egyptians did not invent airplanes, but they had already begun to experiment with aerodynamics. It didn't happen just in Egypt. These stones at Namratunga, they look like they're a bunch of stones that are getting ready to fall over. These are tilted stones. Yeah, well, these stones are falling over in Namratunga in what is now Western Kenya, are falling over in a way that they are precisely oriented to 7 stars and star groupings. It was an astronomical observatory, and the people there then and now still use the rising of these stars, correlate them to phases of the moon to create their own calendar. It's the only calendar like it in the entire world. This structure, 10 foot high, is an iron smelter and a steel maker from Tanzania, developing a technique that developed in Africa and nowhere else that is induced preheated air into the blast zone, which allowed them to create temperatures of 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so that when the iron crystallized out of the iron ore, it did so in crystals, not by clumping or sintering. And allowed, what is the difference between iron and steel? It's 1.5% carbon that gives steel about 10 to 15 times the hardness and flexibility of iron. These master smelters had mastered the art of iron smelting and steel making to such an extent that this technique, which is found in places like Tanzania, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Ghana, was used to make a steel slab in Ghana in 1967. They tried to take a diamond rotary blade. Diamond cuts anything. It did not even scratch this steel. Aha. The Dogon. These are the informants. This is actually a priestess, a Dogon priestess right there. Sirius A and Sirius B. We've already talked about the Star of Deep Beginnings. This is Sirius B here. These are artifacts. This is Sirius A, and they orbit around one another. You know what the Dogon say? That there is a third companion of Sirius A. There actually is a trinary star system, and modern astronomers have cited it, but they still haven't confirmed it. Sirius B, or what they call Potolo, the seed star, is a white dwarf. The Dogon call it a white seed. Incredibly dense, incredibly small, and incredibly heavy, and the Dogon describe all those things in the fact that because it's its density, it actually affects or disturbs the orbit of Sirius A, which it does. The Dogon describe the universe in these terms. The Earth turns on its axis and revolves around the sun, which it does. The sun turns on its axis
and revolves around the center of the Milky Way, which it does. The center of the Milky Way turns on its axis and revolves around the cluster of the galaxies to which it belongs, which it does. The cluster of galaxies to which our Milky Way belongs turns on its axis and revolves around the center of a supercluster of galaxies far out in the universe. And Dogon describes all of this. They even say there are other inhabited worlds. This is the elliptical trajectory described by the Dogon of Sirius A around Sirius B. This is the Dogon describing a supernova explosion. A supernova explosion is something when a red giant, when our sun starts getting to a certain age, it will lose its ability to produce its own fuel by hydrogen fusion, and it will start to expand and turn into color red, and its expansion will be so great that it will obliterate the solar system all the way out to Mars. And then it will start exploding in a series of explosions that culminate in over billions of years in a supernova explosion, and the Dogon describe it. Okay. Let's. I want you to pay close attention to this diagram, because what I'm going to read to you actually comes from Dogon literature, comes from the mouth of the Dogon themselves, and what I'm going to read to you goes with or belongs to or is attached to this diagram. So look at it carefully. The Dogons say, Nomo Anagono is the first living thing created by Amma, the creator. The word for catfish, anagono, breaks down to ana, rain, and gono, to sinuate. Ana is man, whose seed on the mythical plane is associated with the fertilizing rain and fresh water. The term ana foretells that the living being created will become man. So this represents a human reality, cosmically human, but human. It is said that Nomo Anagono, that Amma created inside the seed, Amma, who created the seed, has made the image of Nomo Anagono, who is man, inside. The gestation of Nomo Anagono took place slowly inside Amma's womb. Of the 66 yala of the central spiral, Allah kept 22, those of the seed, and bestowed the remaining 44 upon Nomo Anagono. Now these final 8 yala is a Dogon word which means marks of infinite potentiality. Marks of infinite potentiality. These final 8 yala prefigure here the 4 body souls and 4 sex souls of the being in formation. The creation of the Nomo catfish prefigures the creation of man, who begins with fire, for semen is fire in the womb. This penetration of the 4 fundamental elements took place during the development of the principal organs of Nomo Anagono inside the egg. To emphasize their respective roles, one compares the yala, marks of infinite potentiality, of Amma's eggs with those of the egg of Nomo Anagono by saying the yala of Amma's egg is like an egg with its yolk and its germ. The yala of the Nomo Anagono caused elongation, enlargement, growth of the world. In fact, the form being will be complete and alive. This is a complete description of embryology. Now, let's go back. Of the 66 yala of the central spiral, Amma kept 22, bestowing the remaining 44 upon Nomo Anagono. These yala are the marks of infinite potentiality. 44 on Nomo Anagono, who is man. Dorland's Medical Dictionary, an autosome. An autosome is any ordinary paired chromosome as distinguished from a sex chromosome. In man, there are 44 total autosomes. Now these final 8 yala prefigure here the 4 body souls and 4 sex souls of the being in formation. Although there are 4 sperm produced from the original cell, the sperm are of only 2 kinds in terms of their chromosomal content. The 2 positions possible through the random alignment of 2 pairs of chromosomes will produce 4 different kinds of sperm or sex cells. Now, you've heard all that. Sex cells, chromosomes, seeds, germs, growth, elongation, the image of man being inside the seed, all of that. Now look at that real carefully. Fix that in your mind, and then look at this.
Just in case you missed the first image, up, come on, go on back. Look at that real carefully. Okay, let's keep going. Let's say a couple of more things from Dogon literature before we move on. Elaboration of the Second World. This is Dogon. The Creator's work progressively produced the entire universe, made of spiraling star worlds or galaxies. For it is said, Amma's egg is the mother of stars. This stage of Amma's work is represented by a figure, Amma's egg, crowning an axis around which the world of stars spin. Amma creates 14, that is to say, an infinity of worlds. The superimposition of worlds and the concept of infinite multiplication of stellar universes are indicated by the fact that the number 28 is attributed to Amma's as well. It is called Amma's number. The spiraling world of stars were populated universes because simultaneously with things, Amma, having given form and movement to the world, created all living beings. Just as on our own planet, living beings will live on these other Earths. This is the Dogon talking. The work of the spider. Now the spider, he who holds the thread of the fox, have been delegated by Amma to watch the deeds of Ogo the fox and to report them to Amma. Instead, the spider entered the acacia to weave the words of Ogo. Placed at the center of the acacia, the spider wove its threads in a conical spiral for the placement of the warp, and by moving vertically for the coming and going of the passing woof. Through the fabric, the spider sifted germs that have been hurled into the universe by the spinning. The sound of its work, of the same nature as the word, grabbed them as they passed by, and with them fastened itself at the crossing of the threads. Now let's go to the unification of physics by Stephen Hawking in A Brief History of Time. Basic objects are not particles, but things that have a length, like the infinitely thin piece of string. A string's history in space-time is a two-dimensional surface called the world sheet. Particles like the proton and neutron could be regarded as waves on a string. The strong forces between the particles would correspond to pieces of a string that went between other bits of string, as in a spider's web. The Dogon say, the formation of a carousel gave the image of the curve of the universe. Einstein, says Stephen Hawking, made the revolutionary suggestion that gravity is a consequence of the fact that space-time is curved. In our last minutes, let's look at some other material. Oh. Oh, what I want to do. In these 7 principles,
you will begin to understand something of the way in which Africans conceive of what the universe is. They describe the universe, or maybe I should say everything that exists, as the all in all, as the first one. The second one is that the universe is mind. Remember, in the ancient concept of Kemet, creation occurred as Thoth, who was the universal mind, uttered the creative word. The Dogon say that the universe is a thought in the mind of Amma, the creator. The planes of correspondence, as above, so below. The macrocosm is a reflection of the microcosm, and the microcosm is a reflection of the macrocosm. The poet Blake said, "You can find eternity in a second and the universe in a grain of sand." That is an age-old African concept. Polarity. Polarity means that things move in a certain movement back and forth. Time, events, situations. And the swing of the pendulum in one direction is a measure of its swing in another direction, which is the reason why among Africans the ideal state is a harmony that gives you the golden mean, so that there are no extreme swings of the pendulum. Vibration. Vibration can be thought of, you might say, as divine sound. Things that vibrate at certain levels, at certain frequencies, that give you energy. Even spiritual things vibrate, which is the reason why in African ceremonies, drum rhythms and sounds, songs, prayers have to occur at a certain vibration in order to bring the ancestral spirits down, because they each have their own vibratory rate. Rhythm is just that. If you want to understand the principle of rhythm, just listen to your own heartbeat, your own breathing. The day, nature moves, life moves in a certain rhythm. And gender, the seventh principle, Hermetic principle, that divides the universe into male and female halves, both sides of the same coin. Interesting that gender should be number 7, because 3 is, in Africa, 3 is the male number, 4 is the female number, and the 2 combined give you 7, which is a mystic number, which is the number of creativity. Let's talk about chem-ware and dark matter. Dark matter is strange stuff. It is all around you, but you can't see it. It's whistling by your ears, but you can't hear it. It is arguably the most important material in the universe, but until recently, science had no idea that it existed. It will decide the fate of the universe, but we have no idea what it is. That, by the way, is my definition of what power is, the way I use that term. E.A.W. Budge, Gods of the Egyptians. The older company of gods have been described as the personification of aspects or phases or properties of primeval matter and may be thus enumerated. There are 8 of them. Just like in Dogon cosmogony, there are 8 original Nomo. There's Nunut, boundless primordial fluid mass. Hehu Hehut, limitlessness, infinity. Kekui Kukut, primary darkness. Amen Ament, that which is hidden and invisible. Which again does what? Describes what we call dark matter, or what I call power. Hail Osiris, stand up, rise up, just like Bob Marley says. Stand up, rise up. Thy mother Nut gives thee birth. thy two sisters make thee to journey in thy name Kem-Ur, or Kemware, the great black one. Let us read about dark matter. In the last 2 generations, it has become possible to measure the universe with ever greater precision. 20th century astrophysicists have been able to measure the speeds at which galaxies in a cluster move in relationship to one another and the amount of light emitted from them. These light measurements permit good estimates of the number of suns present in those galaxies and therefore a good approximation of the total mass of the galaxy cluster from which light was being emitted. The speeds of the galaxy allow scientists to determine how much mass is required to keep galaxies from overcoming the gravitational forces in the cluster and flying off into space out of the cluster. Since the early 1930s, such measurements and calculations have shown clearly that the total mass of these galactic clusters greatly exceeded the sum of the masses of the galaxies. Because the galaxies and the clusters do not fly off into space with the speeds they generate, there is additional mass in the cluster that can't be seen. This has become known as dark matter. Recent studies of dark matter show that dark matter makes up not less than 90% of the universe and may constitute as much as 99% of the universe. As one writer has said, the real story of the universe, it seems, is in dark matter. For this dark matter carries everything along in it, so much so that it has been described as a soup or a sea. We call her Newt. It may well be the ether of the ancients, or it is a primeval watery mass, as I said, of Newt, described in the Egyptian creation legends. The Cosmic Background Explorer satellite recently sent back information that revealed more subtleties about dark matter. One of its most important detections was a pervasive uniform radiation noise from all directions in the cosmos that seemed to be ripples from near the beginning of time. Even so, visible matter started clumping early in the history of the universe, and this clumping was caused by dark matter. Thus, dark matter has determined the way the universe operates from the beginning. It will also determine the way the universe ends. Referring to the second epigram that you see up there, at the beginning of this document, we find that the ancient Egyptians conceived of the pre-universe as consisting of a fluid plasmic substance they called Nu or Newt. That existed in a dark, timeless, limitless, inactive, invisible configuration. But it was the essence out of which the universe was made, and the Dogon call it the womb of Amma. Because you see, in African terms, the universe is mostly feminine. This seemed to be an exact description of dark matter. No wonder the Egyptians showed a profound awe of the mysterious substance they called Kemware, the great blackness, whom they often personified as Osiris. Let us now go into African mathematics, African number systems. To understand this number system, you have to understand something what I call the 2 to the n system, 2 to the nth power. That is fundamental to all African number systems. 2 to the 0 equals 1. 2 to the 1 equals 2. 2 to the 2 equals 4. 2 to the 3rd equals 8. 2 to the 4th equals 16. 2 to the 5th equals 32. 2 to the 6th equals 64. 2 to the 7th equals 128. 2 to the 8th equals 256. And now you're at Fa and Ifa divination. It is a binary doubling and halving system that is fundamental to ancient Egyptian mathematics and is fundamental to all computer languages. Computer languages are binary systems, like this. Now, why do I have this up here? Because you see, Egyptian mathematics and Egyptian ways of multiplication use this property of the 2 to the n system. How do you multiply by doubling? Very interesting. You have a multiplier, 5 and 17. On the left side, you line it up so that all the numbers that give you 5 are on this side.
all the numbers that, then notice you start with 1. 1 is double to 2. 2 is double to 4. Then you start with 17, because your multiplier is 5 and your multiplicand is 17. So 5 is here, 17 is here. What is a double of 17? 34, 68. Well, of these three numbers, what gives you 5? 1 and 4. So you go 1 and 4 give you 5, so 1 is connected to 17, 4 is connected to 68, 17 and 68 are 85. Multiplication by doubling. And they divide it the same way by halving. So they always use a doubling system, a halving system, a system that uses property of the 2 to the n system that is fundamental to computer language. 15 is the multiplier, 9 is the multiplicand. So you start with 1, 2, 1 double is 2, 2 double is 4, 4 double is 8. 9 is the multiplicand up here. 9 doubled is 18, 18 doubled is 36, 36 doubled is 72. How do you get 15? You add up all these numbers to get 15. So that means if you add up all these numbers, all the corresponding numbers are also added up to give you 135, and that's the answer. Now, for those who know something about the IFA system, 2 to the n and IFA divination, let's look at it. The 16 palm nuts are grasped in the right hand, leaving only 1 or 2 nuts in the left. If 2 nuts remain, a single mark is made on the divining tray. If 1 nut remains, a double mark is made. Repeating the procedure 4 times will give one of 16 basic figures. Repeating 8 times gives a pair of the basic figures, one of the 256 derivative figures. So that the IFA system is based on this 2 to the n system, and you can find it in ancient Egypt. And you find it in computer language today. This is the reason why 4 is so important in African number systems, and 16. Because 4 is the square or the compounding of 2. And 16 is the compounding of 4. And 256 is an extraordinarily powerful number, 16 squared. Now, let's move into music and African number systems and musical harmony. Complementary fractions are obtained by the operation 1 minus 1n, where n is any integer. This gives a series. 1/2, 2/3. Okay, in other words, 1 minus 1/2 gives you 1/2. 1 minus 1/3 gives you 2/3. 1 minus 1/4 gives you 3/4. 1 minus 1/6 gives you 5/6. 1/2, 2/3, 3/4, 5/6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8/9, on out. The musical scale can be created by 2 ratios. A plus B divided by 2, the arithmetic mean, and 2AB over A plus B, the harmonic mean. This generates the first 3 ratios or tones of the harmonic C scale: 1/2, 2/3, 3/4, i.e. the octave, the fifth, the fourth, a series 1/2, 2/3, 3/4, which are the octave, the fifth, the fourth. Are there any musicians in here? Raise your hand. At least you know some of what I'm talking about. 1/2, 2/3, 3/4, the octave, the fifth, the fourth, a series of complementary fractions. Now, you know, people say, Finch, you know, I like what you said, but you got it kind of deep on me. You kind of got over my head. Stretch your brains. Come up here. You got to come up here. You got to stretch. I don't care if you don't understand it. Stay with it. This is no joke. You know, people spent about 25,000 years creating your knowledge for you. So for a few minutes, stretch a little bit. to do them honor. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I always say that because I always get that. Well, you kind of got above my head. Well, I'm going above your head. That's where all of us got to go there. I had to go above my own head. So ascending tones are created by 8/9 proportion of a string. Now 8/9 is a string of a length of a monochord. 8/9 is also a complementary fraction. And this is the monochord. This is the monochord. So what you do is like when you play an instrument. You have the strings, or you create these tones by pressing your finger against the fret. What is the difference between noise and a musical tone? Number. Vibration and number. That's it. Tones, musical tones, have a numerical sequence. And all this was discovered in ancient Egypt. And harmony, therefore, was numerical, was number. Now, let's keep going, because I want you to remember these complementary fractions, these tones, these octaves, these fifths, and these thirds, these fourths, and it comes important right here. Because on the harmonic scale, the tones from C to D and D to E are generated by the 8/9 ratio, as are G to A and A to B. However, E to F and B to C are generated by the lemma left over. What does that mean? The lemma is defined as the excess of the fourth over the double tone, and is founded by the operation 4/3 divided by 8/9 times 8/9, which is 64 over 81, which is 256 over, 8/9 times 8/9 times 4/3, which is 256 over 243. In the Rin mathematical formula, the formula for the area of the circle is 8/9 d squared, and it's equivalent to pi. Pi. They had three different values of pi. They had 3.1605, and say, well, how come they didn't want more precise? Because this value of pi, 3.1605, was close enough to 3.1416, and it connected them up with the harmonic scale. They generated the harmonic scale, all of your harmonic musical tones, music from geometry. And then created an astronomical system based on both. And then recorded it in their architecture, because all their architecture were created on a ratio of the 4/3 ratio that generates all of this. This is all in the book, by the way. So they linked everything up. The music of the spheres, that was an Egyptian concept. You know what Kepler said when he found out the laws of planetary motion? He said, I have stolen the golden vases of the Egyptians. So, in the Rin mathematical powers, the formula for the area of the circle is 8d over 9 squared, and the equivalent of pi value 200. Getting ready to fall over myself. I'm getting so excited. 256 over 81. This value is actually 3 times the value of the harmonic lemma. This is what helps generate the harmonic scale in the key of C. The lemma is exactly 3 times. If one multiplies the ratio of the E tone, 81 over 64, where the lemma is first generated by the Rin mathematical pi value, the double octave is obtained. And that is supposed to be the limit of the normal human voice. Now some singers like Sarah Vaughan and some others can go up another octave. But normal human voice is a double octave. And that is generated by pi and the E tone, 81 over 64, where the lemma is first generated. Harmony wasn't just something that is nice to listen to. Harmony could be precisely defined
by the properties of number and the relationships with number through the complementary factors that we're talking about. And by doubling. Because how do you generate the various tones on the monochord? You cut the string in half, not cut it, you put the string down and the monochord is stretched tight and you go right in the middle of it in half, that generates one. Or you do it in fourths, that generates another tone. Or eighths, 8 length I mean. So even this halving and doubling, what I just said, 2 to the n, is related to all of this. So even that 2 to the n system, all the way up to E fa, 256, is connected to all of this. Now, I'm going to read something from the book, and then, I want to see one, and we're going to bring this, bring this to a close here soon. Now, this comes out of Plato's Timaeus, but you got to understand, when you're looking at Plato, you're looking at ancient Egyptian knowledge because he spent 13 years in Egypt, and what he didn't learn from Egypt, he took from the writings of Pythagoras. And Pythagoras, of course, was just Egyptian wisdom once removed. Okay? Now, Plato shows how the intervals of these divisions are filled by his harmonic ratios and the numerical divisions of the world's soul. So this is 2 to the 1, 2 squared, 2/3. 3 to the 1, 3 squared, 3/3. Okay? These are powers of 2, starting from 1, 2, 3 gives you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 3, 9, 27. Plato shows how the intervals of these divisions are filled in by additional proportions. Within, these links are produced, excuse me, let me get this. These links are produced intervals of 3/4, 4/3, and 9/8. We've already encountered them. Complementary fraction, excuse me. 4/3 and 9/8 is the inverse of 8/9. Now, within the previous intervals, and Plato went on to fill all intervals of 4/3 with 9/8. This left as a remainder in each an interval whose terms before the numerical ratio of 256 to 243, the lemma. We've already mentioned the lemma. Plato then connects geometry, harmony, and celestial mechanics. He says, God then took the whole fabric and cut it down the middle into 2 strips, which he placed crosswise in the middle points to form a shape like the letter X. He then bent the ends around in a circle and fastened them to each other. Opposite the point at which the strips cross to make 2 circles, one inner and one outer. Plato is describing an armillary sphere, used in antiquity to represent the great circles of the heavens. These are metal constructions where they have all the great circles. They have the ecliptic, the equator, the moon, everything in these great antiquities, in these spheres, representing the great circles of the heavens and the movement of the heavenly bodies. And he connects these up to harmony, geometry, number, and the 2 to the n system. This is what they meant, the music of the spheres. Now, we'll finish this way. Appendix A in A Star of Deep Beginnings, page 97 for those of you who have the book. At the bottom. No, I'm sorry, not 97. 98, excuse me. Appendix B. Chaos, the 2 to the n series, and Black American music. The reason why chaos comes in here is because what the chaos theorists found out is that when you talk about the change from a dynamic system of order into chaos, and from chaos back to order, it follows this doubling pattern. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. We go into that earlier in the book. So when things go from chaotic states to ordered states, they do so in this numbered pattern that I told you. When they go from ordered states into chaotic states, they follow exactly the same pattern.
Now, so you can see this 2 to the n business, this 2 to the n business that leads to the ephos system, ancient Egypt, it's pretty fundamental. Now, page 98. For about the first 70 or so years of the century, black music in America, particularly jazz, underwent an unprecedented evolution. At the turn of the century, the music that would become jazz was influenced by, among other things, the New Orleans funeral marches, themselves derived from Napoleonic marching music, in which the music was played in 4/4 time, equivalent of 1 or a full beat, and 2/4 time, equivalent to a half beat. Later in the 20s and 30s, innovators like Louis Armstrong and Duke Ellington perfected the musical language of swing, melodically based on a quarter note, the quarter note. Beginning about 1940 and continuing for 15 years, bebop artists like Charlie Parker, Thelonious Monk, and Dizzy Gillespie created yet another jazz language constructed around extended experimental instrumental improvisations on eighths. Finally, from 1955 until his death in 1967, John Coltrane ramified these developments to their nth degree by his improvisations on a dense series of 16th notes dubbed the sheets of sound. Almost as soon as the sheets of sound technique emerged from Coltrane's tenor saxophone, chaos descended on jazz. In 1959, when Ornette Coleman, Cecil Taylor, and others sent forth atonal, aharmonic, rhythmically complex musical explorations upon the world that seemed to burst all received musical boundaries, earning the name free jazz. Coltrane himself experimented on the boundaries of this musical chaos, often descending into incredibly complicated textures of improvisation, driven by ever more complex polyrhythms, but never entirely forsaking the regularities of ordered improvisation. Still, it cannot have escaped notice that the progression of delineable in jazz history follows the halving or doubling 2 to the n pattern that governs dynamical systems. 1, 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, chaos. It has often been said that the artist tends to prefigure, indeed predict in his art, the cultural trends, currents, and forces that eventually engulf society. Music isn't just something you listen to for pleasure, you know. Do you know that the earth herself loves music? Particularly the flute. But the earth herself gets peaceful with music. So do plants. So the ancients used to use music to literally calm the earth. Not to mention to bring down spiritual forces into human affairs. This is as much African science as anything we've talked about. It's about power, if you like, or if you prefer the term, about spirit. If you're Christian, call it the Holy Spirit. If you are Yoruba, call it Olodumare or Olore. If you're from Kemet, you call it the Ba. Call it anything you want to call it. But what African science is supposed to do is lead you to spirit. You can never live until you live in spirit. Thank you very much.
Dr. Charles Finch. One more time for Dr. Charles Finch. Dr. Charles Finch. Nobody move. Nobody move.
It is marvelous and wonderful to get this opportunity to interview you again. and particularly here in the Morehouse School of Medicine. And I understand that there's a lot of great work being done here. So again, it is our pleasure to welcome you to our story.
Thank you very much, Minister Brown.
Now, we're doing a series that is called The Centralization of Africa in World History. And it said that truth will set you free. And of course, I don't feel that we are free people, so that must mean that we haven't either been taught the truth or haven't found the truth. So I came to ask you to dig down in your well of knowledge and your great research and try to help us to find our way back home, back to Africa, back to power, in understanding our history and where we're from. And I want to kind of start out with telling you a little how the project got started. My granddaughter brought home her history book. She's in the 10th grade. She showed it to me and asked me what I thought of it, and she said that she thought it was very good because they had included Africa at last in this multicultural edition. So I looked at it and I said, baby, nothing has changed. And she was very disappointed. So in order to really begin to dissect and more or less try to give not only her, but generations to come, something that is more in perspective of what the learning and the knowledge and research according to African historians and researchers and people who are looking into our history themselves and African perspective. We must write our own history. So I wanted you to kind of construct for us. What they did was they began with Australopithecine, in Africa, small brain, and they went on up to where they gave the first 3 hominids that never left Africa first, and then they went to Homo sapiens sapiens, and they put him in Europe and Asia and Africa. Then they went to Neanderthal, and they put him only in Europe and Asia, but they gave him a bigger brain, 700 centimeters. Then they went to Cro-Magnon. Homo sapiens, well, Cro-Magnon I think it was. And they gave him a brain of 1,400, and they said that he was fully modern. And from him they claimed that if you gave him a shave and put him on a tie and a suit, he'd look just like any other businessman on Wall Street. And so they talked so much about the Cro-Magnon and linked him with European, which gave the illusion that even though humanity, humanoids, started in Africa, they progressed and their brains got bigger and modernized into the human prototype of the businessman in Europe. So I wanted to start with that so we could kind of get an understanding, in particular, because I thought Cro-Magnon didn't lead to anything, but I want you to explain this thing, and then I want to go on to look at where the white man really enters history as we know it. Where does he seem to evolve? Where does he come from? When does he impact this whole spectrum of humanity?
I might add, though, by way of starting, to say that there is a evolutionary line between Cro-Magnon on one hand, and the modern business would seem an example of evolutionary regression rather than evolutionary progression. I certainly wouldn't use the modern businessman as any sort of, shall we say, paragon, example, or model of what human beings have become. Be that as it may, one thing is incontrovertible, and one of the things that you have already mentioned that is accepted virtually unanimously is that humanity's remote ancestors emerged first in Africa, beginning 4.4 million years ago, perhaps even earlier. And that a evolutionary gestation of about 4.1 million years continued in Africa, and in fact,
None of the, as you mentioned, first hominids even leave Africa until about 1 million years ago. So for the first 3.4 million years of humanity's existence, or human ancestral existence on this planet, it's all happening in Africa. And Homo erectus, which is a human ancestral species that appeared between 1 million and 1.5 million years ago, begins to leave Africa about 1 million years ago, mostly into Asia, actually, mostly into the southern climates. You don't find much Homo erectus, for example, in what is currently thought of as Europe. Taking us down to about 300,000 years ago, when anatomically modern human beings, scientific name Homo sapiens sapiens, also evolved out of Homo erectus on African soil in East and Southern Africa, such that modern human beings, as we understand the term, first appear on African soil 300,000 years ago. At that same time, human beings, because of their particular anatomical configuration of the brain, now have, you might say, the equipment, the anatomic wherewithal, shall we say, to engage in the modifications of the environment that produce human culture. And one can define human culture as that complex of methods, techniques, skills, attitudes, behaviors, ideas, which in a seamless whole enable human beings progressively to modify their environment and progress or evolve stage by stage to what we call civilization. So not only do human beings biologically emerge first in Africa, so does human culture, and ultimately so does human civilization. Human beings, as modern human beings, do not even leave Africa until 100,000 years ago. That is to say, from 300,000 years ago to 200,000 years ago. From 300,000 years ago to 100,000 years ago. Therefore, for the first 200,000 years of the existence of modern human beings, now we're talking about modern human beings exactly like you and I, that is taking place exclusively and totally in Africa. Then about 100,000 years ago, human beings began to leave Africa and in stages and in waves to move to and occupy other parts of the world. Now, Neanderthal. Neanderthal seems to be a side branch, perhaps, of Homo erectus. There is still a lot of mystery as to who actually Neanderthal is. Now, Neanderthal has a brain every bit as large as modern human beings. Human beings' brains range from 1,200 cubic centimeters to about 1,700 cubic centimeters. And Neanderthal's brain was about 1,500 cubic centimeters. So they were very close to human beings, but they very clearly were not human beings in the sense of being of the exact same species. Say, they might represent the difference between an eagle and a hawk if you were going into the avian world. Very close, very similar, but different species. And Neanderthal had, had skills very similar to what modern human beings have. Except one of the things that we know about the brain of Neanderthals, their frontal lobes, compared to modern human beings, were not nearly as well developed. So certain types of intellectual functions in them were different, shall we say, than modern human beings. That may explain, for example, why, and by the way, it is true, they are found almost exclusively in Europe and parts of Asia, not Far East Asia, but sort of Eurasia. That's where they're almost exclusively found. So they sort of represent a kind of a side branch. And they disappeared totally 30,000 years ago. There's absolutely no evidence of them anywhere after about 30,000 years. So they're only here, there's only evidence of them here on the planet for 30 or 40,000 years. And they're clearly not human beings in the sense that we mean, although they're very close. And they did not seem to have a brain developed exactly along the lines of human beings. Does that mean they were less intelligent or less skilled? I don't know if you can make that an inference, but it just means that there was a separation, a distinction that can be made between the two species. Now, Cro-Magnon. Europe was first inhabited probably about 75,000 years ago. And the earliest inhabitants seem to have been Neanderthal. The first example of modern human being habitation of Europe is about 50,000 years ago, at a time when the Ice Age had receded. Because Europe, the one reason why Europe was not inhabited earlier is because it was literally covered over by a solid wall of ice, a mile thick, that had come down from the Arctic Circle all the way down to a line which crossed most of England, France, Germany, and into Russia.
First parallel.
There, absolutely. So Europe, even below or south of that line, was a very virtually uninhabitable, or at least it was inhabitable only in the same way like the Arctic is inhabitable. Okay, it was a marginal environment, an extreme environment to say the least. About 50,000 years ago, there was a temporary warming that caused, I should say, the glacier line to recede northward. And temperatures were temperate enough to permit human habitation, and it is at this time human beings did indeed move in to what is now Europe. But who were those human beings? What did they look like? Well, they were human beings from Africa, and therefore they had the phenotype meaning outward characteristics of human beings from Africa. Black to brown skin, woolly hair, all the anatomical configurations of people we would today call black Africans. They would have been close or very similar to the people who now inhabit the Kalahari Desert, who are called conventionally Bushmen, but are more properly referred to as Batwa. And those would have been the first European inhabitants. Then about 40,000 years ago, another ice age occurs. Temperatures drop, the glaciers come back down from the Arctic Circle, and all of a sudden Europe is another sort of extreme Arctic environment. Now when you have rapid change in species, one of the things that can precipitate it is an extreme environment, particularly an abrupt change in environmental circumstances. For example, if there are movements of certain land masses, which have happened, if there's a change in temperature, if there's any kind of really abrupt environmental change, you can have a situation that will induce rapid evolutionary change in certain populations. So the human populations who were living in Europe at that time faced two options. Leave, go into a warmer environment, which did in fact happen, but there was a significant group, small, who stayed. And all of a sudden, from a mild temperate climate, they were essentially faced with surviving in an ice age Arctic environment. And over the next 10,000 years, the environmental impact of that situation caused a rapid evolutionary change, which saw depigmentation of the skin, changes in the texture of the hair, even facial features, that changed an essentially African population into a population which later became defined as Cro-Magnon, or Cro-Magnon. And in fact, if you look at Cro-Magnon, Cro-Magnons are about the only white people that you see who have the long heads. That's the thing. That's one of the things that gives it away about Cro-Magnon. They have long heads by comparison to most other Europeans. So yes, they are the European ancestor, but they represent, you might say, a stage, an intermediate stage between the original African population that inhabited Europe and the later, much later, European Caucasian population that we are now associated with Europe. And the stage in between those two is Cro-Magnon. So Cro-Magnon is no more modern or less modern than any other human beings who were living on the planet at that time. They were certainly, and they represented a evolutionary branch of an African population who were the original inhabitants of Europe. And it isn't exactly true, by the way, as I said, that you shave him and put him in a coat and tie, he looks exactly like the European of today, because all you'd have to do is turn his head into profile like that, and you would see a head that is not European.
Now, did he, the Cro-Magnon, this is a step Cro-Magnon then went through that the African Homo sapiens sapien did not go through?
No, because you see, okay, people sometimes get confused about the way in which evolutionary change happens. For example, people say, well, if human beings evolved from the primates, higher primates, which are the ones we call apes, how come they're still apes and primates? Because we evolved from primates as a branch, just like a tree. You look at a tree, it's a trunk, and it gives off certain branches. Doesn't mean that the trunk goes away because it gives off certain branches. It's the same thing with human evolution. All human groups can be shown to have evolved out of an original African trunk. The African trunk is still there. And the other human groups that you see, both in Europe and in Asia, who through who underwent changes because of the impact of environmental changes, represent branches off that original trunk. So you had African types, shall we say, Africoid types, who had, for example, the people we call the Bushmen, have been unchanged for 300,000 years. The people that we call the Pygmies have been unchanged for 300,000 years. And yet all of us can trace our ancestry back to them.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And they're still here. Now they're very marginalized. They live in, again, somewhat extreme environments, right? The so-called Bushmen or the Batwa or the Khoisan live in the Kalahari Desert. The so-called Pygmies or the Twa live in the dense forests, tropical forests of the Congo. But they are still here. They are representatives or relics of the Earth's oldest human populations.
Let me move on to, because I'm following the line of the timeline that this history book produces. And they go on now to civilization, and to accredit civilization with coming out of Mesopotamia, Sumer, the Indus Valley around there. And they say that first civilization developed in those areas, and that Egypt borrowed in its early development from the civilizations of Mesopotamia. Then they show pictures of the people, supposedly, of Sumer and and those areas. And they are clearly European type, and they connect the language with Mesopotamia, with a Eurasian language family. So I wanted to look at the areas that would be called, in those days, I don't think they were called Mesopotamia, Babylon, and Anakdalonola, where they say that the first farming and domestication of animals began in Turkey, but they said that was at that time inhabited by these types that were more European than African. So I wanted to look at that, and in your research, what would that area at that particular time have been, and who would have been those people? And from your research, where does civilization seem to have emerged?
Much of our evidence is fragmentary, but it makes sense once you understand the progression that leads step by step, first of all, to modern human beings in Africa, and then to human culture in Africa, and then to advanced human culture in the world. All this takes place first in Africa. For example, our oldest iron mines are in Africa, 43,000 years. Our oldest manganese mines are in Africa, 28,000 years. The first example or the first evidence, one, of what I call proto-mathematics and also the keeping of a lunar calendar, also in Africa, as evidenced by the Ishango bone in what is now Congo. These are fragments, but they are very suggestive fragments. Now, one of the things about civilization...
How old is that Ishango bone?
25,000 years.
25,000?
25,000 years, yes. No civilization ever grows up in a vacuum. Every civilization has influences, stimuli, forces that influence its origin and development. So let's take that as axiomatic. Let's take that as given. Having said that, first of all, the timeline concerning Egypt is all wrong. What the first Egyptologist back in the 19th century came up with dates for the beginning of the dynastic period of Egyptian civilization. It's not the beginning of Egyptian civilization. It's the beginning of the dynastic period of Egyptian civilization. Their dates were typically 4 to 5,000 BC. That is 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. Beginning at the early part of this century, Egyptologists have made a conscious effort to down-date those dates. In other words, to bring them up closer to our time. Because they have pretty good evidence that Sumer, the earliest of what you call the Tigris, Euphrates, or Mesopotamian civilizations, appeared first about 4,000 BC, that is 6,000 years ago. And so one of the things they wanted to do, of course, was put Egypt behind that civilization. Because then you can say civilization doesn't begin in Africa, it begins in the Tigris, Euphrates, or the Mesopotamian. And it was a conscious decision to do so. You might even call it a conspiracy. Make no mistake. It is indeed it isn't even a, shall we say, it isn't even necessary, it doesn't even have to be a formal conspiracy, but that a certain way of thinking, particularly where scholars are concerned, can get to the place where it dominates the whole discipline. And Egyptology has been dominated, obsessively dominated, by a desire to de-Africanize, one, Egypt, and to prove that Egyptian civilization wasn't the first in this cycle of civilization. Okay? So, problem. Even if you go to Sumer, you're going to black people. See, people have this idea that you only found black people in Africa. And again, that's just one of those convenient falsifications of history. You found black people everywhere between Africa and China, and black civilizations between Africa and China. If you're talking about the Indus Valley civilizations, you're talking about a black civilization. If you're talking about Susa and Elam, you're talking about a black civilization. The capital of Sumer was Kish, which is the same thing as Kush, the name for Ethiopia. The Sumerians used to call themselves blackheads. Not black hair, blackheads. And a man named Rawlinson says if you look at the Sumerian language, it is an Ethiopic language. It's not a Semitic language. Because it isn't, you know. So by going to Sumer, you don't get away from black people. You go from one black cradle to another black cradle. Of course. But you see, what happened is, later on, there's a so-called Semite. And this Semite is a very, very sort of interesting figure. He's kind of, Semite has always been whatever you wanted to make him. But what, as check1 Diop said, the original Semites represented a fusion of indigenous, aboriginal, African elements in what is today called Mesopotamia and Western Asia, including Syria, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Iraq. Those areas were all inhabited by a black group called the Natufins. And so the Semites represent Indo-Europeans who infiltrated into that area and began to intermix with the local black population, producing a race of what we today might call mulattoes. And that's what the Semites are and were. And the farther back you go, the more African the Semites are. And during those times, through biblical times, by the way, all the way up until the time of Christ and beyond, there are always pockets of black groups in these areas. For example, many of your Phoenician kings, people don't know that, were actually Ethiopian, ruled by black people. As I have already mentioned, the original civilization of Persia, Elam, whose capital was Susa, was a black civilization. So, again, when you start, so what have historians done and continue to do, as you yourself have witnessed? They literally whitewash history. I mean, literally, they really take light-colored crayons, so to speak, and color the figures when they produce illustrations white. Certainly light enough to be thought of as Caucasian. They even do it in the movies. Moses, Prince of Egypt. Those people are kind of given a kind of this little brown, they're kind of colored a little light brown color, but they're not depicted as black people, and this is what they are, including Moses, by the way. Not just Ramesses and the Egyptians. So Hollywood perpetuates the falsification of history, literally by the way in which they color history, and so this coloring of history is not just a metaphor. They literally color history white.
Let me just ask you this, because other historians, African historians, have suggested that it is possible, because they know that Europeans have done this before with the Piltdown Man, that they literally manufacture evidence to suggest that Europeans were where they are not into. So it has been suggested that on some of these tablets, clay tablets and things that they claim that they have found in the areas of Mesopotamia, that they are using to show these Eurocentric figures, could have been even produced and found in the dirt. But there's a great distrust of Europeans in their...
Legitimately so. European scholars served a purpose, that is to advance the cause of their civilization. And that for them included rewriting history, and literally in their own image. And that's what was done. Now, to what extent hoaxes were perpetrated, evidence planted, yes, that happened. Are there specific instances other than the Piltdown Man? Yes, but a lot of them have not come to light. One example, for example, I don't have the slide with me, but there's a famous tableau. It's the tableau of the four races that check1 reproduced from the tomb of Ramesses III. Correct. And it shows four races. It shows starting from right to left, it shows a Western Asiatic, a Nubian or Ethiopian or Sudanese, Tehenu, who is on the northern coast of Libya, and the Egyptian. These are Egyptians themselves showing themselves. The Egyptian and Nubian look exactly alike. Each of them black in color, and even wearing the same apparel. But the Tehenu, who is the northern Libyan, and the Western Asian are depicted very light, like really flesh color, light, very, very fair. But when I've actually seen this tableau. First of all, it's not 4, it's 16. 4 from each race, or 4 from each ethnic group. But the Tehenu, actually where you see it, is colored like a dark brown. And the Western Asiatic is colored a reddish brown. And so when Lepsius, a German Egyptologist, reproduced this 160 years ago, he just literally whitewashed the Libyan, the northern Libyan, and the Western Asiatic. That's not how they appear when you actually go into the tomb of Ramesses III. So yes, whether I can't cite specific evidences of planted evidence, but you have to assume that it happened, and yes, you have to assume that there was a deliberate attempt to control and falsify history. I mean, this whole business around the Dead Sea Scrolls. Dead Sea Scrolls was found when? 1947? That was 52 years ago. And what has happened to them? How come nobody has been allowed to see them except designated scholars, mostly from Israel? because the Dead Sea Scrolls are an Essene document, and they will show exactly the real context of both Judaism and Christianity in a way that the leaders of those sects would wish to avoid at all costs.
Let's begin to try and deconstruct what is presented in terms of the civilizations of that area and reconstruct them in a more proper fitting. You've already said that these areas would have been black anyway. But isn't there some information recently that writing, I'm looking at writing as the hub of the civilization in its proliferation and development that could lead to things like the pyramid building and etc. It seems that you would have to have some form of writing to that.
That would seem logical, but I think that needs to be some clarification. The Incas, for example, produced a tremendous, what you might call, cyclopean civilization. In other words, with all these tremendous megalithic buildings, with moving huge blocks of stone and fitting them together very evenly, and building thousands of miles of roads on mountaintops, and producing crops, dozens of different varieties of crops, without a writing system. They had ways of recording messages through quipu, which are knots on knotted ropes. They used both. They could keep figures and they could record messages. But writing in the sense that we know it was either not known to them or not used by them. There's a difference, because sometimes you find that people know something but don't use it. The ancient Egyptians knew the wheel, but they didn't use it to build the pyramids. That's just one example. Neither did the Incas, by the way. Incas never used the wheel. My point is that civilization isn't always presupposed by a writing system. You usually associate it with civilization, but it isn't absolutely essential in every instant. That's the only qualification I would like to make.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's look at writing anyway, just to try to locate it. Right now, I think there was information that in Sudan, in Nubia, Lower Nubia, there's writing found that predates both that which had originally been ascribed to both Mesopotamia and Egypt. Have you heard any information?
Yeah, of course, that work comes from the work of Bruce Williams, formerly of the Oriental Institute, around the discovery of a Nubian pre-dynastic civilization that he calls
Tasseti.
Tasseti, thank you, Tasseti. That is a subject in and of itself. Clearly, it is pre-dynastic. I mean, in other words, it clearly predates dynastic Egyptian civilization. It predates Menes, Aha Menes, who was the organizer and unifier of the two lands of Egypt. And it clearly is Nubian. And clearly, it is also pharaonic. The institution of these are a series of graves of 12 different kings who are pre-dynastic and are Nubian and are pharaonic, and where artifacts contain symbols which are clearly hieroglyphic. So what this shows is that civilization comes to Egypt from the south, which the Egyptians themselves always said. They themselves always indicated this. And in fact, they traced it back even further to what we today call the Great Lakes region.
What are some of the primary evidence that would underpin that statement?
One of them, interestingly enough, artifacts are very, very important. And one of the most important artifacts that come out of the Great Lakes region, going back 20, 25,000 years further, are harpoon points. They were a group. These were a group of people who lived in and around lakes and therefore fished and hunted perhaps hippos and other aquatic animals. And so they had developed harpoon-like weapons. Well, the thing is, you can see these harpoons if you start from the Great Lakes region of Lake Victoria, what used to be called Lake Victoria, and move down the Nile, that is northward into Egypt, and you're an archaeologist, you can find these harpoon points literally going down the Nile to Egypt. from 20,000, 25,000 years ago, all the way to about 8 to 10,000 years ago. Not only into Egypt, but even into what is now Syria and Palestine. You know, it's almost like these harpoon points are sort of markers pointing the way in which civilization moved, or the cultures that give and the peoples that gave rise to dynastic Northeast African civilization moved from the Great Lakes region.
Now these harpoon points are hunting instruments.
Yes. Also, the Ishango bone. There are markings on the Ishango bone representing number systems that appear later in the Rin mathematical papyrus of 4,000 years ago.
Wait a minute. I want you to go back on that. I want you to
Okay, it's very simple. For
that.
example, you look at the markings on the on the Ishango bone, which give you the numbers for 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those same markings appear in the number system of ancient Egypt in the Rin mathematical papyrus. Also, the man who discovered the Ishango bone said the number system that you see on the Ishango bone, which is now 25,000 years ago in the Great Lakes region of Africa, showed the technique of multiplying by duplication. That very same technique is the technique used in the Rin mathematical papyrus. So there is a suggestion that there is a direct connection between prehistoric mathematics, if I can use that word prehistoric, Paleolithic mathematics in Africa, and dynastic mathematics in Egypt, even though those eras were separated by a period of 20,000 years.
Now, during the same period, I'm going to come back to Egypt, but I want to jump back up to Europe. What was happening in Europe around this time, or when the Europeans began to make a impact in terms of creativity and contributions to civilization that can be pointed as moving humanity forward in the development of technology and such?
Well, I mean, what you find about the Cro-Magnons were very accomplished artists, for example. Their cave paintings, a lot of their bone carvings, a lot of their some of their sculpture show very skilled technique. But it's technique that you could also, that really seemed to have come to them from Africa, because it's technique that is found also in Africa at the same period. Now, when you're talking about civilization, however, the first European civilization proper would probably be considered Crete. And even that's not a European civilization. That's a transitional civilization. Crete goes back to about 1900 BC. Maybe not quite even that far back. Maybe, my dates aren't exact, but no earlier than about 17 to 1800 BC. And Crete is clearly a civilization profoundly influenced and impacted by Egypt and Africa. There's a lot of evidence we could bring forward to that, but one of the most interesting aspects of it is that Crete was a completely and totally matriarchal civilization. Completely and totally. Okay? With a veneration of the bull. And many of their artifacts clearly had showed that they had been trading with Egypt, Africa, Nubia, Ethiopia, and many of their cultural traits showed marked influences from the south. So nobody really can argue the point about Crete. So to call that a European civilization is stretching it a point a little bit. It's really a transitional civilization between Africa and Europe. The first sort of indigenous European civilization is Mycenae. Mycenae is sort of when Crete disappears. Crete declines begins to decline pretty rapidly after a volcanic eruption on the island of Thera, 1456 BC. Mycenae starts within 100 years or so after that time, begins to rise, and you can find Mycenae on what is Greek soil. In fact, most of your Greek myths are Mycenaean. And Homer's Iliad really is talking about a period of Mycenaean civilization, not Greek civilization as we understand it. A Mycenaean civilization, when we talk about Agamemnon and Hercules and Theseus. We're talking about Mycenae. We're not really talking about Greek in the same. We're not talking about Plato's Greece. Now, Mycenae disappears about 1100, right after destruction of Troy. They disappear about 1100 BC.
Is Mycenae a transitional civilization?
Yeah, it's getting closer to kind of, it's still showing influences from the south, but it's getting closer to being a kind of really European civilization.
Okay.
But Mycenae disappears about 1100 BC, and then you have 5, 6, maybe even, you have a 500 years Dark Ages. And this is, and who brings down the Dark Ages? Indo-European invaders from northeast, the Dorians. And so the people who we think of as classically or typically European actually usher in a Dark Age for the Mycenaeans.
And that would be the Dorians.
The Dorians. And they don't come out of it until start coming out of it until about between 600 and 700 BC. And when Homer starts writing, he's not writing about the Dorians, who are the Greeks proper, or the Achaeans. They got a lot of names for them. He's writing about the Mycenaeans. Who then starts the civilization process in Greece? Since Mycenae has disappeared, and although there are certain things that of course survive, one of the things that doesn't survive is the old matriarchal structure, because the Dorians are aggressively patriarchal. Women are second-class citizens, not considered very important. And in fact, in Greek mythology, what you find is this clash between the ancient matriarchal religion and the patriarchal religion of the invading Dorians and other types that came in Greece at that time. Who then civilizes Greece? Well, who is Greece's first philosopher? Greece's first philosopher is not a Greek. He's a Phoenician named Thales, who studied in Egypt for 7 years. Then Thales has a pupil who eventually becomes Greece's greatest philosopher, and in fact coins the word philosophy, whose name is Pythagoras. And he is not completely Greek. He's half Greek and half Phoenician. And he is sent by Thales to Egypt for 22 years to study in the temples. And then when he comes out, he establishes a school at Croton, I think in Sicily, in southern Italy, because at that time Sicily and southern Italy were actually part of Greece. And he is absolutely the greatest Greek who ever lived in antiquity, greater than any of them, greater than Plato, Aristotle, Pericles, Archimedes. None of them compared to Pythagoras. Pythagoras was a great man by anybody's standards. He was not only a genius, he was a man of extraordinary spiritual attainments. And he established a school that was the most, what is the word? The greatest school of its time in that part of the world, where he was literally, his example and his knowledge and his wisdom, and remember he spent 22 years in Egypt and 7 years in Chaldea, was literally transforming the people around him just within his own lifetime. But what did they do? Eventually, jealousy set in, and they literally burned him and his school to the ground. But some escaped, and they kept his teachings alive, and all the other and after that, any philosopher, anybody who wanted to be a philosopher in Greece, he had to come by two streams. He had to come by Pythagoras, and he went to Egypt, because by this time Egypt was slowly opening up to selected Greeks. And so all the Greek philosophers and scientists and natural philosophers and learned men that are known to us from history, almost all of them without exception went to Egypt to study. Even Aristotle. Plato for sure. Plato spent 13 years. Some question about Socrates. At least there's no attested documents about Socrates. But all the ones preceding Socrates, and then Plato and Aristotle, there's some controversy about Aristotle, but a man named Teofilo Benga has shown through linguistic evidence that Aristotle had knowledge about Egypt that he could only have obtained by actually being in Egypt. So, there you are. So, Egypt and Ethiopia civilized Greece. So when Western culture talks about the sources of its civilization, it isn't Greece. It certainly isn't Rome. It's Egypt, or it's Northeast Africa, better way of thinking of it. That's where you look for the source of Western civilization. Now Europeans will not acknowledge that, of course. Anymore, well, just like Jews do not want to acknowledge the fact that the early Jews were black people, and that Judaism was an offshoot or offspring of Egyptian religion. Christians don't either. And yet all of those things are irrefutably true.
Now the Greeks and the Romans are almost the same people, but what did Rome then add to the development of the march of civilization? I want to look at Rome and its impact with northern Africa.
Yeah, Rome was a couple of things. Interesting. The word Rome in Greek means brute force, and that's Rome. Rome's genius was military.
That's all.
They also had some skill as engineers. Built roads and aqueducts and that sort of thing. But very few Romans achieved the intellectual stature that the Greeks did before them. In fact, what they had to do was import Greeks to Rome. So what they did is they created an imperium, that is an empire, and created a kind of stability in that area that allowed dissemination of ideas from the Greek world and also the Hebrew world. Because it's right before the period of Rome that the Hebrew Torah is translated into Greek. This happened about 250 BC. This is 250 BC? Yeah, that's about right. 250 BC, under the Ptolemies, who were Macedonians. And so for the first time, Hebrew scripture becomes available to the wider world. And the Hebrews stop being this kind of obscure, insignificant little people that nobody cares about. And that also becomes the seed for Christianity. One of the seeds, I should say, or one of the sources of Christianity. We go into that. So what Rome did was make possible the rise of Christianity. That was its main. And of course it gave its language to Europe. And Latin for 1,000 years was the lingua franca of Europe, and so most of the learning came to Europe, such as it was, from Latin, because even after the fall of Rome, Europe had its 500 years of Dark Ages, and it was the Arabs and the Moors that re-civilized Europe through Spain, mostly, and it was monks and priests who translated works in Arabic into Latin. But ultimately what Rome did was make, you might say, is make the world safe for Christianity. Christianity would not have survived in the way that it did without Constantine taking it over. It would not have become the religion that it did without Constantine's protection.
But just listening at this and looking at the progression of European history, then Europeans have a very short history in the span of human existence.
Yes.
It's only very short, and if you then said it went into, after Rome, a 500-year Dark Ages, Rome falls around 400 or something. If you put 500 years of that, you're up around 9 or so, and if you say then that the Moors came in and brought back the light, then we're almost, before the Moors leave, we're up to 1400. when they emerge again and come into Africa for enslavement. But can you kind of capsulize that, and then I'll kind of be finished with European.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, there's a whole lot of.
I think you just capitalized it yourself. I don't know that I could add to that. I don't know if I could capsulize it any better than you just did.
There seems to be. There's got to be more. I mean, that does not leave a lot of creative development. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. So
the creative development happened really in two periods. Well, and even the early periods of creative development is not purely indigenous. They are in a sense being seeded by cultures to the east and south of them. Europe is. Europe's real period, where it really kind of took off on its own, out of its own sort of creative force, is really from the Renaissance on. Mm-hmm. From about 1500, but about the time, in fact, of the Columbian voyages, not the Columbian discoveries, the Columbian voyages on, that's when Europe sort of takes off on its own, you might say, as an independent force.
And what period are we talking about?
We're talking about, say, from about mid-1400s to the present day. So that's 500 years.
All right, then let me ask you this then. Europe owes the fuel of its great development after the 1500s, especially to Africa in the forms of
I would say
slave labor,
yes,
etc.
Africa
Because
slavery.
when you begin
That's
to
right.
look at the resources that went into the building of Europe, then you have to look to the Americas, which was more or less stabilized, and the production came from free labor and resources, which they got from both Africa and the Americas, which went into the fuel in the Industrial Revolution of Europe. But can you kind of capsulize that for us in a way?
Okay.
That,
Again, I think all I would do is more or less paraphrase a good bit of what you have said. The triangular trade, which involved manufactured goods to Africa, mostly guns, to the kings there, slaves from Africa to the Americas, gold, silver, and plantation products from the Americas to Europe, was the engine that ultimately drove the Industrial Revolution. Yes, that is absolutely true. So what the Indians gave, by being systematically slaughtered, of course, were their lands, but also a lot of crops, important crops. The tomato, the potato, pumpkin, maize, which we call corn. Let's not even talk about medicines like quinine, which was the most effective thing that Europe had against malaria. And we could go on. There was dozens of crops which could be used both as food and medicines that were added to Europe's, to the world, but specifically Europe's store of foods and medicines that weren't available to them before. Very, very important. Then African slave labor generated the profits on these plantations, because the plantations ultimately produced more wealth than the gold and silver mines, even though that's what Spain and Portugal were looking for first, and that's what drove them, that greed for gold and silver. It was really ultimately the plantation economy, based on the labor of African slaves, that produced the enormous profits that subsidized the Industrial Revolution. In fact, in 1776, Jamaica, the sugar-producing economy of Jamaica, was actually more valuable to Britain than all of North America. That changed, of course, but at that time, it was the sugar-producing plantations of Jamaica that were producing the exorbitant profits that, as you said,
were stimulating the Industrial Revolution. So yes, the Industrial Revolution was literally built on the back of black slave labor. So as you said, the Moors brought civilization back into Europe, and the Moors, of course, were from Africa, and then African slaves expropriated labor, made their wealth and power possible.
What was, and then I want to go back to Egypt, but I want to ask you this question because it is always asked to me wherever I go with young people. They want to know, how is it that Europe, if we had such a great civilization in Africa, how was Europe able to undermine Africa?
No, we undermined ourselves. Even Egypt got arrogant and corrupt. All of our, and particularly in the last 500 years, we have been poorly served by our leadership. It's human, it's all the human foibles and failings that we all know and see around us. Corruption, greed, lust, desire for control, power, arrogance. There came a, at a time Egypt thought it was invincible. Thought that its civilization was never going to change or fade or disappear. Basically became decadent. And you can see evidence of that corruption and decadence in other African civilizations even after Egypt declines. So all Europe did was take advantage of our own weakness and our own contradictions. The thing about the slave trade is that there was an internal African slave system, very different from what the chattel slavery of later on, because first of all, slaves never lost their personality, their humanity, and in fact, in many African countries, the slave actually became very powerful compared to the ordinary citizens, because the kings used their slaves against their own aristocracy. They would raise their slaves up to be generals and counselors and ministers as a buffer against their own sort of very fractious nobility. And so the slaves often became as powerful as the king, and not unusually married into his family. Be that as it may, it still was a slave system, and what Europe did was come in and subtly play African powers off against one another to take advantage of that system. Because African kingdoms had gotten to the point where they viewed each other with greater enmity than they did the European. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so they were very susceptible to being manipulated, particularly by the trade in firearms. And they had to have firearms in order to protect themselves against the depredations of other kingdoms. And what is the only thing the Europeans would accept for firearms? Slaves. Human cargo. So, Africa has to accept the responsibility for its own internal weakness, its own arrogance. It was a lesson that we had to learn, and we couldn't learn it any other way. And people like to say, well, all you're doing is giving aid and comfort to the European. That doesn't concern me, what the European thinks about it. The European has his own karma. The European has his own fate to meet. The European has to meet the consequences of his own historical actions, not only against us, but against everybody in the world, and against the world itself. I'm not concerned about that. Ogatamele said, Griot said about Ogatamele, he said, Ogatamele, the Dogon sage, he wasn't concerned about Europeans. He was content to leave them to their fate in the north. So all Europe did was take advantage of an inherently corrupt situation. The situation had been corrupt in Africa because there had been so many millennia of unbroken development and success in so many ways. And a kind of arrogance and complacency, and the decadence set in. And it took a long time. It was a slow, steady decline, but it was inexorable, and there was no other way to learn the lesson, except for this terrible cataclysm, this catastrophe that beset the African world. Between 1500 and 1900, Africa lost 85% of its population. In 1500, its population, the continent-wide, was 700 to 800 million people. By 1900, it was 90 million, 95 million people. 85% of its population.
Between
Africa lost
1500 and
1900.
In 1900, 400 years?
Lost 85% of its population.
How can you say that? I mean, is there any documentation?
Yes. The work has actually been done by the wife of check1, population demographer. And she was able to pull out evidence that showed what the population was of certain African cities and countries around 1500. She was able, there's ways in which you can actually arrive at a reasonable estimate of what the population is within a certain range. And she says the population ranged between 500 million and 1 billion people in 1500. So if you kind of take a median between that, it's about 700 million people. But more definitely, by this time, there are more figures being. When you get to 1900, you're talking about 95 million people. We don't even know how many people died in the Congo, which was just one big plantation for King Leopold of Belgium. Some people estimate it may have been as high as 50 million people.
And wait a minute. Hold it. This is mind-blowing. What kind of figures are you talking about Africa lost during those 400 years? What kind of figures?
When you say what kind of figures?
What kind of numbers do you take? If she lost 85% of her population, what does that translate into?
600 million people.
600 million people.
Now we're talking, when I say lost, that's lost to Africa. That means either war, famine, and depopulation through the slave trade.
But the impact of
the impact of how many people actually were just lost to Africa through death or deportation through the slave trade, 600 million people.
And that can be substantiated.
Yes, the book is in French, but I can make the figures available.
I
have the book at home.
Because I just came from a conference on the slave trade, the African Holocaust. And the figures, of course, they had a lot of Europeans at this time.
Yeah, 12 million people, right? 10 million, 12 million people.
Yes.
Well, you know what that's like? Remember not too long ago, there was this guy in California who said he had incontrovertible proof that the Nazis only killed 1 million Jews and not 6 million Jews. I mean, how do you, as it were, minimize your complicity in such a Holocaust as that? They're trying to minimize, if you can get the figures down to like 10 or 12 million, it doesn't, the horror doesn't, the horror, the impact of the horror isn't as great as when you start talking hundreds of millions of people. Now, not all those people were, not all that 600 million people. Well, it was a consequence of 3 main forces: the slave trade, interior African wars, most of those generated by the slave trades on both sides of the Atlantic. And we say slave trade, we're talking about European and Arabic, both. The Arabic slave trade actually started earlier in Africa and went longer, okay, all the way up into the middle of this century. And then, of course, colonialism.
Yes. Okay. So we're taking in the whole 500 years period. With that, let me ask you a few other questions because they're stimming in my head. Okay.
The Indian population had almost those same kind of numbers. In Mexico alone, in less than 50 years, the population went from something like 60 million Indians to something like 5, just in Mexico. So, I mean, then check out what the Spaniards used to do to Indians. You know, the Indians, they were they spent a century or two pacifying Indians, right? And they had these big Mastiff dogs that they bred in Cuba to help them hunt down Indians. So these dogs were trained to hunt down and kill Indians. Now, whenever they went on any of these expeditions, they would take Indian captives with them. What do you think those Indian captives were for? To feed the dogs.
Did they do the same thing to black people?
Now, that particular thing, no, but they did all kinds of other things. They did all kinds of other things to break the spirit, to torture, to maim, to, stuff like tearing live babies out of the wombs of pregnant mothers, like painting, like getting a female dog in estrus, taking some of that female dog's, the stuff that she exudes during estrus, painting it on a woman so that a male dog would rape the woman.
And all this was, did they have schools? I mean, a lot of people think that the Europeans, first of all, did not really do a lot of invading into Africa with arms to capture slaves, to capture Africans, that most of the Africans were brought to the coast, that they didn't go into the inlands. Most were brought to the coast and traded to the Europeans for goods, but the Europeans themselves did not raid into Africa, did not carry raiding parties into Africa. Does your research?
Both and. It is true, West Africa was the Europeans' graveyard. But clearly, and so a good bit of that is true as far as it goes, but clearly there were many instances, particularly with the Portuguese, where yes, Europeans were at the head of raiding parties that went into the interior. In places like, in Congo, the Portuguese would take over whole countries. I mean, what do you think the War of Nzinga was against the Portuguese?
The Shanties.
Yeah. So it happened both ways. It happened both ways.
The Europeans, in terms of undermining the economy of Africa, well, first of all, most of us do not see Europeans coming to Africa with a plan. And I think that if you can explain if a person has a plan and another person is unaware of the plan, but it was definitely organized. So if you can kind of explain maybe the organization that went into the development of the slave trade and the process and the modality of it, then we can get a better understanding of how this, of how all of these deaths and this turmoil and this internal confusion can arise out of.
First of all, you have to understand, one of the things that my recent studies have shown is that probably from 1000 BC, perhaps even earlier, all the way up until the time of Columbus, there was a worldwide network of trade involving America, Africa, the Arab world, and the Asian world. Across the Atlantic and across the Pacific and across the Indian Ocean, across the Mediterranean, as well as across land routes, there was a worldwide system of trade and diplomacy. This is before Columbus. We're not talking about that, before Columbus. What the Portuguese and the Spanish managed to do with Prince Henry the Navigator first, and then people like Vasco da Gama and Columbus and those that came after, because they were more aggressive, less scrupulous, they literally systematically took over that trade. The spices of India and the precious stones and jewels of Asia and ivory and gold from Africa and slaves and
plant, certain kinds of plant commodities, were taken over systematically by first Portugal and Spain, and then later they were superseded by England and Holland, and to a lesser extent France. And the system was what they call mercantilism. Is that what you did is that you establish trade monopolies with your colonies. In other words, the colonies could trade only with you, not with anybody else. So the East India Company, and there was a Dutch East India Company and there was an East India Company of England, systematically destabilized, deconstructed, and took over whole nations and kingdoms in the Far East. That's how India came under England's control. That's how Indonesia came under Dutch control. And so it was a marriage of the imperial ambitions of kings and rulers and the desire for profits on the part of mercantile houses, and using people who were adventurers and freebooters, people who in their own countries would be criminals and either would have been hanged or thrown into jail. Instead, they were always given the option of going out into the colonies as soldiers or colonists or settlers. I mean, after all, we're living in Georgia, and this interview is taking place in Georgia. It started out as a penal colony. So did Australia. And so what did it do? It got rid of your disruptive elements of society. You didn't have to imprison them. You didn't have to build all these prisons. You just sent them off to the colony. They might live or die, but at least they weren't your problem anymore. And so the slave trade was just part of this mercantilist monopolistic system, and the competition was very cutthroat between the various European powers. I mean, they fought each other tooth and nail to claim that piece of the world which was going to enrich them. Trade routes mostly, markets, sources of raw materials.
And Africa fed right into this and never saw what was going on?
No. There were first of all, Africa was too inward looking by that time. African countries, I don't want to stretch that point too much, because you found some of your Islamic African empires like Ghana, Mali and Songhai, but Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, of course, had connections with the Arabic world through the gold and salt trade and through hajjas that were made by certain West African kings. But did nobody, African, Asian, Arab, or otherwise, or Amerindian, saw the long-term consequences of what was happening during the European Age of Discovery? None of them did. None of them ever closed ranks against these invasions. Wherever they went, Europeans were masterful at turning nations and peoples against one another and playing one off against the other. I mean, how did Cortez conquer the Aztec Empire with a handful of people? Because most of his army were disaffected and disgruntled Indian enemies of the Aztecs. And the person who told him how to do it was his Indian concubine. She told him every step of the way what to do and how to go about conquering Montezuma. And he had 2 or 3 times as many Indian auxiliaries as he had Spaniards. And this is repeated again and again and again. India, Clive,
went and took over large swatches of India with almost nobody, just playing off one Raja against the other. So when we talk about the decadence and corruption that was afflicting African kingdoms, it was true all over the world. The kind of older cultures and older civilizations were all in the advanced stages of decadence and corruption, and Europe just took advantage of it.
I wanted to look at old Ghana. I want to go back a little bit and look at what they call old Ghana. Was there a relationship between old Ghana and pharaonic Egypt that once the Romans come in?
Well, here's what we can say. There was a man who was a Senegalese, early part of the century, who apparently, and this work is also in French, collected oral traditions from Senegal, which had very clearly documented stories or histories of 6 migrations from the Nile Valley westward to Africa, beginning 600 BC and continuing for 1,000 years afterwards. And those oral histories are still in existence and have been rendered into French. So that is the only way in which I can answer you in the affirmative. And I think, for example, and this is my speculation, that the Dogon represented the last of those migrations. And they started their migration from the northeast of where they are now 1,400 years ago. So about 600 AD. So I think they represented the last of those migrations from the Nile Valley westward.
I want to go back to Egypt and I'll begin to come in, but in terms of understanding, of applying the history and the science and the knowledge to us today, it's one thing to look at the pyramids and to look at temples and say we had a great history, look what we built, but it's an entirely different thing when you understand the relationship that these edifices had to the internal society and how that society then fed the spirit of the individuals and how everything was nourished by that culture that produced these great edifices. These great edifices had a relationship to the culture and to the people. And in order for us to be able to, I think, internalize a lot of the history, a lot of what we see, to bring it home, we need to understand the relationship. What produced them? What was it that drove them, that these edifices just emanate out of their being? What was that relationship? I'd like to look at some of the temples and some of the...
Well, I would say, the only way I can answer that is to say, from where I sit, now I've been looking at these questions now, or these issues, and doing this studying and reading. Let's see, I guess it's 28 years, since 1971. And finally I came to the conclusion that dynastic Egypt, dynastic Kemet, was the product of a ruling group of adepts. Even the pharaohs were adepts. That is, individuals trained in all forms of knowledge, but also trained to achieve maximum control of themselves, of their senses, of their faculties, and of the ability to plunge into or to search in the world itself, in the universe, for knowledge. The monumental edifices of Egypt served a lot of different purposes. One of the purposes that it served was to create in a living way, to recreate in stone the image of the heavenly kingdom. To also create sanctuaries where power could be preserved and protected. When I talk about power, I'm talking about what you might call spiritual power. So that it could serve the needs of the country, the culture, and the people. And not the least, to preserve a record of this civilization, because ultimately these same adepts knew that Egypt was going to decline and disappear from the stage of world history, and they were determined to leave a record of their presence and their accomplishments to posterity, and specifically to their descendants, who they knew ahead of time were going to crash and burn, historically speaking, and become strangers in a strange land, to in fact become enslaved. I think the adepts of ancient Egypt knew everything that was going to happen. And they knew that in order to pull these people, their descendants, and therefore their posterity, out from the abyss or the pit into which they had fallen, they had to have living monuments inscribed in such a way that the people could re-instruct themselves.
How can we do that? I mean,
we're doing it. We don't know that we're doing it, but we're doing it. We're doing it sort of haphazardly and unsystematically, and it's here, there, and it's an individual there. Slowly but surely, it is beginning to happen, but you've got to understand, you've got most people who, if you show, this is kind of a trivial example, but it's the reason why I went to see that movie 3 times. We are in a kind of a Matrix situation, like that movie, The Matrix. There's a reality that is that we know, and then there is the actual reality. And you would be surprised how tenaciously people will cling to the reality that's been provided for them. People will kill rather than give that up in many cases. So this is not something, the re-education, the re-instruction is not something that's going to happen in my life. It's not going to be, you can try to plant seeds and begin to start in this lifetime. But you're talking 10 lifetimes, 10 generations, maybe 20, to complete the process.
one of the things that you said that I'd like for you to just to deal with a little more, you said that the adapts knew that we would go into slavery. Why do you say that?
Because they had the ability to manipulate time and space. Some of those adepts achieved an evolution of their own spirit where they were not bound, you might say, by the constraints of time, and therefore they could go anywhere in time and space. They could go backwards, or at least their vision could go backwards and could go forwards. It could see backwards, it could see forwards. So they saw it. They saw it happening. They saw everything that was going to happen. And it wasn't anything they could do anything about. It was inevitable. It was fate. It was even necessary. See, that's what people don't realize. Yeah, we lost 85% of our population, but there was no other way to get our attention.
How could they have went backwards in time and forward in time? I mean,
time and space is just energy. And it's just a matter of training yourself to get to the place where it's an interaction between you and energy, an agreement between you and energetic flows, because you yourself are energy. Now, you and I can't do it, but we have the capability of doing it. We just don't know that. These adepts spent not only their whole lifetimes training themselves to do this, they had the combined experience and knowledge of thousands of years behind them that had got them to the place where they could open doors to energetic worlds that are ordinarily inconceivable. And in these energetic worlds that they could go to, or they could see, they were not bound by the same limits that you and I are bound by.
we go to those worlds, we call it dreaming.
Let me ask you, and we really are coming down, but I'm going to take a path on the way down. To try to understand some of what they did and their capabilities, I know that you know a little about astrology. And I want to end with a question later that I'm going to ask you about astrology, so I want to set it up. And in order for us to understand the answer to the question that you will give, we need to know a little bit about astrology, and this will give us an insight to what the ancients really had the ability to do. Because astrology to me, and I'm just getting in it, but it's become a fascinating just study, because it is it's the world brought down on the physical plane to observe it in all of its movements, and then out of it comes time and space and all. I want you to explain that, because it is it shows me that an inch is not an arbitrary measurement, but rather a measurement of space and time. But I'm just learning it, so this is the way I learn. You think I do these interviews just for a TV program, but this is the way I learn, really. I don't read a lot of books, but I sure hell squeeze people.
We're in a universe. What does that mean? Universe implies a oneness, right? Mm-hmm. And the Dogon say, and the ancient Egyptians said the same thing. The Dogon says that the universe is a thought in the mind of the Creator. That means the universe has essentially a mental, or is made up of consciousness. There are, we know of 4 dimensions, or at least modern physics does, using this. There is length, there is width, there is depth. That's 3 dimensions. The 4th dimension we add to this, and Einstein did this for modern science, was time. And time is just movement through space. But there is indeed a 5th dimension, and that 5th dimension is mind itself, or consciousness. And it contains and encompasses the other 4. And it is what allows us, consciousness is what allows us to move faster than the speed of light. And it even allows us to be in 2 places at one time, as the ancient adepts were able to be. And the modern adepts, many of them can do. Now, why am I saying all this? Because we are made up, if it's just energy, that means we're related to everything in the universe. And we are made up of exactly the same things that stars are made up of. Now, one of the things that modern physics realizes is that what we call time, space-time, the universe, matter, is not discrete individual points, but is actually a tapestry, a fabric. So the smallest little thing happening in that fabric ultimately impacts things happening in that fabric that can be many, many light years away in both time and space. Which is, by the way, which is, you might say, the source of divination. Divination basically says, you can, since you are a reflection of everything, since you are connected to everything, since you're energetically related to everything, things in your environment give you a way of reading what is happening to you. Okay? Ultimately, the movement of the stars, it's probably not so accurate to say that the stars influence you. It's that the stars, or the planets, and the planets are made up of the same stuff that you are, and their movements are a reflection of those forces that animate and activate both us, you, and the stars. So that is the reason why you can look at the stars and see their movement, and see their positions, and their relationships to one another, and begin to use them as a book to read what is in fact happening in your plane, because it's the same plane. So this is a reason, this is astrology probably came first and astronomy second, because astronomy probably evolved out of a need to get exact and precise measurements of star movements and star positions and relationships of these movements and positions to other stars and heavenly bodies in a way that allowed us to look at those configurations and say something about what was happening to us here, as above, so below. For example, if a psychiatrist gives you a Rorschach test, it's a shape. And that Rorschach test, depending on how you react to it, tells that psychiatrist something about your mental state. It's not so much different from astrology. We call it divination, but it's also diagnosis. And how do we diagnose? You diagnose things by getting histories, by getting reactions, by seeing how the connection between people and forms and shapes. So astrology allows us to do the same thing as does other forms of divination, whether it be the cowrie shells, bones, the flight of geese, palm reading. Because everything, all it really means is that everything in the universe is connected in a very close and intimate way, and nothing happens in the universe that doesn't in some way impact you or affect you, and vice versa. So this is the reason why the ancients always saw the heavens as a book. You might call it a book of fate. And if you knew how to read it, yes, you could know your fate. And it is incumbent upon everyone to know his fate, because everyone has one, and it's his or hers. And in that fate is a task that everyone has. Vast majority of the people are completely oblivious to the task that they have in their life, defined by the fate that's been given to them. And the only way you make a difference in this world is if you make a concerted effort to fulfill your task. And that is tied to your fate. And fate isn't given to you by the stars. The stars are a book or a way of measuring where you are in this journey of fate.
These are the last two questions. They tie together. The state of Black America that we're in now, how do you see our condition in terms of our vulnerability to actually extinction, in terms of what has happened to us, industrial prison complex? And the final question, and I'll give them both to you at the same time, is what is it on the horizon? And I asked you this question when you came to New York after the Million Man March, that can give us hope. And I hope that you would tie in that Keith's.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Okay. As far as what's happening, it's going to get much worse before it gets any better. A lot of people are going to simply not make it. But it won't. Not everybody is going to be swept away. I mean, it's an earth cleansing. It doesn't just affect Black people, but Black people, because, as you say, we are vulnerable, unprepared, and too many of us don't even realize that, as I say, we're not even in control of our own reality or our own destiny, and don't want to know that when the time comes, they simply will be unprepared for what's going to happen. And I see a tremendous attrition. It's already happening, and it will continue for the foreseeable future. It's the last great cleansing, you might say. It's almost like the Book of Revelations, almost, because the book of apocalypses are not final. Do not talk about the end of the world. They talk about the end of the world age. Mm-hmm. And we're at the end of one. We're getting very close to the end of really two world ages. So that's the reason why so many apocalyptic things seem to be happening right now, and why so many people are having a sense of apocalypses pending or impending. Now, one of the world ages is determined by what is happening in the North Pole.
In order to understand that, you have to understand the great year 26,000 years. That is because the Earth, as it spins on its axis, because it's not spinning straight up and down, it's tilted a little bit from vertical. And it spins and it also wobbles. And that means its tilted axis, which is the celestial North Pole, wobbles around the vertical axis over a period of 26,000 years. That is what we call the Great Year, known in Africa probably for about 40 to 50,000 years at least. There are two ways of measuring this movement. We'll talk about one. We'll talk about one that's measured in the North Pole, because around that wobbling circle, that circle created by this wobble, there are 7 constellations around the North Pole of the ecliptic. It takes the North Pole, our celestial North Pole, 3,700 years to go through each one of those constellations. Going through each one of those constellations constitutes an age. The age that we're in now, defined by the North Polar constellation, is now called Little Bear, Ursa Minor. That's where the North Pole is, but it used to be called the Jackal, which is why that came about 1,600 years ago. So we're almost at the end of that age. That's the reason why the dog became man's best friend. That's the reason why Anubis became important in the ancient Egyptian funerary rites. That's the reason why Romulus and Remus were fed by the she-wolf. That's why the dog became man's best friend. That's why the pale fox became important in Dogon philosophy, why the coyote is so important in the southwestern Indian lore. Over and over you see this image of the jackal, wolf, dog, fox. All of them are co-types. Even Little Bear, as it is called now, is also called Sinusaurus. That's another name for it. It means lead dog. It's moving away from the pole, or it will within the next 100 years. The constellation that is coming behind it, going to occupy the pole, is the constellation Cepheus within the next 100 years. Who is Cepheus? Cepheus is the Ethiopian king. He is a sign of the Ethiopian king. Does that mean that represents a new golden age and the rise of people of African descent? Well, it may be yes and no. The no comes in is that very much depends on the people here and now. It depends on their readiness, their preparedness, their willingness to follow the designs of fate. But it does mean, that there is a change, a tremendous change that is getting ready to take place, that's already started, and nobody can stop it. There is not enough human power on this earth to stop it. Human power. Mind you, I said that. This is something that is way beyond us. And I forgot the second part of that question
was the hope,
Oh yeah, well I kind of did. I kind of.
Yeah.
So after and when these ages change, there's always this kind of clearing off of the table, so to speak. Mm-hmm. The old is swept away in order to make rise for the new. And when I say that, I probably ought to qualify that, because there are ways in which, using an example from the ancient Egyptians, whenever the ancient Egyptians built a new temple, they always built the new temple in exactly the same place where the old temple was, and they used the foundation of the old temple, including the same stones or bricks, to build the new temple. So it was a new edifice, grounded in the old, as a way of maintaining the continuity. Mm-hmm. But the old temple was, the old debris was removed in order to make way for the new edifice. And that's what's happening right now. It's going to continue for as long as necessary.
Something came to me when you were saying that. We talked about all the hominoids coming out of Africa. And the first three stayed in Africa, but either they did not, they last for millions of years, but every time the Creator got ready for maybe a more advanced hominoid, he went back to Africa though to create the next one. And all 6 of them, he has returned to Africa, or she creator, or whoever creator, my creator, and started again in Africa. There doesn't seem to be any indications that any of these hominoids started in Europe.
They all started in Africa.
So if there's continuity to the creator source, and maybe that has to do with something with this melon, and I know you're a doctor, so I'll just throw it out there. I hear that they would that the melon, that our melanocytes seem to be mutating, that black people seem to be, their melon seems to be doing things like coming up with ways of surviving the AIDS in Africa, coming up with ways, this melon seems to be doing unbelievable things in almost like a mutated, in somehow preparing us to survive. Have you heard anything of it?
I will only answer it in this way. There are other people who can talk much more knowledgeably about melanin than I can, but I will say this. One of the things they found among Kenyan prostitutes that nobody expected, there are Kenyan prostitutes who apparently are immune to AIDS. The only reason why they know, they followed them for years, and they should have had AIDS, and they never got it. It's just a small number. And it doesn't seem to be possible to infect them with AIDS, no matter how many different kinds of encounters they have. And that, in Kenya anyway, that's where the AIDS, HIV virus first showed itself, was in the population of prostitutes. But 10 years later, there seems to be a small cohort of them who are simply immune to AIDS. Now, that to me is tremendously significant. I'm not sure what that means, practically speaking, but it does mean that AIDS is not going to wipe us off the face of the earth, no matter, even if, well, it just isn't going to happen. Even though 2/3 of the AIDS cases in the world are in Africa, 12 million people in Africa have died from AIDS, it isn't going to wipe us out, no matter how devastating and terrible a scourge it is and continues to be.
Dr. Finch, I want to thank you. It's been marvelous, and I'm sure that our audience of our story will be ringing the phone off the hook. Thank you again. It's really been great. Really been